Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancerous fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards!
I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. You did fucking fucking channel. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
Dude, mega.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Dawson. Our broadcast coming to you live from sunny, well, not sunny, actually, gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is 69 degrees and not super sunny, but kind of gloomy in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is going to be a beautiful day regardless. It's going to be a spectacular day. It is Sunday, fun day. Where's Kayatola? Kayatola is at the park, obviously. You already know what it is. No days off. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God, that's what I'ma do. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's 2/15/2026, 11 a.m. on the dot right now, and it's a Sunday, so you already know what's up. This is a bonus. This is a bonus, Jonas. This is a bonus episode. You already know. I'm just gonna keep overusing that fa. I love having a soundboard, like a fake soundboard. Anyway, but yeah, we're going to do REACTLORD. We're going to do fun stuff. You know what it is. You know what's up. Wildcat's got beef with you now? I have no idea who Wildcat is. I just saw them on my timeline, and I predictably, because I always eat the bait, quote retweeted, YouTube must be shadow banning your new vid on Cuba. Yeah. It's so crazy that you can kind of tell when YouTube just decides, no, we're not going to show certain things. America Starving Cuba got 24,000 views. Where is the other one with Belal Khaled? The other one is another one in the docket for YouTube mass censorship initiatives, you know? You scrolled past it? Oh, did I? Where is it? Yeah, this is horrific. 31,000 views 11 days ago. I think straight up, like whenever it's like directly identified American foreign policy related, they just clamp it. They clap it so hard. Your Newsom comments pushed you over to a window. This is how we negotiate with the Democrats. Yes, I agree. Anyway, folks, personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. As I've told you, hold on, I have to tag the photographer in these photos real quick. Because I was posting on Instagram. Right before I went live. But yes, please get level 4 hype train. Is there a hype train going on? All right, hell yeah. Anyway, King of Woke, HasanAbi might go. My mom got home late last night. Was she at your place? Yes, yes. This is where you find out. Hate to do it to you like that, but yes, I spent last night with your mom. Did you ever learn the context of this picture I sent you last night? No, I did not. I have no idea what this is and why it has 220,000 likes. I don't understand what this is. Anyway, I'm glad she's happy. She doesn't do much since dad passed. Yeah. Are you wearing a coat? Love the fit. I'm wearing a shirt. And on top of that, I'm wearing a Y3 cardigan. But ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, what is this? Can you get her on stream? Are you kidding me? Eileen, I would love to have her on stream. That would be fire. I don't think she would do it though, but yeah. This guy says, yeah, fuck it, man. Go China. Yeah, she's incredible. She's dope. She's goated. Yeah, we got the Al Jazeera interview that I'm going to be showing y'all in a little bit. But we'll do woke beast mode as well. But yeah, personal news-wise, nothing much going on in my life except for the fact that I've been watching Jujutsu Kaisen. I watched the 2 episodes that I missed on Jujutsu Kaisen, and they were bangers. I found out that the ASU frat framemonger is Muslim and Albanian. Glory to Allah. Yes, it's not surprising. That the ASU frat leader, the framemonger, the goated framemonger, the Chadzilla, whatever you want to call him. He's Albanian. Rah! So technically a son of the Ottoman. Let's be real. You watch Jujutsu Kaisen? Wallahi, you're a goat. Thank you. Are steroids haram? No. The greatest jihad of all is to improve your physical fitness. What? What do you mean? Another one of your haters falls? Wait, what? Oh yeah, this is I mean, he didn't actually get deported, unfortunately, but yeah, Drew Pavlov got clapped by Customs and Border Patrol. Critical support for the American Gestapo here. Can't believe it, but they got one correct. For once, the Department of Homeland Security has actually yielded some kind of bounty for all of us to enjoy. But yeah, we'll cover that. We'll obviously cover that as well. You know, we'll do some more in-depth analysis on my haters in general. Do you not care about endangered breeds? Yeah, there is state of play react for Sunday Funday. No. I mean, look, there's not really much going on. This morning I did another Al Jazeera interview with another Al Jazeera show. Okay. And that's pretty much it. There's really not much going on. There's not really much going on in my life outside of that. I just live on this stream. I am a servant. I am you know how what's his name? Yoel Ramiro's a servant of God. That's what he says his name is. I'm a servant of Lenin, the Order of Lenin. Closed presents. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Bagel Hole, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. Mickey Mouse, the real, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Do you still lift? I lifted yesterday. And then I lifted your mom last night. Man, your life sounds extremely sad. Bless you. I mean, you might consider it to be sad. I personally enjoy it. Level 5 hype train. Closed presence. Thank you for the 50 gifted. I personally enjoy my life. It's not for everybody. People are like, how do you do this? Or why do you do this? When will you stop having intercourse with my mother? I hate that you keep grounding me. These are the types of things that people are saying. Another hater falls in 2026. RB Vada, thank you for the 1 gifted. Man on the left, thank you for the 5 community gifted. Xylax, what the fuck? 200 community gifted subs. That's crazy. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, shitty. Okay. Another hater falls in 2026. Al Jazeera interview. REACTLORD, DRAMALORD, Secret Sunday FUNDAY, Woke 2.0 Beast Mode is still kicking. And more foreign policy. We got it all here, folks. Stop spamming the 90-day fiance playlist, please. Stop. Now is not the time for it. Okay? Your chat's average age is in 30s. How are you grounding them? Very carefully. AOC on her ambitions. Nice. We'll cover that too. More TikTok Newsom stuff. What is this? All right. Anyway, let's blast off real quick. I just blasted off.
So, should we vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028? Well, let me just say, what the fuck are we doing having this conversation right now? The only reason I'm wading into this mess is because this constant war between liberals and leftists is actually worth talking about as we head into the midterms. Because in this debate, there is legitimacy on both sides of the argument. And if you'll allow me a weird sort of allegory here, the general framing seems to be that liberals are like, hey, leftists, I know you guys want to remodel the bathroom, but I don't think you've seen that the house is on fire right now. And so if we don't put out that fire, then there's no bathroom to remodel.
I'm going to be honest, I don't agree with that argument. You see this 1508 when Adam and Pablo start talking about you on... Wait, what did they say? Oh, no. Pablo Torre finds out.
And so you put out the fire, and then a week later there's another fire, and then another, and then it turns out that the person who originally built the house wired the bathroom incorrectly, and so you'll keep having these fires until eventually one pops up that burns the whole house down. And so what am I talking?
Oh, never mind. It wasn't just about bathroom remodeling. Okay.
Talking about,
He
we'll
got
take a
me
trip
on the
down
first.
memory lane.
I thought he was gonna make a bad analogy here, like as though there's like some sort of like simply aesthetic difference between leftists and liberals, and it turns out actually liberals cannot address the fundamental issues with the centrism pivot that keeps yielding negative consequences for the American population.
Do you remember when Obama won re-election and the Democrats had the House and the Senate, and there was this idea floating around that the Republican Party was dead and that the Tea Party was the last gaseous fart from the corpse of conservative ideals, and that we were about to enter a liberal utopia, and Hillary Clinton was the nominee, and it was finally time to elect a woman president? Do you remember what happened after that? Trump won. And then 4 years later, we propped up the creaky corpse of Biden, and it was the end of Trump. And then when Biden won, he, of course, prosecuted Trump and put a heavy emphasis on repairing the country through a massive outreach to disenfranchised working-class voters. No, that's not what happened at all. We slid right back into the world of milquetoast neoliberalism, of Washington passing legislation that would allow Democrats to fawn, while the real-world problems of the working class didn't seem to change that much. And we threw our hands up and blamed the slow tide of change in politics, the need for tempered incrementalism, the delicate balance of governmental powers. And those 4 years slid right by, and then we had Kamala Harris as the nominee, and we were ready to elect the first woman president and usher in that liberal utopia. And where have I heard this one before? Oh, I know how this one ends. Yep, Trump won. And so do you see the cycle? From Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden to Trump, all of these presidents and candidates stood at podiums and promised change and a better future, and then got elected and continued to prop up the same capitalist system that has disenfranchised working class people since its inception. And that's because the system benefits these people. All of them sat at conference tables with billionaires and super PACs and outlined agendas that wouldn't fundamentally change the status quo of this country, because that status quo propped them up. And so inevitably, when these politicians put forth legislation that did not do enough to meaningfully impact...
God damn. That's some great epoxy and woodworking right there, man. No notes. I mean, no notes at all.
Impact the lives of working class people. Those people abandoned the Democratic Party and fell into the warm arms of a lying Republican Party willing to run on populism and deceit. And that is why a lot of folks are very wary of a Newsom or Shapiro or Buttigieg run in 2028, because those folks are not going to work against this system. They are going to be the next iteration of the Obama-Biden-Harris monster, and when they inevitably fail to address the lived reality of American citizens, the Republican Party is going to spawn Trump 2.0, and that'll be the ball game. So yeah, it is way too early for these fucking conversations right now, but as we head into the primary this year, it is of dire import that we do not elect the candidates that the DCCC wants. The only way to adequately address the epidemic of disenfranchisement in this country is by purging ourselves of the establishment that got us here in the first place. And whether or not that can be done at the ballot box is an entirely different conversation, but if you still believe in the viability of this system, then Pokemon go to the fucking polls and put in progressive challengers to these milquetoast neoliberal suits parroting the talking points of corporate PACs and billionaires.
God damn. God damn. Sheesh. That was perfect. That was great. I mean, I'll be honest, like, this has yielded tremendous discourse.
On that podcast and saying that he would
this has yielded tremendous discourse overall, I will admit.
Wow,
it's so good. It's so fucking goated. It's interesting because, like, on Twitter, it's an entirely separate reality where people are like, Hasan is like flailing. His career is over. Like, liberals keep fucking posting to like 300 likes that the statement that I made was totally unacceptable. And it's like everyone is now saying like, you're finished. You're finished. Meanwhile, everywhere else, people are like, actually, no, I agree with what the fuck he's saying. Why are we signing off on why are we doing a loyalty pledge to a guy 3 years out? Yeah, like this is the tweet I saw as well. Look, Hasan is still imploding. Good morning. Like, these people live in their own bubble, and I don't know if it's because of the way that the internet is segmented. I see a lot of this kind of stuff on my timeline, but it's very clear that these people don't actually fucking see anything other than, you know, people that agree with them, because if they had any interest in what's truly going on beyond their bubble, beyond their immediate fandom, I guess, because they're stands of centrist Democrats, they would recognize that there's conversations being had that are, that are quite productive and do not agree with their worldview at all. The world outside of their noses is
Benjamin
repulsed by their point of view. The idea that like establishment liberalism wins votes and we have to do that. And for the record, for the longest time, their following list is the Desbullah Mod, Slot King, Colin Allred, not a normie. No, I know. I'm not saying that's a normie. I'm saying that like liberal operatives on the timeline that are looking for a bag from the DNC for the longest time could get away with this sentiment because MSNBC liberals, New York Times liberals, like all of these different outlets that are constantly pumping information to their readership, to their watchers, where it was telling them establishment liberalism is the correct approach to electability. Because the one thing we can all unify on, and that even includes people like this person, is that we don't want Republicans in power, right? That's the one thing that I think unites social democrats, liberals, socialists, Maoists, like everybody, with some notable exceptions, right? But for the most part, we are all united on that principle that we do not want Republicans to be in charge. Before you guys say, no, these guys don't care if a Republican wins. No, that's not the point, okay? You're missing the point. For the most part, even the most annoying liberal, even the most annoying centrist establishment liberal would far prefer a Republican to not be in office. You have to identify that, okay? There are different ways of convincing people, not like this, but, people who fancy themselves to be establishment Democrats who like establishment Democrats. The way that you're supposed to win them over is by explaining to them that the real electability argument comes from a Bernie-crat or even someone further left than a Bernie-crat. Okay? They chose Trump twice. Stop it. No, you're not understanding what I'm trying to say. Where to say this with your analysis of Zohran? No. There are establishment Democrats who would prefer a Republican over Bernie Sanders. Okay? But we're talking about the voters. We're talking about the audiences of these, like, you know, tiny marginal voices, the people that they're trying to communicate to. If you think that there aren't people who have been deluded by the electability argument into thinking that the left flank candidates and the left position was bad, who have now been convinced after 2 sequential losses into recognizing that the Bernie-crats are, without a shadow of a doubt, the electability choice for a lot of these liberal voters, you're wrong. Okay? Trust me. People want left flank candidates, like liberals. Liberal voters are no longer being duped. Liberal voters are no longer being duped by this electability argument. They still want Republicans not to win, of course, but now they recognize that in order for Republicans not to win, we have to move beyond this establishment Democrat pivot to the fucking center bullshit, because the establishment Democrat pivot to the fucking center bullshit has let Trump win the election twice, not once, but twice. Okay? It's very clear. And people are recognizing it. And the voters are recognizing it. That's why I'm saying, like, these guys are chirping into the void right now to an increasingly smaller and smaller audience that doesn't represent the real world. Because in the real world, a lot of these normie liberal voters are desperate for change. They want to win. They don't want the Republicans to control the Senate or control Congress in general, control the White House. And now they are recognizing that the best path forward is through left flank candidates that spell out an alternative vision, one that actually is not shy about making systemic changes that are an absolute necessity. Okay? That's it. There are plenty of people even in this community that probably bought into the argument of electability. See, The World is Bad says, during the 2020 primaries, I totally bought into the electability arguments, even though I agreed more with the unelectable candidates on policy. There are so many people. This is the problem with the Democrats in general, because Democrats have to run campaigns as though they are more progressive than they actually are. Okay? Democrats run on the policy front. Democrats will act like they are in line with the socialist agenda sometimes, right? Like, not necessarily socialism as an ideology, but they'll be like, no, we're on the same side. Obama said that yesterday. Right? Oh, well, Bernie, AOC, socialists in general are they want the same things as, like, Elisa Slotkin. That's not the case at all. That is not correct at all. And yeah, more and more polls will show this reality, because, like, people will talk about, like, Kamala Harris and stuff. I know for a fact that people don't want Kamala to run again, even before this poll came out. You want to know why I know that? Because the entire base of the Democratic Party, the base of support, is expressing discontent towards the party leadership right now. They're saying no more business as usual politics. We don't want that anymore, because that lost twice. Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump. And even Joe Biden's marginal victory over Donald Trump was, won on the backs of progressive campaigning and a progressive legislative vision that was thwarted and destroyed by spoilers within the ranks of the Democratic Party. from Kirsten Sinema to Joe Manchin and numerous others in the rotating villain structure. Okay? Can you please get Brian Tyler Cohen or Luke Beasley on? They're major libs I used to watch before I found and agreed more with you. I feel like you could bring more into the movement. Yeah. I also reached out to Adam Mockler, and I told him I'd be willing to have a conversation with him about this, like, third party, or not third party viability necessarily, but where the Democrats must move. Again, a lot of you are going to say, don't talk to these people. You have to talk to these people. Okay? You have to talk to these people. You're being ridiculous. Let me cook. Let me freaking cook. Okay? In any case, like I said, there's been a whole slew of productive conversations that are taking place on this.
Voting third party in 2028 is not only dangerous and irresponsible, but it's morally repugnant at this point.
It's the last straw. This is the last fucking straw. This goes without saying. I don't want to see no hate going towards that person. I don't know her. This is not personal.
But I am about to yell because I'm fucking sick of this shit.
Hasan Piker did not go on a podcast and say, hey, everybody, just so you know, I'm voting third party in 2 years. You good with that? You good with that? Yeah, that's not what happened. Somebody asked him a hypothetical question. Hypothetically, if it came down to election night, which is, again, 2 fucking years from now, would you vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance? And his answer was, I would vote third party. If you asked me, Tom O'Hay, if it came down to J.D. Vance and Gavin Newsom and it actually was election night, I would vote for Gavin Newsom. Do I fucking like Gavin Newsom? No! I actually can't fucking stand Gavin Newsom! And the problem here is not, hey, Hasan Piker said he would vote third party. That's not the problem. The problem is that that's the hypothetical in the first place. Now, before one side of y'all gets all happy that I'm agreeing with you, I am not with the whole just criticize but don't demand afterwards. I'm not with that shit. I keep saying it's 2026 because I feel like you guys don't get that it's 2026. You at this point have up to 2.5 years from now to mobilize and criticize and demand more from people that want to run for president of the United fucking States. Yes. I do understand the concept of harm reduction. I actually think a lot of people use that phrase wrong, but I understand the concept of water has to go through whatever crack it can find. I agree with that. I do. I want the crack to be bigger. So instead of the stupid fucking bickering online between leftists and liberals and whatever, how about we chip at the crack? I'm sick of this conversation. Now, to be fair, I don't blame leftists and liberals for having this argument. I don't think it's their fault. I think it's the fault of the Democratic Party.
Hasan Piker getting on that podcast.
There's another one.
Democratic caterwauling because Hasan Piker said he's not willing to vote for Gavin Newsom.
For J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom.
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
No
What
doubt.
about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party. I like how much, I did not think it would drive this much discourse. 100%. I did not think that this would drive this much discourse, but I don't hate that it did. Okay? I actually very much like that it did.
Would.
It's great.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter.
This represents a major Democratic Party problem, but probably not the one you think. The Democratic Party is supposed to win the voters over. It's not like we owe them our vote. Voters have 3 options, and I'm not talking about the third party. I'm talking about staying home. Voters can vote for the Republican, the Democrat, or they can stay home. Every year, millions of people stay home. Sure, some of those people are dumb, but some of them are conscientious objectors, like Hasan Piker would be, a very intelligent voter who was saying, hey, Democratic Party, I'm not going to compromise on my principles for you. Some voters are willing to do that. Some voters are willing to make a political calculation. Some voters are not. To win, the Democratic Party has to win over both of them. You can't just assume a lot of your voters will.
Like, this part is the least relevant in my opinion. Like me saying I'm drawing my, I'm putting my foot in the, I'm putting my foot in the ground, and I'm saying like no to like establishment neoliberal candidates. It's not necessarily because I think like I have a significant base of support. Okay, it's not. I'm not saying that. Like, oh, I have a significant base of support here, and like they're not going to vote for an establishment neoliberal, so you have to listen to us. If that is how people see it, though, I don't mind it. If that's how Democrats see it, but it's not even, and it's not just me. Like it's people like me, right? Like we're not saying we're gonna like spoil the ballot, but if that's how Democrats want to see it as, then that's great. Okay. But the reality is this argument is so far beyond just the left flank. It's not just like people who voted for the Democrats in the past and refuse to now. It's actually people who haven't voted at all. Like I want to bring in support from people who just simply do not vote, who for the first time ever could see themselves voting for something rather than voting against the Republicans. That's the argument. This kind of lesser evilism has been an abject failure. Lesser evilism has actually harmed. Lesser evilism has actually harmed the chances of Democrats winning. Okay? Your lib ops open a Pandora's box against themselves, L clip chimp. Yeah.
Compromise on their values. You have to earn the votes of your potential voters. Imagine a company, a brand, blaming its customers for not buying its products. But now we have Democrats saying, well, you should be ashamed for announcing that you don't want to vote for that candidate. If he does not speak to what that voter believes in, why should he vote for him? And if you want to put together a large Democratic coalition, a winning coalition, you have to meet the voters where they are, not assume that they will come to you. A lot of Democratic voters, especially ones who won't show up automatically, say they demand a change in our relationship with Israel. No more funding of G-side. If that's incredibly important to you as a voter, that the United States not be funding G-side over there, it's not for the Democratic Party to say, well, you should vote for us anyway because we'll be less bad than the other guys.
Yeah.
Democratic voters want health care for all, Medicare for all. If you're not talking about that...
He has to do this self-censorship shit because TikTok is totally busted, for the record. I know it sounds silly that an adult man is saying G-side, but... What is this? This sums
Why
it up,
are
nine?
liberals freaking?
What are we doing? Democratic voters want the abolition of ICE. That is the moderate position. A lot of us want ICE to be prosecuted. If you're not talking about those things, and I don't think Gavin Newsom is talking about any of them, then how can you just expect Democratic voters to just show up? If you're not speaking to what Democratic voters want, some of them are going to stay home. That's your fault as a party for not doing what you need to do to earn voters' votes. If you want to win an election, you have to meet your voters where they are, not just expect them to come home even though you haven't actually given them what they politically...
Yeah. That's one aspect of it.
Out about
but the other aspect of this, of course, is that I do firmly believe, I genuinely do believe that if the Democratic Party capitulated, quote unquote, to leftist demands, okay, but like leftist demands that that revolve around, you know, the material needs of the working class, focused on universality in their arguments, in their legislative agenda, focused on healthcare for all, focused on delivering free college education, Medicare for all, focused on a housing plan that revolves around social housing as well. Like, if they were to do that, they would win over a lot of people, the moderates, the self-described moderates and the independents. Those people are not as ideologically captured as like the establishment neoliberals are. The establishment neoliberals are some of the most ideologically captured people that I've ever encountered. People that are just like still desperately holding on to liberalism with this false notion that like liberalism is salvageable, that it's not dying. Okay, that business as usual politics can win and will win.
Why are liberals freaking out about Hasan Piker not committing to voting for Gavin Newsom? Isn't the point of a centrist campaign like Newsom's to win over the mythical independent moderates and even some Republican moderates? So if you're excited about Newsom's campaign, this means you believe in the moderation strategy, and Hasan's comments really shouldn't bother you. But if they do bother you and you're upset by them, you should probably ask yourself why.
Yeah. That's it. All right, let's see what Pablo, Torre, and Adam talked about.
Did a socialism stream. See, this stuff is ruining our lives. You used to know Woody Page. You used to get points for your... And I don't understand how Tony Reali was tough but fair. But sometimes it seemed a little bit arbitrary.
I was sitting on...
Our lives used to be nice.
You have gotten to have meetings with Rich Paul.
Yeah.
And I spent 6 hours on a couch, and it was a beautiful, welcoming couch with Hasan Piker on his Twitch stream watching the Super Bowl. And by that, I mean holding up my phone and watching it on my phone on mute because he didn't care about the Super Bowl. And I should have known that when I said, hey, he was in New York. He was like, let's finally get together. And I was like, what if we did something during the Super Bowl? And then he asked, what time is the Super Bowl? And I still decided to do this. And so I
imagine
that's on me.
Explaining going on the Hasan Piker stream to Tony. Imagine explaining to Tony. Okay, yeah, what's the stream? What do you mean? He's a communist? But he has big muscles? Oh, so he's some sort of wimp, right? No, he has big muscles. And you were watching on your phone. Oh, I know Noah Coleman was there. I know him from the meetings, of course. I know him from the...
Right. That's right.
Thanks.
Oh, God. Felix was there, too.
Yeah, real sports fan.
Yeah.
Well, he knows MMA.
Oh, my God, yes. He talked about MMA at length, and I was outclassed by him.
Have you seen Felix's documentary, Fighting in the Age of Loneliness?
Oh, my God.
It's like...
the one he did with John Boyce?
It's
yes, the one.
Amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't connect that's. I'm such a. I am a poser now. I'm like sitting on this couch with stars in your wing of the internet and realizing
a couch. My God. What kind of couch? Was it a casting couch? So you missed the game. Drake May really the left side of the line did not protect him. Who was that on the left side of the line?
Will Campbell. Yeah.
They were just getting...
It was destroyed.
Yeah.
It was bad. Really, really bad.
Yeah. You missed they did some sort of Spanish halftime. I couldn't understand it, but the guy, he was a real looker. They had Lady Gaga and Ricky Martin, though. Big fans. Yeah.
I was talking to...
Yeah, they're talking about how Pablo Torre... one of the best investigative reporters on the sports journalism side of things, if not the best investigative reporter on the sports journalism side of things, spent the entire Super Bowl sitting and talking about anything but the Super Bowl and not really watching the Super Bowl, which is probably the most important sports event of the year, one of the most important sports events of the year. And that's what they're memeing off of, chatters, for those of you who are not aware.
And I was talking about the Washington Post and all this stuff. And I was reminded that he refuses to ever stay in an Airbnb.
He's the best.
He's like, why would I want to do in someone else's home?
He's the best.
And he just couldn't even begin to comprehend.
It blows my mind.
Why that's a company.
It's the best company ever. Think about it. We'll have a hotel. Oh, where? Everywhere. Oh, yeah, but it'll cost a lot of money to clean it and stuff. No, they do that for us.
They're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Or we make them pay us more.
Yeah, well, we'll need like a.
I hate Airbnb so much. Like as a construct, as a company, it is so dog shit. It is so unimaginably dog shit. And it's also BDS, obviously. Expectedly, it literally operates in the West Bank. It's such a dog shit company that, of course, it operates in the West Bank as well. But just like I've hated it before the Israel stuff, I'll be honest. By the way, imagine showing this to Hillary supporters a decade ago. Wait, what do you mean? Hillary Clinton on migration, it went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing. Yeah, I think Hillary Clinton supporters would agree with her saying this even back then. This is the least shocking. It's not even a turn of events, honestly, if you know anything about Hillary Clinton. Yeah, we watched this clip yesterday. It's not surprising at all. It's not even remotely surprising. That's just how Hillary Clinton operates. That's who she is. Also, shout out to the Albanians one more time. Gonna give another shout out to Albanians. Rah! Albania mention. That's right. The ASU frat leader that frame mocked Clavicular is Albanian. Okay. And therefore, you know, he's basically a Turkish brother of mine. You know, that's just how it works. No matter where you are in the world, if you are Albanian, you are my brother. Okay, that's just how it works. Shouts out to Enver Hoxha, shouts out to Dua Lipa, and shouts out to this guy. Yeah. What? It's airing right now. Oh, my Al Jazeera interview?
That also does play that same role, though. So as far as like going out and...
yeah, they're doing it on the fucking main stage. Okay, we won't watch it here, though. We'll watch it in a second. My Al Jazeera interview, Hasan Piker and the Rise of Political Streaming, is airing on Al Jazeera currently, which is pretty cool. But we'll watch it ourselves in a little bit. Was this interview trying to get a gig at the BBC? Why did you get the only pro-Israel guy in the org? I don't know what it was about. It was shockingly contentious. I mentioned it. It was shockingly contentious. But it's all good. I mean, I can play with those things. I can play with interviews like that one. It's not, you know, it is what it is. Where was I? Oh, yeah, I was talking about it, but like here it is, obviously, every single time. Albanians, aliens, Illuminati, Russia, USA. You know, the real puppet master behind everything is always Albania. Shouts out to Albania. The world is Albania. Yeah, the interview was unnecessarily contentious, but I only say unnecessarily contentious because like the Al Jazeera audience, I don't think is going to is going to appreciate it. Why do journalists refuse to ask this guy about actual political matters and just try to do gotcha journalism about his personal life beliefs? Got Al Jazeera sounding like Ross Dow that literally hit all the same notes. Waste of an interview opportunity. I recall Azan saying that this was surprisingly contentious interview on stream. The line of questioning was comically FBI coded. Like I haven't even watched it yet, and most people that are Jesse Waters grilling Hasan on Al Jazeera wasn't on my 2026 bingo card. The man of the people, for the people. The questioning about him wearing the press vest is weird and unprofessional and also stupid. You want him to get shot in some protest? Bro, treating Hasan wearing a press vest like he's hijacking his only job. But yeah, it's fine. I did notice that like some establishment, like old school journalists are threatened by what I do and what like people like myself do. Not realizing that like I'm not antagonistic to the existence of mainstream media, although I criticize it with regular frequency. I don't even criticize Al Jazeera that much, ironically enough. So it was a little bit unexpected coming from Al Jazeera, being more contentious than like my interviews with like New York Times and numerous other outlets. But I think it's expected. I think it's expected that there are always going to be some people who are like, well, why are you doing what you're doing? Don't you feel like it's playing a role in killing our, it's killing our industry? But let's get started. Let's start here. Let's go and watch Hasan Piker and the Rise of Political Streaming. Like, it doesn't make sense.
He's one of the most influential political voices of our age. Not on television, not in print, but streaming live to millions. Hasan Piker doesn't report the news in the traditional sense. He reacts to it.
Let's take a look at what happened, and I'll give you some more commentary in a second.
He filters journalism in real time for an audience that no longer trusts institutions or the traditional media. To his supporters, he offers an unfiltered alternative. To his critics, he's something far more dangerous, a commentator without guardrails, influence without accountability.
You should remember that we have the numbers.
The 34-year-old American streamer has more viewers than some cable networks, no editor, no newsroom oversight, and yet enormous power to shape opinion, outrage, and belief. In a world where algorithms can replace editors, audience trust replaces verification, and accountability is enforced not by law but by comments, likes, and shares, is it still journalism? From war and misinformation to wealth and ideology to the blurred lines between activism and incitement, this is a conversation about power, responsibility, and the future of who gets to define the truth. Online streamer Hasan Piker talks to Al Jazeera.
Like the thing is, like, the goal of this interview, as I realized, like, remember, there are different goals with different kinds of interviews, right? The goal on this one was specifically about like independent media and how it's like moving into the territory of mainstream journalism, and you know, basically everything that he discussed in the introduction. It gets far less contentious by like the midway point, I think. But I don't know. I was a little bit confused because it was Al Jazeera, because like I would expect something like this from like CNN or New York Times or anything like that. Ironically enough, they haven't done a contentious interview such as this, but I don't mind it. So I need you guys to also understand that like could there be a more productive conversation to be had about policy, my positions, my worldview, or things that are happening? Yes, but this conversation is not supposed to be centered around that. You understand? Sometimes different aspects of, like, there can be meta commentary about what I'm doing, and this is one of those conversations. And I think it's good to have this conversation.
Welcome to Talk to Al Jazeera, and a very, very warm welcome to Doha as well. You're talking to us on the sidelines of this website.
God, I look so tired. I was so tired at this point. I was so jet lagged. Jet lag was kicking
here
my
in
ass,
Qatar.
dude.
And I think it's fair to say you've spent the last few years pretty much colonizing the media landscape. It was traditionally in the hands of mainstream broadcast news networks and other television formats. I think it's fair to say that most of your viewers would not be seen dead getting their news from TV. I mean, you have more people watching you than many major cable news networks do during their prime time hours. But you aren't just a commentator, you're something of a filter as well. You take the work of reporters and you react to it, often in real time. Do you see yourself as a journalist, or do you see yourself as something else, perhaps an algorithm of your generation?
That's an interesting way to approach it. I don't see myself as a journalist. I do sometimes do journalism, I guess, if I go out on the field and do interviews or do live protest coverage and things like that. But beyond that, I just see myself as a commentator, almost like a one-stop, one-person operation. Normally at CNN and all these other outlets, you have a massive news team, you have producers that are gathering all this information ahead of time, feeding talking points to the person who's offering the analysis, and maybe even some other analysts on the desk that are offering color commentary. I just do all of that on my own. It's a one-stop shop.
If you are not a journalist, do you feel that you are perhaps more aware of your innate biases in what you do?
Oh, no, absolutely. It's not only am I aware of it, I also feel as though everyone has innate biases, and I think it's more honest to be upfront about those biases, although sometimes the audience is not so receptive.
not so receptive or not so respectful as well?
Yeah, definitely. I do maintain a position that is fairly unique in American politics. It's definitely not very broadly represented in mainstream media. Anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist. These are perspectives that are not often understood, and I think people that encounter this kind of opinion usually have a negative association with it. They're heavily propagandized towards this worldview. So. There are a lot of haters, yeah.
Being aware of your biases and often being confronted by your apparent biases by your audience, do you think that that's in any way a substitute for accuracy, something that mainstream journalists are beholden to?
I think that constant confrontation keeps me more honest than I feel mainstream reporters would, especially because there's no real-time feedback in mainstream reporting. That confrontation can also turn into content in and of itself, I guess, and can be distracting. But I do feel like that pushback is a good mechanism to keep me honest, keep my analysis
One of those
clear.
examples of pushback was in February 2022 when you told your audience for weeks that Russia was not going to invade Ukraine. Obviously, we all know that did happen. You insisted it was State Department propaganda. But when the tanks rolled in, you did apologize. Do you often get it wrong?
Is your new IG post shadow banned? It only has 10K likes in 50 minutes and not a lot of comments. It's unusually low for your IG pics. It flopped compared to your other posts that aren't reels. I have noties on for your IG post, but it didn't even show on my feed until I went to your page to check. That's the craziest backhand that I've received so far this morning. It flopped. It's bait, right? I feel like this is the guy, this is a guy who just like comes in and says weird shit all the time. You know? I can't tell if this is one of these people that is just like consistently saying stuff in the chat as though it's like positive feedback, or it's just like a parasocial person or something like that. It does weirdly have low interactions in comparison to your other posts. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It happens. I really should have stopped unbanning people. No, it's fine. We can have guys like that and we can move on from it. Yeah, you can go like it if you want to boost it in the algorithm. Here, I'll spam it in the chat. Many of you don't have Twitter any longer, but you probably still have Instagram. Here it is. There you go. Go like it. Let's see this get to 20K likes by the end of this minute. There's 24,000 of you in here. I want to see 1 like per person. Okay, there it is. This is the post. I said solidarity is the closest expression I've felt to love. I hope everyone had a wonderful Valentine's Day. Do your part. Not liking until you post more, totally not dick pics. To be honest, as someone who has notice on, it's doing regularly well. Chowder's just being extremely parasocial and a hater, though. I mean, I don't know. I don't really care. All right, let's move on. Keep juicing
No, but when I do get it wrong, especially because I'm getting it wrong that in a way that is not in line with the State Department propaganda, if you will, that's something that people never let go of. And it's really interesting because, like I say all the time, mainstream media or people that do this professionally in line with the State Department will almost professionally get things wrong with regular frequency, but they're never really punished for it. It's never really brought up ever again, and it's actually quite helpful for their careers, like whether it be the coverage in Israel from a lot of mainstream commentary folks, or whether it be no one really getting punished for lying at the behest of the American State Department to go and occupy Iraq.
Are you talking specifically about the United States here? Because there'll be many
Yes.
mainstream journalists around the world thinking, hang on a minute. First and foremost, before we're even allowed to write
Is this interviewer usually good? I don't know. I don't know this interviewer at all, but it's all good.
We have to study the law. We have to avoid defaming our network or our company that we're happen to be working for. You're saying something is distinctly different, distinctly rotten about the American media landscape.
I wouldn't say it's just the American media landscape. I think it's more so Western media in general, but there are brilliant journalists that work in all of these outlets that I'm speaking of as well. Some of them I know intimately. And I'm mostly talking about it's a more broader criticism, I guess, where all the way from the BBC, Guardian to CNN and the New York Times, I think these last 2 years of coverage around Israel's genocide in Gaza has made it almost impossible not to notice that there is definitely a bias in the broader reporting in general that often corresponds to America's interest in any region, really.
You say you're not a journalist, but you have been accused by your critics of wrongly wearing a blue press vest while reporting out on the field on several occasions. Not just you, several other streamers. Wearing that blue vest that says press enables you to get to places where the majority of the public cannot get. But with that accolade of wearing that vest, it gives you a certain sense of professional responsibility when you are there. When you make a mistake wearing that vest, do you feel that you can easily retreat back to the position of being...
Yeah, he hit me with the stolen valor, which was really funny. It's like, I mean, you'll see.
A streamer as opposed to as a journalist? A member of the press?
No, I think, well, first of all, I usually wear it so I don't get shot at. And it does increasingly feel like when we're doing protest coverage in America, it almost comes across like a target, more so than a way to avoid ricocheting 40 millimeter rounds. But I do bear that responsibility. I carry that responsibility with my regular commentary as well.
I mean, some would say you're gaming the system by presenting yourself as a bona fide member of the press, while at the same time being something other than a journalist.
I think in this day and age, with the way that the media has evolved, there is a lot of real-time coverage people are offering that also does play that same role, though. So as far as like going out into protest coverage and doing protest coverage in general, I think that is still operating in a similar capacity to what the press would do. The main difference, I would say, in my coverage when I do protest coverage in general is the fact that I make an effort not to be behind the police line, because usually a lot of mainstream reporters stay behind the police line, and I think that impacts the way that they cover these sorts of incidents that are taking place, whereas I try to stay inside of the crowd.
Let me ask you a personal question. It's perhaps another one of the criticisms leveled at you by your many, many critics. Of course, you have many, many supporters and indeed fans as well.
I think this is like where it starts changing. The vibes of the interview start shifting back to like a more positive one, I guess.
It's to do with your personal wealth. It's been focused upon.
But again, guys, you can't get so fucking mad at like random reporters asking questions like this. Okay, it doesn't matter, because guess what? Your job as an interviewer is to have a productive conversation. Do I think it would have been a more productive conversation if we're talking about, like, I don't know, the role that independent media has, without it turning into like a, oh, well, you do this, you do that type of like gotcha journalism? It doesn't matter. I can handle it. I'm a fucking big boy. You know what I mean? These are questions and cynical frameworks that I've operated within my entire career. Okay? That's it. I think it stems from a misunderstanding of what I do, or what my commentary looks like, or what my opinion is around mainstream reporting in general, because there is definitely a layer of antagonism between people like myself and independent news versus mainstream reporting. Like a lot of people think, oh, these guys are illegitimate. They are constantly eating off of the lack of credibility that mainstream reporters have nowadays. And they're driving an even bigger wedge between the public and their news consumption coming from legacy publishers. I'm not one of those people at all. Although media literacy is a big part of my coverage, I'm very critical of mainstream reporting. I still understand its importance and I still ride for it pretty aggressively. So I think the reason why there is this level of like antagonism in the reason why it's like contentious is because he slots me in with a lot of these like right-wing guys, like, you know, the anti-vaxxers and people like that who are always talking about like, oh, mainstream media lies to you. Mainstream media is a liar. It's fucking lying all the time. I hate mainstream media. Listen to me instead. I made up this news story in my head. Right? It's ironic coming from Al Jazeera having said that, because Al Jazeera is, as a media institution, very familiar with my coverage. I regularly talk to journalists there, producers there. They talk about how it's awesome that I'm constantly highlighting the role that they play, especially when it comes to their Gaza coverage, you know. But in any case, let's continue.
You're a millionaire living in a West Hollywood mansion, apparently preaching Marxism. The word grifter comes up a lot. Does that sting?
No. I think it's a misunderstanding of the way that people approach the subject. It's not, I mean, it's something I hear all the time. I try to maintain my ethics in the way that I run, I guess, this entire operation. I run a cooperative corporation, equal say, equal pay. And outside of that, you know, I'm not pushing any like unethical advertising or anything of that nature. I don't run ads any longer. I used to have a contract with Amazon back when they used to offer contracts. You have to play ball with these guys if you want to do any sort of political commentary, especially political commentary that might be a little bit more on the radical side. But once my contract was over, I stopped running ads. The only revenue stream that comes in is voluntary subscriptions. If they don't want to subscribe, they don't have to. There's no real benefits to subscribing beyond just supporting the broadcast. So in that regard,
Piker Broadcasting Service, baby. Sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Subscribe if you would like to support the show. Piker Broadcasting Service, for you, the people, by you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service, subscribe to learn about tomorrow's news today. Yeah, he's basically, the question here is like, well, they call you a grifter because you're successful. And my retort is, well, my product is free. You know, my product is free and it's supported entirely by voluntary subscriptions. There's not really much more I can do in that situation.
Live streaming tomorrow, I would not have a revenue funnel.
Take 5 minutes off.
It's just
stop spamming. You need to play gaming. Okay, it's starting to get annoying.
The broadcast. So in that regard, I if I stopped live streaming tomorrow, I would not have a revenue funnel, and it's just. In this day and age, I think it's the most like sustainable and the most ethical way of doing this.
You once said, "I'd rather be a rich socialist than a broke boy defending capitalism." What do you mean by that?
You're hitting me on my greatest hits here. What I meant by that is that I feel like a lot of people that don't benefit from the current economic organization of society have this false notion that if they defend capitalism, despite not benefiting from it whatsoever, that they'll eventually become a millionaire or billionaire one day. And I'd rather be a class trader and try to present an alternative that is more beneficial for and more egalitarian for as many people as possible than to be someone who doesn't benefit from capitalism and still defends it.
At what point does your very expensive home stop being a basic human necessity and something that essentially reinforces the very system that you're critiquing?
I don't think the purchases that you make necessarily, I mean, if you're buying a private jet, it's a little different, but I don't think the purchases that you make, as long as you're not using it to engage in capital accumulation, imply, something less ethical than whatever purchase they're making in general. I have a house. The reason why it's so expensive is because it's in West Hollywood. I bought a house for myself and my family, and it's a very normal house. It just happens to be in West Hollywood, which is why it's so expensive.
Going back to one of your other favorite hits, you also said,
yeah, it's like you bought a house, socialism, but big house. How dare you? Is just a question that I think I'm going to have to answer for the rest of my life. It's unfortunately a very, very common question. I guess like the only way to approach it is like fast. The only way to approach it and counter is just be like, would I be a better socialist if I was renting from a landlord down the street rather than owning my own home? No. This is why the price of the house is utterly unnecessary in this conversation. The problem is, even when you respond to it, people will still go, oh, he's defensive because he knows we got him, right? It's completely irrelevant. It's expensive. You know, the Soviet bloc had the Soviet bloc, former Soviet states have 90+% home ownership rates. China has a massive home ownership rate. It's my personal property. It's not private property. I'm not engaging in capital accumulation off of home ownership. I'm not shutting off other people's access to home ownership this way. That's all this is, you know? I could buy a bigger one. Yeah, I'm going to start saying that. You got to start including that you run your whole operation out of your home. Many people pay thousands to rent a studio. I mean, yeah. Ultimately, the question itself is kind of silly.
Don't be mad at me, just tax people like me. Can you explain that?
I mean, that's another classic. As far as the way haters present certain arguments, I always tell them, look, if you hate me, you know, make sure that I pay more, a larger share in taxes.
It comes across as being quite a passive thing to say for somebody who appears to be, at least on the surface, a radical.
Well, I think I have more radical perspectives as well, but this is something within the confines of permissibility, I think, in America. Except sometimes I go back on that. I don't know if that's even possible. I feel like even modest social democracy seems like a lifetime away in America.
If we could talk about the logic of what you do and more about the detractors as well, because you're extremely good at defending the point of view that you come from. You're almost sort of bulletproof in that respect. I'm very curious to see where your journey started and where it led and why you now do what you do. I want to talk about your recent visit to China, because you appeared on state TV, you live streamed on Tiananmen Square holding a Chinese flag. Whatever your thoughts are on China, you must have known that was going to be a red rag to a bull for some voices and viewers in the United States. So why did you do it?
Well, I have been fascinated with China for a very long time, and it was actually awesome to be able to go out and see it, because it's something that I've talked about quite a bit. It's no different than coming to Doha as well, where analysis is one thing, but then going out and experiencing is an entirely different thing. And for me, the China experience, the China trip, was almost proof of like all of these things that I have been talking about for so long. That this wasn't the hermit kingdom that DPRK style presentation that like Americans are used to, and that it was actually growing tremendously at a rapid rate, and was in many ways even more modern than the United States of America is, like the trajectory of China, as opposed to the trajectory of the country that I wish would do better. But as far as all the criticisms goes, I mean, it doesn't matter if I go to Tiananmen Square or not. People are always going to be critical because I went to China.
Is there a fine line, though, between cutting through Western preconceptions of China, American preconceptions of China, and potentially platforming a controversial nation state?
I don't think you can platform a controversial nation state. I mean, I guess there's like differences. I wouldn't.
He said, why are you platforming China? The manufacturing base of the planet with 1.4 billion population.
Go to Israel, for example. but I don't consider China to be in the same wavelength of or same magnitude of cruelty that Israel is.
Do you think the
subjected
Uyghurs, the
Palestinians
Tibetans, the Taiwanese would agree with that?
Well, I don't think the Taiwanese are even remotely comparable
What
to
about the
what
Uyghurs?
has happened to the Gazans. And yeah, that's actually one area that I'm very critical of China on. And I feel as though if Benjamin Netanyahu's treatment of the Palestinians resembled the Xinjiang policies, which were horrifying, dragnets, mass surveillance, and camps as well, like re-education camps in general. If this was the Israeli policy over the Palestinians, who then would have full-blown citizenship in the aftermath of this process, I think the Western world would consider Benjamin Netanyahu to be the most peaceful leader of all time. So I think that while the Chinese system, the Chinese control over Xinjiang, or the apprehension methods used were completely unethical and against my principles, something that I've criticized over and over again, in comparison to Israel's genocide, it's still not even on the same wavelength.
Talking about detractors, you famously debated.
You said this was a less adversarial part of the interview. I mean, I don't know. I don't really remember it. It was all a blur for me. I had just got, I was insanely jet lagged. But I mean, I think it's a productive interview. I'm laying out my positions in a relatively contentious interview. You guys don't get enough debates, right? There is a lot of appetite for debates, it seems. Right? So there you go. There's some debate for you.
Chinese control over Xinjiang, Israel's genocide, it's still...
Let me see what the comments are saying. Jesse Waters grilling us on Al Jazeera. Why do journalists refuse to ask this guy? It feels like this was a gotcha interview at times. Missed opportunity. Expected much better from Al Jazeera. Hasan gets away with his commentary in the U.S. because he's not beholden to corporate media. There have always been people like Hasan who maintain a critical analysis, but their voices were hidden because of the stronghold of corporate media. He occupies a space that he carved out himself. Hasan has boosted Al Jazeera reporting on the genocide for years now, and instead of talking about the ongoing suffering or American policies of the files, he's asking questions he's answered 1,000 times. It's not journalism, it's political commentary, and frankly, Hasan's very good at it. The fact that he just goes on 8 hours a day as a stream of consciousness, his skills, is still very uncomfortable to think about what happens if real journalism fades. Hasan, brother, I promise you that 95% of us do not want debates. I don't mind having a contentious conversation. I don't mind having a contentious conversation where I answer these sorts of questions, especially because it's like packaged in one easy to access way like this. Instead of debating, it's you just crushing his what about this framing. Yeah, and I especially because like I'm not a baby. I'm 34 years old, and I think I am dealing with this fairly well.
Debated the right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, assassinated, of course, in September last year. I mean, love him or loathe him, he believed, apparently, in what he was saying. What do you make of him, and what has come from his killing in terms of MAGA America, Trump's United States?
I mean, I'm not shy about saying that I loathe the guy. I've known him for many, many years. And yeah, I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks before his assassination, 2 weeks after his assassination. I think initially I was very worried that the government was going to use Charlie Kirk's assassination as a point of martyrdom and then and engage in heavy-handed repression. And they signaled that they were going to do that. But I feel as though the tide shift has been so dramatic, and now, I mean, Charlie Kirk memes have exploded on the internet. The forced reverence that the administration expected, or the forced reverence that they wanted everyone to engage in, completely backfired on them. It was shocking, even for someone like myself, seeing how much people openly now not only criticize Charlie Kirk, but even make fun of his legacy. As far as the administration,
like you know what it is? It reminds me of the conversation that I had with Ross Douthat, which people fucking loved, right? Because Ross Douthat is a right-wing broadcaster on a liberal newspaper, New York Times. So the audience seeing me match up against Ross Douthat, who was consistently trying to like talk about how much of a dangerous, violent radical I was, actually ended up backfiring on Ross Douthat, and it caused people that I never would have expected to watch that interview and go, "Oh, this guy's fucking awesome." And I think this plays a similar role as well, where the Al Jazeera audience is going to watch this and go, and their takeaway is not going to be like, "Oh, Hasan is a bad guy. He's silly. He's stupid." They're going to be like, "Wow, this was an unnecessarily contentious interview about a guy who I think handled himself quite well in this sequence of, in this sequence, this barrage of contentious questions."
Administration, like where they take it from here, that was a failure because of their heavy-handed approach. I think they went after Jimmy Kimmel and demanded censorship.
Yep, your haters help me see you as shockingly normal. That's the thing. Like, as long as I hold my own, as long as I'm able to maintain a balanced approach in my conversation, automatically I think the other person that is seemingly rage baiting it's not a very professional term to use, but it's one that you can use here. It's apt. As long as I hold my own here, it doesn't make me look bad at all.
Censorship by using one of the federal regulatory agencies, and that I think was a bridge too far for many liberals and even many independents as well, where they were like, no, this is unacceptable, and they had to respond to that public backlash and that public pressure and backed away from it. I think the other story with Charlie Kirk's assassination is also the misinformation that flies around. Candace Owens very quickly came out. The administration had one goal, I think. They wanted to turn this into an anti-fascist action to punish the entirety of the political left. They obviously failed to do so, but Candace Owens, also being one of the most significant right-wing figures in the country, very quickly shifted the blame over to Israel. And that was another very interesting moment. From my perspective, I could not comprehend how many people would get on board with that very quickly.
You're conflating two things. Yes, you don't look bad, but no, this is not a productive conversation. It doesn't matter. Productivity that comes out of this conversation, I think, is when people who are uninitiated with me will watch this and go, "Ooh, this guy is holding his feet to the fire." And then they will watch it and go, "Actually, he held his own quite well." He is helping you speak for yourself to the public. They interview most people this way. Yeah, I've never seen the talk to Al Jazeera segment, and I don't know if this is how it always is, but keeping myself low cortisol throughout this entire process is a good thing.
To me, that means that Israel's approvals were so low that people were willing to, without much evidence, immediately assume that Israel had a hand in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And that made it virtually impossible for Trump and the administration to continue claiming that this was like an anti-fascist action.
Hasan, let me ask you about this, because you were recently...
Yeah, and the off camera, we were very cordial. He was super nice in the beginning of the conversation. He was super nice in the aftermath of the conversation too.
Suspended from Twitch. Mm-hmm. 7th ban, is that right?
Shower arguments IRL, yes. Literally. You're not wrong. That is actually exactly what this is. And if you remember, like a similar thing happened with the BBC with Ben Shapiro. And Ben Shapiro lost his fucking composure and instantly started yelling at a journalist who is a far-right figure in British news because he was not used to getting pushback. My whole life is fucking pushback, from random gray names on the internet to like the entire commentary sphere. And that's precisely the reason why this kind of conversation is one that I'm very used to. And I'm not going to turn around and be like, "Why are you asking me these questions? You're Al Jazeera. How dare you? How dare you ask me such questions?" Because I don't have such a fucking high view of myself. Okay? That's what it is. And I think a lot of right-wingers are comfortable and bubbled in their echo chambers. So when they like leave their echo chambers, they can't comprehend when they think that they're actually going to a to an interview that is going to keep it as professional and as non-contentious as possible, they lose their composure, right?
Right?
Yes.
Suspended from Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
7th ban, is that right?
Yes.
What happened?
So last year, the ADL,
the Anti-Defamation League,
the Anti-Defamation League, or the Apartheid Defense League, as I like to call them, created a rule specifically around me and maybe a couple other content creators on the platform. They forced Twitch to make Zionist, a political ideology that I find to be very racist and very violent, into a protected category by claiming that Zionist was a substitute term for Jewish. Although this is not the case, of course. You could still criticize Zionism, but you were not allowed to say Zionist, insert whatever, animal name as an example. I, of course, did do that when I was talking about the anti-ICE and anti-Israel domestic terror watch list that the Department of Homeland Security had created. And I said, anyone who's defending this is an ultra-Zionist pig. And that was reason enough for Twitch to ban me for 7 days.
I mean, Twitch would argue that it's got some pretty clear hate speech policies. Is there any part of you that recognizes that this revolutionary optimism, I think you've called it previously, might sound a bit like a kind of form of incitement for particularly young, impressionable viewers?
Revolutionary optimism? No, I don't think that's incitement of violence of any kind. But if you're asking me about terms of service in terms of hate speech, I do think that terms of service should exist. And Twitch is pretty rigorous when it comes to applying its terms of service, unlike many other social media platforms. Having said that, there are instances where that can be abused, and I do think that the Zionist as a protected identity thing is totally ridiculous.
What does it mean to not be on Twitch anymore? Do you intend to fight your case? I mean, you're losing quite an important platform.
No, I'm back already. So I got banned.
Okay.
So I got banned for 7 days, and then I knocked it down to 3. I did like a course.
A course?
To
like a driving ban course?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. What does that mean, briefly?
You go through and figure out what is determined as hate speech and what's not.
And that's it. You pass the test, you're back on.
Yeah.
You recently praised the, quote, propaganda of the deed following all that political violence we've seen in the United States. You seem to be flirting with the idea.
So this was the only part of his statement that was like objectively wrong, because I'm very anti-adventurism. And that, like, throughout the entire thing, like, it's contentious and whatnot, but like the one, like, he's not wrong when he says, like, you said Russia would never invade Ukraine. He's right. I did say that, right? But I did not actually praise the propaganda of the deed. I'm not an anarchist, so this is the only time where I go, wait a minute, nope, that's not true. Look at my face when he says that.
Following all that political violence we've seen in the United States, you seem to be flirting with the idea that the very system is so broken that it needs to be dismantled by any means, it appears.
No, I make a point to make sure that I don't believe in adventurism. So as far as talking about like Luigi Mangioni's actions and whatnot, I'm more invested in understanding why this is not as considered as controversial in a country like America, where something like that normally would immediately cause people to go, this is unacceptable. But as far as like praising the propaganda of the deed, I don't agree with.
But if your kind of form of education leads to those kind of deeds, are you prepared?
Why do you publicly support clavicular when he openly says the N-word on a regular basis? Because I'm a racist. Duh.
To
publicly support clavicular is so funny. Yeah, me, famously big supporter of clavicular. Anyway, false. You are wrong because crusty anarchists are right and chaos should be embraced for the poop sock for everybody. Okay, you got it. Yeah. Yes, it's because I'm a PSL 7, and as a true atom, I always have to praise those who are on the journey of ascension, even if they're low tier normies.
But if your kind of form of education leads to those kind of deeds, are you prepared to take responsibility for it, or will you sit behind your screen and watch the numbers go up?
I think as far as, I do want to stress that. That's the only, I do want to stress that I am not in favor of decentralized violence. I think militancy and organizing is something entirely different, but I don't believe in like random acts of violence.
Does being a revolutionary always require people to be provocateurs?
Yes and no, I guess. I don't intend to provoke. I intend to wake people up to the realities that they're experiencing, because I think a lot of people experience, they go through the daily struggles of everyday existence, and they don't necessarily understand who's responsible for this or what the system's design looks like, and they end up showcasing their anger towards marginalized identities, marginalized groups in general. They assume that it's undocumented migrants or trans people that are responsible for why why their expectations of what their lives are supposed to look like did not actually meet reality. When in fact, I think it's the systems design that they're struggling. And I try to refocus people's efforts into a more productive avenue that way. But as far as revolutionary action goes, I mean, I'm in favor of changing the system, but I don't shy away from.
Interviewer kind of had a point on that revolution question. I mean, yeah. When those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent retribution inevitable, right? So I'm in favor of exhausting all peaceful options in order to yield a more egalitarian outcome. That's always what my advocacy revolves around, okay? But once it gets to a point of self-defense, like, I mean, at that point, we have to shift the blame over to the oppressive constructs.
Working with active political parties, I'm not, like, I want the most peaceful methods to be exhausted to the best of my ability.
A couple of final questions. Where do you see the likes of you and I in about 10 years' time? The broadcast journalists and the so-called newsfluencer. Are we essentially on the same page, or do we diverge in a path where we will never meet?
Well, I always bring this up, but I think, I mean, news media is a profoundly important part of what I do. If it wasn't for real journalism, I have no idea of what's going on the ground, right? Like I don't have journalists going out in the conflict zones, so it's a symbiotic relationship. So I want professional journalism and mainstream news to continue doing good journalism. I see that, especially in a more holistic way. I think it's very important for there to be credible mainstream outlets, which is why I respect Al Jazeera so much, and even offer credit where credit is due to the likes of the New York Times and CNN and numerous other outlets as well. I wouldn't exist without mainstream news. I would not be able to do what I'm doing without it. Otherwise, I would not be informed about what's going on.
You come across as being incredibly informed, and we're in a kind of circular kind of relationship where we depend on you and you depend on us. But very, very lastly, I want to ask you what you think from your...
I guess this is the part where he was nice by the end of the interview. This is the part where he was nice. He's like, you come across incredibly informed, and you appreciate what we do.
Privileged position. Mm-hmm. What's in store in Trump's America?
Oof, a lot more pain and destruction, I think. We're getting to a dangerous place of instability in America. I think that the liberal international order is collapsing in ways that aren't dissimilar to how liberalism collapsed 100 years ago. And I think Trump has recognized that, and he's transforming American politics in a fascist direction. And I really worry about what that future looks like, especially considering that now there's no communist counterbalance, really. I mean, China is nowhere as militant as the USSR was historically, especially against combating fascism. And also America has nuclear arms and 800 military bases around the planet. So what American fascism looks like, I don't think we've ever encountered. And I don't know what that's going to look like at all. So want to avoid that reality, and I want to organize to the best of my ability to ensure that that reality doesn't come to fruition.
China's not communist with 800 billionaires. You got it. Yes. Real communism hasn't been established. You're going to do it, though. You're going to do the perfect transitional socialist state one day. Okay?
Okay, thanks for talking to Al Jazeera.
Of course, thanks for having me.
So that was it. And seemingly people were upset with how contentious it was, but most of the interview was pretty basic, which is whatever, but I'm disappointed Al Jazeera asked questions that sound like they were curated from Reddit. I did like the discussion about the interaction between journalism and commentary. There's no way the dude brought back the Russia invading thing. Oh, you talk about getting things on. Here's an example from over 3 years ago. This guy streams every day. Why America hate Hasan when Hasan donates? It's not enough / performative. If he doesn't donate, then he really doesn't care. Performative. If he does go to a protest, it's to get attention and performative. If he streams about it, then he's avoiding the real world / performative. If he has experts on to talk about, he's LARPing as a journalist. Performative. If he gives speeches about it, then it's for clout and performative. If he goes to other podcasts, then it's also for clout and performative. Gee, guys, I'm starting to think it's not about his actual actions. Yes. Yes. I'm glad that he's getting it. He's platforming China, lol. Yeah, I was tea drinking performatively in China. I think this guy was just misinformed. He posted a ton of people like Giannis. I don't think the guy was trying to do. I think he was just trying to ask the questions that comprehensively covered like a lot of avenues, a lot of angles of attack, a lot of avenues of attack, and that's all it is. But his questions were all, the bullshit gets amplified by your haters, so stated. Still a good interview overall. Yes. People might not appreciate it. People might not like the direction that he took, but I do appreciate the existence of an interview like this one. You know, because it's like 30 minutes of me just like addressing some of the most commonly held criticisms that are relatively silly. You know, it's like a FAQ. So, you know, this is something that I think you can show your friends. Just like boom, 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 quickly explaining all this stuff. It might reach people who hate you but don't hate watch you. Yeah. Do you think this gives you legitimacy to those who don't know about streamers? Maybe. AOC was just asked about Israel, Gaza. AOC in Berlin talking about Israel and Gaza. Okay, we can't. This is a terrible video. We got to watch it. We got to watch a better version of that. All right, I got to pee. Trump pledges $5 billion to Gaza reconstruction as Israel kills 11 in Gaza. Let's go. Let's watch. And I got to go pee real quick.
Hamas has not disarmed in Gaza, and Israel has not stopped killing Palestinians there. More than 600 reported killed since October's ceasefire, with both sides accusing each other of violating it. The father of one of today's dead admitting his son was in a group of militants.
He was stationed there, looking after our people in the Gaza Strip, protecting the internal front from the occupation and its collaborators.
Some of the dead were taken to Nasser Hospital, where the aid agency Médecins Sans Frontières has halted some of its work after armed, masked men were seen in the hospital compound. Apparently the first time a major agency has reported this publicly, though Hamas has implied the gunmen were not theirs. The Israelis say militants have crossed the ceasefire line, but that line has been unilaterally extended by the Israelis deeper into Gaza itself. The first meeting of President Trump's so-called Board of Peace is set for this Thursday, and if it's to end this conflict, it certainly has its work cut out.
Do you believe that there is a Board of Peace? Do you believe that Trump would come to help us or defend us? The one who is supplying Israel with all sorts of deadly weapons, supplying it with money, with political support, with protection, and with an international umbrella.
One symbol of hope in Gaza is this football field built amid the devastation of war. Over 80% of Gaza's buildings have been damaged or destroyed. President Trump said today that $5 billion had been pledged for Gaza's reconstruction. But in Munich this weekend, a bitter dispute broke out into the open over how the President's Board of Peace will work.
It is true that the United Nations Security Council resolution foresaw a Board of Peace, but it also foresaw that it's limited in time until 2027. It's foresaw that Palestinians have a say, and it also was referring to Gaza, whereas the Board of Peace, as the charter is not referring to any of those.
While America plans Gaza's future without a Palestinian representative, witness the grim efficiency of Gaza burying its war dead. Over 50 bodies, alongside over 80 bags of human remains, all of them handed over by Israel via the Red Cross, all of them unidentifiable and so placed in a mass grave.
They pressing him, asking him about Israel-Palestine, about genocide. You know what he say?
I know what he said. I know what he said.
Tell him what he said.
Tell him what he said. So you're going to talk about genocide in Palestine, Israel, but what you really talking about the Congo and Sudan about? Are y'all talking about that?
I said gang.
Cory Booker said that?
I said, yeah, because there's this thing, and I don't know who advised these niggas to answer this question.
Nah.
But was in the building when that bro. But the thing that irritates my soul about that is, like you said, the insult and the intelligence.
Yeah.
Because if I ask you where you stand on that.
Exactly. What are you going to say?
Let them go to another.
Are you
My motto is education is elevation, nigga. Research over me search.
Exactly.
Yeah. The fact that you asking me this question show me that you ain't did your research and understand the connected nature of how the Congolese genocide is inextricably tied to the genocide in Palestine.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like, even now, like, hey, Corey, if you're watching this, if people watching this, think about it. The surveillance apparatus that Israel is being able to proliferate right now, where is the material coming from?
Come on.
The Congolese people.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? So ain't no way around it.
Exactly.
Who own one of the biggest diamond mines in Congo?
Come on.
The Israeli dude.
Come
So
on.
when we start playing this little game, y'all only talk about Palestine. What about Sudan? What about Congo?
What about it?
Talk about it.
Let's do
What
it
about
then.
U.S. Senator? I'd love if America's foreign policy was uplifting Congo and Sudan. I would love that.
What major global tech can operate and exist without the blood spilling in Congo? None of them.
None.
So what
Literally none.
tech in Israel can exist without none of them?
All the same.
Yeah, they're
ones
all
who was sitting
interconnected,
In the White
yeah.
House.
Hey,
It's
this is the
crazy.
point I think me and you had a conversation about before too. We thought the Democrats and the left agreed that it's cult-like mentality when you can't criticize your leader.
This is also a goated take. The whole point of like you can't criticize your leadership. You got to praise your leader all the time. Democrats want blue MAGA. Like some Democrats online want blue MAGA. Okay, that's it. What is this?
Strengthening.
Found it on YouTube. She starts talking about Israel in like 2 minutes, but this part is interesting too. Okay, we'll look at that in a little bit.
We all agreed. I thought we were all on the consensus that what makes the left, whether you're a liberal, whether you're a leftist, whether you're a Democrat, what makes us better on this side in totality is that we can criticize the people in power.
And we can handle it.
I believe, and I would argue, and we willing to put all my debate skills on, and I think that I would eviscerate somebody, I would intellectually blow with your ass. is that criticism linked a lot to Democrats in 2024, 2025, and now in 2026. You believe a criticism is a disavowal, and you believe that we have to always be balls to the wall like a cult.
No, that's not how you do it.
And the second somebody then it's okay.
You wonder
fuck
why
'em,
your
all
voter
done.
base is shrinking.
The
Yeah,
folks that hate me, the folks that hate me felt like you were irresponsible with your platform. You should have never, ever, ever criticized anything on the Democrats because the more important thing was to oppose Republicans. Even if you felt like the things that you were opposing Republicans also was with Democrats. I still should talk about that though.
Yeah.
That is not democracy. So I look at you, I think you're lying. You said you want to defend democracy.
That's not.
But motherfucker, you want to chastise me when I was using my democratic tools.
Yeah,
You want to protect democracy. But you said you want to cancel me because I was
Give the Jam podcast a shout out. Lots of chatters don't know who these goats are. What do you mean? What do you mean? I love the Jam pod.
Testing and petitioning.
Yeah. That's the thing that I.
This is the Jam. If you remember with Brandon Johnson, I brought them up as well. They're my goats. They're incredible. They recently had FD Signifier on as well. Many people in here might have even found out about the Jam podcast because of our interview. Yeah, they've had Vic Mensa on. They're so good. They have incredible guests lined up. I've been on it. I've been on this podcast. They had the Grits and Eggs podcast guy on too. I really like that guy too. Chance the Rapper. These guys are up next. They're on the come up. Only 103,000 subs on YouTube. Yeah, but you have to remember they're new. They're relatively new. They're young. They're relatively new. Yeah, look. A signified Black History Month with FD Signifier, right-wing culture wars, sabotage progress. There's some good stuff in here. And I have a 2-hour podcast with them. Hasan Piker eats cake with a spoon, the Jam episode. This used to be the #1 video that they had. And now it's #2 because there's a Emaru Speaks 50-minute video. They're woke as hell. They're incredible. I love them.
Power too. It feels like it's a sport, like a team sport. Where it's like, all right, cool. You can't make our side look too bad because we got to beat those people that are the obvious threat. But the thing that I always think on that will always keep my criticism alive for the Democratic Party is what do you do once you get in that room?
Yeah. A Cowboys fan, man. As a retired, divorced, separated Cowboys fan. The Democrats act like Jerry Jones. They always find a Dak Prescott or a Tony Romo. They good during the season. Get you some ratings, throw some crunch, might even get you a little winning record.
Yeah, playoffs.
You know what time it is. Stephen A. Smith finna hop on that motherfucker laughing.
Oh God! Oh God! How about them Cowboys? How about them Cowboys? He started losing it.
And if you asking, as a Texan, that's what I feel about the Democratic Party right now. Y'all the fucking Dallas Cowboys.
Because my thing is, bro, like
we're going to the Super Bowl. No,
that's what I be asking. What do you do when you get to the Super Bowl? Man? If you're not prepared with a positive vision that might be controversial or different, or maybe it hasn't been fully talked out in Democratic circles yet, then when you get there, you're gonna be sitting there paralyzed.
Yeah.
Time to talk to the Greens now. I'm joined by their leader, Zach Polanski. Morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Keir Starmer said yesterday.
Green Party leader Zach Polanski says criticism of Israeli government is a moral responsibility. Cooking. But before we get to that, I'm going to do my haters downfall segment real quick before we get to AOC in between everything. Apparently, Ethan Klein posted this on his Instagram because someone in the subreddit said, "This is a serious message for Ethan Klein. Please look into hiring outside help because Hasan/Snark's propaganda machine has become too powerful. The lies and misinformation needs to be stopped." To which he responded with, "Tom went to all the top PR firms a month or two ago and they all rejected us. I am literally more canceled than rapists and murderers. I'm genuinely close to giving up." I don't know if this is real or not because it sounds pretty crazy. I feel like the whole purpose of crisis PR is to literally rehabilitate the image, rehabilitate the imagery of what do you call it? Like some of the worst of the worst. Like, I mean, these guys get like, they work with Kevin Spacey, right? I mean, they've worked with Jeffrey Epstein. It's crazy. He probably just didn't want to pay the price or something. I don't know. But I said, dude spent the last 2+ years calling every pro-Palestine content creator anti-Semitic terrorist, tried to get us deplatformed, harass us with a legion of pedo right-wing allies, launched bullshit lawsuits against 3 smaller creators to bully and silence them while losing 60% of his audience. Drop the lawsuits, focus on what's rotting inside of you. It's like, it's so crazy. The reason he went to these firms is because his subreddit keeps telling him you have this massive PR firm that's giving you all these interviews and articles. Yeah, he does not understand that, like, I don't think he understands that I do not have a PR firm. I have never hired a PR firm. I don't have a PR firm. These are journalists independently reaching out. These are journalists independently reaching out to do interviews or to ask me what my take is on like coverage every now and then. Like GQ asked about my take on China maxing, right? Like, it's just like stuff that I do. I don't have sponsors. I don't have a PR firm. I just have my community. That's all I have. And in spite of all of the negative, like insane negative YouTube videos out there, framed around like how I'm the biggest villain that American society has ever encountered, and there are so many of them. Okay, there are so many of them out there. Oh no. LeBron James on Denny Avdija season leading to the All-Star game and wanting to visit Israel in the future. Oh no. Oh no, no, stop. We're not looking at that right now. That's crazy. Oh God. Anyway, oh God, why did you send that to me? Okay, anyway, but the point that I was getting to here before I got rudely interrupted by finding out my goat is washed. And eating the psychic damage of a century, of a lifetime here. The point I was making is that the point that I was making is that people are adults. They have the capacity to see right from wrong. And as long as you just keep, you keep to your message, as long as you keep to your commitments, like people will eventually realize that maybe some of the disparaging remarks that are coming from right-wingers and all these other people is just bullshit. And that's why I always say, like, there's not really anything you can do other than be consistent and be as charitable as you possibly can be, and just keep pushing through it, no matter what people throw your way. And it's like very strange. Weird how anyone goes against Hasan ends up being libeled and slandered in oblivion by Hasan, his orbiters, and his army of simps. Weird how people who obsessively attack and defame Hasan end up crying and blaming him when the general public criticizes them for their own words and actions. Click this link, scroll down, read the thread. This is why people hate Ethan. I mean, I'm not gonna dive too much into it. Like, I think everyone at this point knows what Ethan Klein is about, and the only reason why everyone knows what Ethan Klein is about is because of Ethan Klein's own, like, steadfast advocacy. Sometimes directly being pro-Israel, and other times, or most of the time, attacking Israel's critics. And that's it. That's it. He has created this weird orbit of right-wingers because he's decided that, you know, people like myself, people who are anti-Zionist, are his number one ops. Of course, people are eventually going to learn that lesson, right? And he's destroyed his own career in the process. And it's so crazy because, like, I explained this to him literally 2.5 years ago at this point. Yo, keep the burnt peanuts name out your mouth. Stay in your lane, boy. Okay, buddy. And who he chooses to target with his vicious smears and who he refuses to address is also obviously enlightening as well. You know, Sex Destiny has called him a pedophile who molests his own children. Like, that's something that Destiny said about Ethan Klein. Destiny straight up said Ethan Klein molests his own children. And Ethan has spent the last 2.5 years attacking everyone and anyone that has said said nothing of the sort, right? Like, not even remotely close. And it's rather odd at this point that he just like does not address that at all. He doesn't want it because he knows that his audience is comprised almost entirely of people who want anti-Hasan content. And that happens to be Destiny's community. He doesn't attack Asmongold because he's worried about losing his remaining fandom that is, again, pro Asmongold, pro Destiny. That's just what it is. But once again, this is something that I have mentioned to my haters for years, right? Free advice that they will never take for some weird reason, which is that if you spend your entire advocacy attacking someone like myself, and I spend all of my limited amount of time online focusing on the issues, right? And then sometimes responding to the hatred, but for the most part, focusing on these issues, you are inevitably going to develop an audience that simply wants the fuck Hasan content. Now, you might think that there is a robust market for it, and that market has certainly grown over the years, but you will lose yourself in this process. You will become a vehicle of hatred. You will become you will lolcow yourself pretty much. Because, like it or not, a lot of the people who oppose my worldview, a lot of the people who oppose me, end up doing a lot of fuck shit. So you're aligning with a lot of horrible people. And sometimes that might feel welcoming. Sometimes that might feel comforting, because who doesn't want affirmation, right? Everybody wants that. Everyone wants a sense of community. Everyone wants to feel loved, and everyone wants to find agreement, right? But before you realize it, you have surrounded yourself with not like-minded individuals, not kind individuals, but instead psychos, like absolute psychopaths. I mean, where's that? There's that one image that I think about all the time of this guy who placed Ethan Klein along, Tectone, Asmongold, Chibi Reviews, Nooks Taku, and all these other people. Sincerely, right? Oh, wow, you literally linked it to me right as I was talking about it. Like, this guy seemingly understood that Ethan Klein is a part of this brigade of right-wing chuds who are basically a blight on not only the gaming community, but the culture commentary community in general. Emerald Apple says they were gamers, anime and manga fans, and pop culture commentators who never touch politics. But as the world drifted from truth and woke, politics invaded our hobbies, many content creators turned to political and defend their passions. Leftists, thriving on lies and disinformation, hate it when apolitical people join the fray, facing death threats, false allegations, and insane propaganda from the mentally unwell and are labeled grifters. As George Orwell puts it, the further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. More people are getting red pill daily, unable to tolerate the nonsense promoted by mainstream news. And, like, this person sincerely posted this. This is not a joke. This was back in October 24th, 2025. Why is Ethan Klein in this photo? Surrounded by all these other fucking lolicon enjoyers and whatnot. Because that's his output. That's what he is. That's who he has surrounded himself with. A bunch of like 40-plus-year-old losers who spend every waking moment talking about woke. I mean, how many of these guys have also, since this post, been directly fucking canceled? Rape Tone. This guy has a YouTube video out on him now because he had a Discord server where like children were being groomed and he was doing nothing about it. Something along those lines. I've been meaning to watch the Nick Hindros YouTube video that's like an hour long about that ridiculous and potentially criminal endeavor, right? Yeah, Nooks Taco also replied to this. Whoever prayed on my downfall, pray harder. The downfall will never happen because Nooks is on the side of God and justice. It might be corny to say, but historically speaking, atheists and secularism only function on the framework of an existing cultural morality and end up corrupting it and destroying it in the end. Like, these guys talking like fucking anime villains. You know? Like, you got Grums who scammed his audience. You got Chibi Reviews who also scammed his audience and in his lolly enjoyer talks about like drawn child cartoon porn and how wonderful it is, and has recently been the number one villain, the main villain on the internet. Everyone is making fun of him for getting engaged to a girl who then fucked his best friend of 10 years, and then his entire friend group literally sided with his fiance. You know, I don't know who half of these other people are, but I mean, this is a coalition of some of the worst people, and obviously their top defender, Asmongold, right? The question is, why does this guy think Ethan Klein is on their side? Because he is, okay? And it's so interesting that, like, 2.5 years ago, or even at this point, almost, it's going to be fucking 3 years soon. What is this? D doubled down on calling him a pedo. Quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3H3 is likely a pedophile who's molested his own children. Destiny, who's the pedo VA? I can't play it because they use pedo voice actors. And then he says Ethan Klein. Yeah, I mean, of course he's fucking lasering him because he knows that Ethan is afraid of contesting Destiny. That's what it is. And he's right. Destiny is right to know that Ethan won't ever push back against them because a big chunk of Ethan's community is basically being lolcowed by Destiny. What is this? Ethan Klein was literally a pro sports gambling before he was against sports gambling. He's more like Alex Jones than he is any kind of lefty message. So that's basically what it is, right? It's not dissimilar to Elon Musk versus Donald Trump. It's also sad how little people came to your defense. I mean, it's fine. I can 1v100 these motherfuckers. I can. The reason why I can 1v100 these motherfuckers is because I have truth on my side. Okay? I believe genuinely that history is slanted towards progress, okay? It bends towards justice no matter what. And that's why I can stand on my principles and keep pushing through the endless torrent of hatred and smears. Okay? I will be the sin eater. I will be the fucking leader of woke Sharia at a time when many have lost faith in woke. Especially now that woke is coming back, right? I think you will also see, yeah, the arc of history is long, but it bends towards Sharia is right. I think you'll also see like even the edges of the commentary sphere chipping away at a bunch of my fucking haters now, because not only is woke coming back in a big way, but these guys also blew it. They got way too confident in their worldview. They thought that they were going to be the domineering force of politics in the cultural sphere for the next decade or so. Okay? They had too much hubris. They got too arrogant. They became more and more vicious as well, right? This is the problem. When you feel like your position is unshakable, you start posting shit like this, and then without realizing it, one by one, a lot of these people in this fucking list get outed as either, being pedophile curious, pedophile adjacent, or being sexual assaulters, rapists. That's it. That's it. And this is where we're at. You understand? Not to stray away from the topic, but in LA, 2 more days, flew from staying in WeHo to Joshua Tree yesterday, just walked around. As someone who occasionally touches grass, you got any LA recs or must-do activities? No, I don't. I only go to public parks. Ethan thought he could replace you with centrist liberalism. The problem is I don't think Ethan has like a well-defined political worldview. He has no political education. He has no well-defined political worldview. He has no vision for a better future. He's just a pure reactionary, and not even on the political sense. He's like purely negatively polarized himself against whatever I believe. And a lot of people do this on the internet, unfortunately, because they themselves also don't have a real worldview. Like Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi, but he has a well-defined worldview. It's not always a good thing, right? In Nick Fuentes' case, his worldview is disastrous, it's disgusting, it's repulsive, it's violent. But he has the workings of a political project, right? And this is part of the reason why he's always been able to withstand attacks. Okay? A lot of these other guys don't have a well-defined worldview or a political project, and they're simply fucking reacting to whatever they perceive I'm presenting and saying it's wrong and bad. Okay? You can't really do that. You can't really do that. You have no movement. You have no association with an affirmative vision for a better future. You have nothing. You're just simply taking it one day at a time and turning around and saying, whatever this guy's saying is good, I disagree with. And if you develop your worldview around that, inevitably it'll come crumbling down. I tried to warn Ethan early on, right after October 7, I said, look, you're going down a dangerous path. If you do this, your audience is going to dramatically change. If you do this, people are going to perceive you as being pro-Israel, which, at the time I thought there was a room for growth for Ethan. I thought he was a liberal Zionist who was very critical of Israel at the time that could potentially become an anti-Zionist. I was wrong. He went in the opposite direction. And that is and I mean, there it is. Like this reality is one that he designed for himself. Okay? Oh, it's a sad state of affairs, but it is entirely self-inflicted. And the people that he aligned himself with are horrible, monstrous individuals who've done awful things to people. And that's who you are basically surround yourself with when you have a purely antagonistic vision that is the opposite of whatever you perceive as me representing, right? Step one could be drop the lawsuits. Yes, I say it one more time. If Ethan Klein dropped the lawsuits against Denims and Morgan, okay, this would be a step in the right direction. Here's more free PR advice, which Ethan will not listen to. I know for a fact, because he didn't listen to me way back when I, was looking out for him. Like, think about it this way. He also spent all that money on those lawsuits, bullying Casey Tron into coming out and apologizing to Asmongold, right? Like, that was ridiculous. It's so strange how much developing a legion of sycophants and demanding complete fealty to whatever your worldview is can lead you astray. Like, he now thinks he owns Casey-tron. What is this? Ethan Klein threatens Casey-tron for expressing an opinion on Emerald that he disagrees with, then follows it up with bizarrely downplaying rape. I'm surprised she's still running her mouth. Hopefully I don't have to remind her.
Friend of the show and my favorite benefactor. She's my favorite patron.
Yeah, this is the other side of the story, which is that, like, you're a mean bully, right? You're a fucking mean bully. It's gross. Of course people are not going to like this. Like, it's so strange to do this to Casey-tron. Like, you feel as though you've picked your targets wisely. People that don't have the financial support and the financial backing to push back against your lawfare. Okay? You're doing this knowing full well that you will galvanize some of the worst parts of the internet. Like, oh, some of the grossest guys who hate these people unconditionally will obviously come to my defense. And they did. And they did. And most people won't actually stick their neck out for these people because most content creators they're too afraid. They're too afraid to receive the same scrutiny and the anger and resentment that the right-wing pedophilia brigade has brought about. All of these other content creators, disparage them endlessly. I saw a tweet the other day talking about like how, I checked in on Frogan. I found out this person has only 70 views. You'd think that, like, the way people talk about her, you'd think that she's one of the biggest content creators. It's like, yeah, that's the point. This is what people are doing. They're like hyper focusing on someone like her and trying to make her life a living hell for no other reason than their own personal enjoyment. It is one of the grossest, most insane things I've seen. I don't understand how anyone would approach reality this way. Like, your life is so fucking meaningless if this is what you're doing.
Isn't it nice getting a check every month from my favorite patron? So, friend of the show, Casey-tron, everybody. And she has a take about Emerald. I'm surprised she's still running her mouth.
The enemy is strong and weak. I mean, that's a common argument, right? Very common. Wait, did you just follow just to say that? Only to then unfollow, and therefore you can't even reply any longer? That's so crazy.
I recall her apologizing to Asmongold, who she despises.
Yeah.
That was pretty humiliating. I'm surprised she's still running her mouth.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is so humiliating for Casey-tron. What you did to Casey-tron is so humiliating for Casey-tron. Anyone with two working brain cells saw immediately through what you were trying to do and thought you were a gross weirdo for doing that. Yeah, I was fucking shocked to find she streams to 70 people. I see clips hating on her going mega viral every week. She literally has 70 people watching her streams to farm bad clips and 5 genuine viewers who like her. She hasn't fallen out because she was never a large streamer. Everyone is so fucking racist. They stalk and harass her like she's one of the biggest stars on the planet. She gets all the negatives and none of the benefits of fame. Be ashamed of what you are. Yes. It's crazy. Your trust in people's goodness is unparalleled. Most people, myself included, are way too cynical of people like Ethan Klein, whose wife was literally in the Israeli occupational forces. Damn, highlighting my fall off? Okay, calm down, Frogan. I'm not highlighting your fall off. I just think it's gross that people fucking stalk the shit out of you. It's ridiculous. You're such a kind person. You're so you have a penchant for drama. Like, who cares, you know? Who cares? There's a million content creators who are infinitely messier than Morgan. The reason why they fucking attack her endlessly is because she's hijabi. You know? That's it. For the most part, she doesn't do political commentary. And if you were to ask all these fucking haters, they would say, oh, she's the most political content creator of all time. It's disgusting. It's because everyone lives in these different alternative realities now. It's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult to make an honest assessment of people because everybody operates in clip cycles, right? Different realities like you. Yes, different realities like mine. The reality in which people will prey on my downfall and actively claim that I have fallen off or died, that my life is over, my career is over, I'm flinging around wildly because of that reason. And then, like, while people are posting that shit on Twitter, I'm, you know, speaking to an entire auditorium that's sold out in fucking 3 minutes after crashing the goddamn website in a foreign country, in Canada. Like, which one do you think is more... which one do you think is beholden to what's actually taking place in the real world? How did you manage to make it about her being Muslim? You're right. Islamophobia is not a fucking incredibly common bigotry that people traffic in with regular frequency. I live in a totally separate plane of existence that didn't experience Zoran Mamdani's mayoral run, where the criticisms against him for the last month of his race was just he's Muslim and he wants to do 9/11 over and over again. Certainly there is no, certainly this kind of bigotry is just captured at the top. And even then it's not a bigotry at all, right? Yes, if you are a visibly Muslim person, okay, you get attacked relentlessly for things that other people would never get attacked for. It's that simple. That's how bigotry works. It tends to highlight things that you would normally give a pass to, totally for other people in your in-group. You never give a pass to others. You actually highlight it. You make it seem like it's the most offensive thing that someone could have ever done. In any case, this is the type of stuff that most people find repulsive. That's it. Because most people don't know who the fuck Casey Tron is or who Frogan is, okay? They don't know who I am either. But especially in the case of, like, Casey Tron, Frogan, Denims, most people don't know who they are. So if you know who they are and you've, like, developed an opinion about these people, a very negative opinion about these people, you're a little abnormal. You are trafficking in these, like, you're going to some deep, dark corners of the web, basically. That's what you're doing. I have popped in and out of your stream from time to time. I always felt you were a sweetheart and enjoyed some of the fun topics you were discussing. You were so kind enough to read my chat on the first time in your stream. I felt the same. That makes no sense for someone to come for you like H3. Yeah. Even Ethan Klein himself is a perfect example of, like, being incredibly messy, infinitely messier, infinitely sloppier with his, like, arguments, with his sourcing of information, with who he chooses to attack, the intensity and frequency of how he attacks people who he's vilified to his audience, how much they brigade, how much they lose their fucking minds. Like, all this stuff that he does, a lot of people don't actually perceive as being all that bad, I guess, because he still has, like, a fucking fairly sizable audience in comparison to the people he's criticizing. Not myself, of course, but many of the other people that he's put in the legal crosshairs because he knows he can bully them with his finances.
It's like her whole her whole platform is just like.
By the way,
to, like,
why are you
the
so
work.
mad at her? Like, they're talking about her so nasty. She didn't do anything except be like, why do I need to say fuck ICE? Like, I'm just here playing video games, right?
Worst fucking men, and.
Well, I'm guessing it's the same
like-
reason that Denims is going in on her because of what she said about the lawsuit.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why she's mad. That was Casey. I think maybe Casey Tron forget her public statement, but she also thought my lawsuit was like really valid.
Like, this is like a rich kid treating human beings like his plaything, right? He's like, well, remember the lawsuit where you apologize? It's like, yeah, dude, you extorted a person who is infinitely poorer than you, and you forced them to settle, and you made them write like a hostage video. That is psychotic. Why the fuck don't you realize that people look at that and think you're a villain? You're like a villain in a cartoon. It is cartoonish. It's comical if it didn't have real world implications, you know? It's crazy. Like he's behaving like a Disney movie villain, dude. In such a transparently awful way. And the vibes are atrocious. And people inevitably tune out of that because they're like, this sucks. But because he can't find within himself any sort of fault whatsoever, he constantly needs to find new villains to spread the attention around over and then act like the reason why everybody on the internet fucking hates him is because, I don't know, who knows? It's because they don't understand that he's like the most moral person. He's the most moral streamer, the only democratic streamer in the entire sphere, right? Oh, it must be because of snark. It must be because of the negative PR. No, man, it's because of what you're doing. It's because of what you're doing. My friends think you're a loser because they're on the drama slop. I'm indifferent to politics side of the internet. Yeah, there are some people like that. I mean, you can, if you're good friends with them, you can educate them on this shit. You can show them that that's not the case. You know, ask them what the lolly tubers that they watch that have, you know, pedophilia allegations have done in the real world to change politics for the better, you know? Do you understand? Ethan is the shy Davide of YouTube. So yeah. And before cheating hits Ethan's circle like it did the homie yesterday, I don't know. I'm not preying on anybody's downfall here. Not even fucking Ethan's, but he's clearly more invested in his own downfall than anybody else. Okay? Anyway, we're done with the Ethan Klein portion of this haterade. The hate watch segment on the broadcast. Okay, enough Ethan Klein clips. There's also a new Charlie video.
All right.
More like goat critical, more like goat Enzo. Just a complete lie about the Epstein files. He's got the black t-shirt on. He's getting more and more radical every day. We will be watching that for sure. We will be seated and watching that. But the other one about the atrocious vibes, I am not going to watch LeBron James. Do you really want me to?
Well, I've been quoted on Danny already, and asked me what I thought about this season. I said I believe he was an all-star, and I mean he is an all-star. He's playing exceptional basketball.
This is AI. See, look at his, like, it doesn't even show his beautiful hairline. It's clearly AI, dude. He has a full head of hair. And the AI tried to show his full head of hair, and it looks like this. It's obviously AI. That's it. That's what it is. Why'd you guys send me an AI video? You got duped, huh? That's what it is. Because LeBron James would never say nice things about Israel.
So that's that. And then, I mean, if I have fans over there, I've never been there. If I have fans over there, then, I hope you've been following my career. I hope I inspire people over there to not only want to be great in sports, but I want to just be better in general in life. So hopefully someday I can make it over there. Like I said, I've never been over there, but I've heard nothing but great.
Hopefully he'll make it over there. He means Palestine. Okay, so I see what he says. He says, hopefully one day I can make it over there when a free Palestine exists, right? That's obviously what he's saying. He meant Palestine, guys. You guys misunderstood. He went, when he says like, hopefully I can one day make it over there, he means like when Palestine is free. Like he wants to go there as a liberator. Yeah. Or he wants to go over there to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu personally. I think that's what it is. That's probably the other. You guys just don't understand. You don't understand. Bro did not read the book. Oh, that's crazy. He's just, oh man, that's wild. Y'all are being silly.
Things, and I appreciate the question.
Thank you. So what do you think?
I'm gonna be honest with you. LeBron James could come out on a fucking press junket and be like, I hate HasanAbi February. He's the worst person I've ever encountered in my life. And it wouldn't be as devastating as the sequence of words that he put together when referencing the state of Israel and how he wishes to visit it. I'm just gonna say it out loud. He could be like, oh, Hasan February is weird. He's fake. He's a fake socialist with a big ass mansion or whatever. Like, I hate him. And it would not hurt my feelings as much as hearing this sequence of words from this point on. Like, defending Denny as your colleague is one thing, whatever, right? You're in the players union. Like, it's bad to just like shit on your colleague, even if your colleague is, I guess, someone who served in the Israeli occupational forces. But saying you've heard great things about the fucking state of Israel, oh my God, LeBron, what the fuck? Oh, it's so gross. He's like, oh, they kill babies so good. Sometimes they say, you know, they're like the LeBron of genocide. Like, that's what they're telling me. And I really want to check it out for myself, like what kind of form they got over there. I mean, think about it this way. Like, I've basically been on the top for 20 plus years of my career, and they've been on the top for, you know, even longer than that, 80 plus years of genocide and ethnic cleansing. There's a big W. Gotta see how they're doing that with my own two eyes. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Never been there. If I have fans over there, then you know, I hope you've been following my career. I hope I inspire people over there to not only want to be great in sports, but I want you to be better in general in life. So hopefully someday I can make it over there. Like I said.
He's
there. Then you know, I hope you've been following my career. I hope I inspire people over there to not only want to be great in sports, but I want you to be better in general.
He said, I hope I inspire them to be greater in like what, general, like in genocide. I hope my career has inspired them to get better at killing children, murdering children. Fuck, dude. He has no internet. Come on, man.
In life, so hopefully someday I can make it over there. Like I said, I've never been over there, but I've heard nothing but great things, and I appreciate the question.
So what do you think about that?
It's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck? He has internet. It's just like 4 years out of date. He hasn't gotten to the genocide yet. That's...
Yeah.
He's a mobile watcher. I just, I can't. This is indefensible. This is indefensible. That's crazy. I'm starting to think he didn't read any of those books. No, it's Le Zionist. That's I'm sorry, it's over. Hebron James. Hebron James. It's over. It's over. This motherfucker really doesn't read the books he poses with. I mean, yeah, there's no better proof of that. There is no better proof of that than this statement right here. That's it. I've done it. I've done it. I've done the worst thing that I've ever done in my career. I actually tweeted against LeBron James. That's it. It's over. He said, I hope I inspire Israel to be great at killing children. My goat is washed. He is washed. He's fucking washed. He's so goddamn washed, bro. That's crazy. Le Zionist was right. I didn't want to fucking believe it, bro. I did not want to believe it. It's like such a fissure. You're taking this pretty well, not gonna lie. I mean, what can I do? I mean, I guess praise Wemby the GOAT, right? I mean, what else can you do? Wemba Mauyama. Wemba Yamau. Wemby the new GOAT. At least we know Kyrie would never do that. Yeah, this is what Kyrie was saying.
But Kyrie just exist. And to follow up on the promotion of the movie.
Oh no, this is not even the good. Oh, you guys are such fucking idiots. Oh God, no, that's not a good Kyrie defense. That was when he was on some different shit. Okay. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Jaylen Brown is a better example. Tribe, meet me here June 19th, 2026. Get a Wemby jersey. What is this? After dunking on Denny Avdija, the NBA has suspended Jaden McDaniels. To return, he must... He must return He must 500K donation to anti-hate causes, anti-Semitic training, meet with the ADL Jewish leaders, meet with Adam Silver and Netanyahu to demonstrate understanding. Stanley Cohen replied to it too, which is really funny. Oh, Stanley Cohen. NBA DL? No! You need to start spreading Denny lowlights, send thousands of emails to the NBA. That man should never make another All-Star game.
Want that? Is that something that you crave, or how do you view the status of being potentially the next face of this league?
Oh, of course, definitely see it happening. I think it's the natural course of things, supply and demand, and I'm here to supply.
Yeah, he's criticizing free market economics here. Like, you don't understand. Please don't say no. He's a Maoist. He's Maoist. Notice how he laughed at supply and demand, The Wolves bench trolling him. It's such a beautiful clip. Those players all hate Denny. I know this for a fact. Not everyone is well read on global politics issues, but they know about Israel. I mean, I think you guys are reading into it too much. Like, these guys are all players. They're all players. These are all their colleagues. They don't fucking hate Denny, bro. Like, y'all are literally crazy if you think that these NBA players actually you're on copium if you think they all hate him. If anything, they all think, oh yeah, it really sucks that people are fucking shitting on you for no real reason. Like, that's probably the fucking conversations that are happening behind closed doors. Like, there are exceptions to this rule. There are exceptions to the rule, like people who are, outwardly political, right? Jaylen Brown is one of them. But I don't know his relationship with Denny, but, the reality of the matter is, like, they would probably hate him more for being like a foul baiter than anything else. You have to understand how people in the real world operate. Huge basketball fan. I watch it a lot. Not to hate on this kid. He puts up stats, but this is 100% Jewish connections that got him. Jewish connections? What the fuck? Okay, bro. Fucking cool it, okay? Jesus Christ. Like, he's not... Guys, okay, listen. You need to understand something, okay? Like, the dude is not... Like, even... I despise NS content, right? But the reality of the matter is, the NBA is the closest to meritocracy you can arrive at. And yes, Denny is good enough to play in the fucking NBA. You guys are now being insane. If you think that Denny's not good enough to play in the NBA, you're fucking delusional. Like, I shit on him all the time for his, Israel-related reasons, but calm the fuck down, okay? Like, you can make an argument about, like, oh, did people massage the numbers to get him into the All-Star game or whatever? Is there like an Israel connection there? Sure, I've entertained those theories as well. But having fucking said that, if you're now going to start acting as though he's not good enough to play in the NBA, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? Jesus Christ. At a certain point, like, your basketball knowledge should kick in. Anyway, having said that, this was also another fucking awful moment. That's two goats going down today, both with the Israel beam.
In the All-Star game and with everything happening in the world, do you think that you can use this platform to bring people together, you and Denny?
I think those stuff is a lot bigger than ours. We're just gonna represent our country here, the best we can. Denny is the same thing, hard worker, great guy, great person, one of my good friends in this league. And like I said, those stuff is just a lot bigger than ours.
Alperen! Yapma! Amına koyayım. Alperen Şengün, ne yapıyorsun? Oğlum, ne diyorsun ya? Oh! Alperen! Yapma etme abi, yapma etme. Oh no.
And we just here doing what we love, and other stuff is just out of our control. And hopefully, of course, as a basketball is the thing. Hopefully bring everyone to love, and stay together, that's what we are here for. And like I said, other stuff is out of control, and hopefully, it's all got in a peace, all world, And that's all we wanted.
That's not what... Listen, bro. Just say, look. We don't control what country we're born into, and we don't always agree with everything that the countries do or something. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, that's a much better line of defense. Instead of just being like, oh, he's my best friend. I love him to death, okay? That's crazy. He's the guy. He's the GOAT. I would give him my firstborn. Like, what the fuck? Klasik Türk ünlü cevabı abi. Bizden büyük şeyler bunlar. Devlet büyüklerimiz hallederler. Adalet sistemimize güveniyorum. Mahkemeye bırakmalıyız. Pezemekler götümüz sikilirken dünyanın en abstrak konuşmalarını yapmayı bayılıyorlar. I feel like I'm chibi reviews up in this bitch right now, okay? I'm getting it's like I have a fiance that's getting pieced out by all the homies. What the fuck? I'm being spiritually cucked. First LeGoat James, then my countryman Alperen Şengün. What the fuck is going on, dude? This is crazy. This is Cuck Lives Matter up in here. Oh my God. Anasını sikeyim, Alperen'i de mi biz kaybediyoruz? I think there will be cope. There will be big cope in Turkish Twitter for this. They'll say, "Oh, what is he supposed to say? He can't say anything." They'll defend him. It's not as bad. It's not like the Turks will find a way to make this work. Okay, Turks will find a way to make this work. Let's be real, because like we can't lose Alperen Şengün. Okay, we cannot. He is currently, as it stands, probably our greatest export. It's just not, you know. It's crazy. It's crazy. Abi Karadenizli. Ya bir de Giresun dibimdeki şehir amına koyayım. Karadenizli. Yeah. He's from the Karadeniz region of Turkey, which is famously, you know, everybody dunks on, at least when I was growing up, everybody used to dunk on Karadeniz in Turkey. They would say, you know, that's where the stupids are. Yeah, he don't have internet. He don't have internet. That's what it is. He's got no internet. He's got VPN, Turkish VPN. Oh, KDF talking shit about Şengün on his burner, allegedly. Do you believe KDF will address his burner? Weird how all his friends in search engines are the ones who are responding to it, and he goes in his chest trashing his teammates. Coach called that play to pass to Alpi. Lol, I'm going to turn the ball over with this shitty-ass team. I don't give a fuck. Your franchise player can't shoot or defend. That's way bigger issue than my turnovers. Remember, these guys are your future. These Rocket fans are hurt. I can't trust Jabari to make a fucking shot or get a stop. I just don't give him a tech. He's low-key R-worded. You need to see Katie getting cooked for profiting off this genocide. What is this? Damn, y'all even hate the trophies? Not as much as I hate your drone investments. So you hate the trophies. My God, you guys are just miserable. Not the only thing I mentioned I hate. Address me. Why do you hate the trophies so much? They look cheap and uncreative. There, I answered your question. Will you answer my question about Skydio, a drone company you invested in, selling to the IDF, or will you stick by your brand of deflecting and ducking? Oof. Biblical fucking ratio for KD. Oh my God. KD's getting exposed for his Israeli drone investments and not his burner getting leaked? Yeah. Kevin Jamin Duran Yahoo is dodging this cooking. Yeah, Steph too. Steph Curry was, I think, Steph Curry's involved in some fuck shit too, I think. Abi daha demin Pet Shop'ta kuşuma 2 tane oyuncak alırken adama bak. Şimdi bu 100 lira bu 100 lira toplayınca kaç ediyor dedi. 200 lira. O da dedi ki kusura bakma abim ben lazım kafam çalışmıyor. Ben lazım. Was you hot Ali press Jeffries? Oh, nice. On Israel and AIPAC? Hell yeah. Ducking IDF allegations. I know what you are, Kevin Jamin Duran Yahoo. KDF. Oh, NBA Twitter is not going to let that one go. There are a lot of athletes that have Israeli investments. Speaking of Israeli, oh my God, Draymond Green. Wait a minute. What the fuck was the dude? Any one of the Warriors from 2014 to 2026 are evil genocide lovers? Wait. Oh my God. Not Clay. Just give up on the NBA, bro. The more you look at what like the current talent pool of the NBA, some of the top performers are doing with their lives, with their politics, the more you develop an appreciation for Muhammad Ali. Like, it is kind of unfucking bearable that there are very few people out there who will just like stick their neck out and be like, these are my principles. This is what I believe. I think this is really fucked up. It's dark as hell, man. It is so fucking, it's so busted. Yeah, Maradona is, I mean, that's not even a, I mean, I guess football is a little bit different. It's more of a like global sport. It's not as American. I mean, it is a global sport more so than an American one. So I guess like there are football players, but like even Maradona in comparison to like Mo Salah, like it's not even a question. Like it's not. It's like, yeah, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is correct, but that's like, I don't know what kind of advocacy work he did when he was playing. I just know his advocacy work after, like his recent work, right? Like Lewis Hamilton is out here doing more than these guys. How is that possible? Like, how is that fucking possible? I know he's dating Kim Kardashian or whatever, but like Lewis Hamilton is straight up going out there, okay? Like he's out there. He's putting his fucking body on the line. Kareem Marshall, MLK dude? Oh, he did? I didn't know. I'm sorry. I don't know enough about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's like past. I just know his, I've read his stuff. Like, no, I didn't mean any disrespect. Lewis is not out there? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Lewis Hamilton currently is probably one of the biggest, like, internationally known athletes out there that openly supports Palestine. Pep, I'm going to fuck up his last name, is the most pro-Palestine person in sport? Yes. I mean, that's exactly. Please look up Draymond IDF training. I know Draymond Green is a IDF friend to the IDF. I know that. But you know who isn't affiliated with any of this shit? Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Okay, first of all, I love Anthony Edwards. Okay, he's like, he is. I think holding the league. He's putting the league on his back with his style, both on the court and also the way he approaches subjects off the court. Except for when he was asked about fucking ICE, he was like, "Oh, I don't got internet." Okay. So let's be real. Don't get me started on that. Jason Tatum, my unproblematic king. What the fuck is going on with these guys, man? It's crazy. You have more money than God. Like, what? You need to do Israel investments? Like, really? You're like, oh man, I have to do investments in Israeli surveillance and drone operators. Like, I have to do it or else I'll fucking die. Really? Like, you really have to do that? Like, I'm not Mr. Woke, right? I'm not so woke that I think like, oh, all of these players should actually be anti-capitalist. They should do no investments, blah, 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 all this shit, right? I'm not even saying that, but I'm saying like, really? You had to do investments in a fucking Israeli drone company? Really? That's crazy. Ay, ay, ay. Cooper Flag is the new GOAT. No, Cooper Flag also did this like bullshit ass response when asked about like domestic politics. A lot of the young stars in the NBA are unironically chuds, okay? That's why I respect Wemba Yao so much. I'm sorry. They are literally, they're fucking all chuds, dude. If you're confused as to why, like, you know, Puka in the NFL was collaborating with Aiden Ross, you need to understand that, like, all these dudes that are, like, you know, under the age of 25 that are playing in the NBA, they all fucking grew up during COVID. And let me tell you, not many of them were watching my ass during COVID and post-COVID. They were watching fucking Aiden Ross and kick streamers, okay? Like, so many of these motherfuckers were like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to get on Neon stream. I can't wait to fucking collaborate with Aiden Ross. Extreme outlier physical athletes lean fast. Shocker. No, you're dumb as hell if you think that. Anyway. Yes, bro, I saw this already. Why you got to play it again? I already tweeted about it. We got IDF basketball players in the league. Draymond shoots with the IDF. Curry, a Christian Zionist. KD, a drum boy for Israel. I can only imagine what LeBron's position is. Yeah, we now know what his position is, which is devastating. Yo, why did you say anything, man? Why? How can you say? How can you be LeBron James and fucking come out and be like, oh, I'd love to go out there. I'd love to go out there one day and see it with my own two eyes. Like, see what? The baby murder? Like, what the fuck do you mean? You want to see? Oh, I'd love to see the apartheid state of Israel. That's crazy. That's crazy. He said he inspires Israel. I said, I inspire. He said, hope I inspire Israel to be great at killing children. My goat is washed. How can you say I've heard nothing but good things about Israel after these last 2.5 fucking years, bro? How can you say that? Who the fuck is in your circles that are saying good things about Israel? That says a lot about you, in my opinion. Bro, is Likud Bron James? Likud Bron James? They were all trained by Kamala's PR team. Pat Bev in his circle. It blows my mind, man. It fucking blows my mind. Is there any anti-Israel billionaire? I don't know. Hebron James, stop. I read that earlier. It is still funny. What is this? He hasn't dropped the phone in hours. Kevin Durant gearing up to play his 14th All-Star game.
What's good with you, bro? How you living?
Like, KD, I also appreciate because he's like me. He's a real poster. Like, he will constantly post. He will never stop posting, no matter what the repercussions are. But also not like me at all because he's fucking out there benefiting from Israel doing a genocide. It's crazy. Gotta admit, Kevin Durant is making money off the genocide in Gaza. Wasn't something I expected to learn today. If they need drones, we gotcha. Yep, lol. What? His burner, he responded in the group chat with his burner being like, if you need drones, I got you. All this because Book returned, Live with Devin Booker and Vogel. All this because Book returned. 2 dictators, Stalin and Hitler, Mussolini and Kim Jong-un. The Suns are my team when we lose and Book's team when we win. I really got to laugh to stop from crying. I swear I miss Ben Simmons. At least he would give me the ball. Any word about Jokic turnovers? He's one of... Oh God. He's one of those guys. He's the Mussolini and Kim Jong-un, Stalin and Hitler guys. He's an extreme centrist, dude. This is definitely fake law. Do we know if this is, I mean, he does talk like he does talk like him. How do we know this account is actually his? Imperial Core Energy, bro. How is this shocking? Of course he is. Bro. I prefer a guy who is like quote unquote apolitical and says stuff like, I don't really fuck with politics at all. I don't really understand this shit. To whatever the fuck this is. Cause like hitting the Adolf Hitler and Stalin line means that like you've at least read a little bit into it and made up your mind. You made up a conclusion, right? Like it's different. It's different than, it's a different version of Chud. It's a different version of Chud. And also obviously like investments into Israeli drone companies is like, you have literally made an educated decision and you have sided with the genocide. Like that's above and beyond being like, I don't know, I heard. That's even worse than what fucking LeBron is saying. And I don't even want to know what his investments look like. Let's be real. But being that fucking wealthy, and still being like, I need more of this money that I'm making. And the way to make it, baby murder machines, is crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, let's watch how Hakeem Jeffries got pressed.
Do you have one last question? I have one last question. Do you? Because I want to make sure that we.
Well, I
get
do
our
have
next
one
guest
question
on.
about accountability, and you know, I'll put my cards on the table. I'm against fascists and MAGA and Donald Trump, and I want Democrats to win, but I want the right Democrats to win. And I remember the YouGov poll that came out after the 2024 election said the main reason why Democrats stayed at home was their displeasure with the genocide that's happening in Gaza. And what we've seen is AIPAC. AIPAC now has spent $2 million attacking a moderate-leaning Democrat, Tom Malinowski, a Democrat, in the special House election in New Jersey 11th District. And we got a progressive Latina, Representative Mejia, who won, who, by the way, says abolish ICE. My question for you, if you're looking for accountability, if you're looking for change, shouldn't Democrats stop taking money from AIPAC that has spent so much money against Democrats?
Well, listen, everyone's going to have to make their individual decisions. My view as it relates to Democratic incumbents, first of all, is that I will continue to stand by every single one of them, whether that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on the one hand, or the most conservative, moderate Democrat on the other, who's sitting in the Trump district and at all points in between, right? That's what I'm going to do as House Democratic leader. Now, in terms...
Okay. What about when AIPAC spends against your fucking incumbents? Hello? That's not the question.
Of how people individually fundraise, I'm proud of the fact that my average contribution amongst the millions of dollars that I've been working hard to raise for my own reelection that I use to help elect Democrats in other parts of the country is $27 per contributor. That's my average contribution. That's probably the lowest in the Congress. And so now everyone is going to raise money from their own constituents in different ways, and their own constituents are going to have a variety of different perspectives on a variety of different issues. But make no mistake, there's a big difference between Democrats and Republicans, and we're seeing that right now. I know some people like to project otherwise. How one can see the horrors of what has been inflicted on the American people since January 20th of last year and conclude otherwise, or want to try to suggest that there's no difference in one's quality of life. When I go to Bedford-Stuyvesant or Brownsville or East New York or Canarsie or the West End of Coney Island, people know that their life is being made markedly worse because of who's in office right now, both in the White House, in the House.
Well, Representative, respectfully,
and we're determined to do something about
just
that.
Just a quick follow-up. So that means, will you stop taking money from AIPAC?
I'm going to continue to raise money in the same way that I've been raising it, where the average contribution from millions of people across the country is $27 per contributor.
We are out of time.
Cooked. Yeah, he very quickly turned around and said, oh, AIPAC, a right-wing pro-Trump, pro-Israel lobbying group that is a major contributor to my campaigns. Oh, you want me to stop taking money from them? No. The answer is no. I will not stop taking money from them because I love Israel. And also, remember Trump. Remember Trump. Remember Trump. Remember Trump. This was also his takes on ICE. Or on abolish ICE. Let's take a look.
With impunity.
Representative, may I?
Yes.
I'm going to give you some numbers. Just today, it came out that ICE is using $38 billion to convert warehouses into camps. I'm going to call them concentration camps. Your colleague, Representative Raskin, went to one just yesterday in Maryland and said there were 60 people cramped like sardines in one room who only had access to one toilet. 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions. That's from the Cato Institute, a right-wing institute. ICE has killed 8 people this year alone that we know of. 2 of them, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Pretty. The latest polls came out this week, AP polls. Over 60% of Americans now disapprove of ICE. That means in 3 weeks, it's gone from 30% to 60%. Now, if I may, I'm going to be a bit blunt here. Leaders lead. And what we've seen is people are impressionable. If you lead on something, people will follow. It seems the wind is behind your back for the first time ever. ICE has a history. CPP has a history of terrorizing Black and brown communities. People are asking themselves, why are we, our taxpayer dollars, paying for masked, lawless men to terrorize our communities, kidnap people, take children, and kill Americans? So I ask you.
He is fucking cooking, dude. This is what you constantly say, leaders lead. Yeah. Because it's true. Republicans do not shy away from leading the conversation in a direction that they find to be suitable. Republicans love it. They're confident. They love moving the conversation in a direction that is beneficial to them. Democrats constantly are on the defensive against their own audience, against their own voters.
I'm doing following up to Joy because I want an answer to this. You said you want to rein in ICE. I'm saying, I'm talking about the long term now. Why not lead and say abolish ICE? Because what you're telling us is you want our taxpayer dollars to pay for a lawless masked armed agency to continue terrorizing our cities. And I'm trying to figure out how you, as a leader, can be telling Americans that their taxpayer dollars should be going to ICE.
I don't understand anything that you just said. When I
spoke English.
I don't understand anything that you've just said to me when I've made clear that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not brutalize or kill them. That's the whole reason we're in this fight right now. That's the whole reason the DHS is getting ready to shut down. That's
So
the whole
abolish
reason
ICE.
why
You agree
we
with
are
me,
voting.
Joy. Abolish ICE.
That is listen. I'm going to use the language that I want to use. You can use the language that you want to use.
Oh my God, he's getting cooked. Oh my God.
And the language that I'm using right now relates to these type of bold, meaningful, dramatic changes that are designed to save lives right now in communities that look like the ones that I represent. And that's the goal.
So let me
In
ask you
this
this.
fight.
Yeah.
Dude, Democrats fucking despise their voters. I swear to God. They fucking hate their voters, bro. It's one of the most fascinating things to watch unfold. Like, the amount of enmity and hatred they love their Republican colleagues a lot more than they like their voters. Straight up. Their attitude towards their voters is put the small dollar donation in the bag, little bro, and shut the fuck up. Republican light. I mean, it's not even, because Republicans at least like fake love their voters. They love their voters. They act like they find new ways to garner their attention. They find new ways to galvanize them. They find new ways to embolden them by leaning into like right-wing reactionary nonsense. They find new talking points. Democrats are constantly running away from their base. It's like they're mad that they have to make an argument at all.
Yeah, and I hear what you're
holding
saying.
every single Democrat together in the House and in the Senate is what we're trying to do to give us the best shot to win this fight right now while we're in the minority.
My question, though, is more about
a fundamental problem Democratic leadership has is this extreme disconnect from the party voters and its base. MAGA doesn't have that. MAGA has a give and take with its base and brings its base into discussion about strategy and tactics. So Hakeem Jeffries is about to shut DHS down over ICE abuses, but the base has very little idea what he's doing. When confronted, he gets indignant. Having no real link with the party base is deliberate, but it's going to be their undoing. They can't even win when they win, and this clip is a window into that.
With impunity.
More AOC updates and on Maduro.
A percent of populist movements is telling us that governments have
all right, we'll do that in a second. We'll do that AOC thing in a second. Okay. They're mad that it's not a position concocted within a think tank test group. Yeah. Abolish ICE went from marginal to majority position in a year based on organizing and the state's violent reaction to it. But it's important to note that this was a reaction that centrist Iglesias types argued should be abandoned. They're idiots. Don't listen to them ever. That's all this is. They literally do not want anything that wasn't cooked up in a fucking laboratory as a talking point to get salience. Their job as the DNC is to aggressively push back against like real grassroots positions that people come up with. That's literally what happened with BLM, what happened with like defund the police. Like they spent every waking moment, instead of defending it, they spent every waking moment attacking it. We would be living in a much different country right now if the Democrats behaved in the way that the Republicans did, where they just basically fucking leaned into it and played a role in disseminating what defund the police actually means, right? But they didn't. They attacked it, attacking their own base in the process and getting the Republicans a massive W over them. That's it. They are not a real fucking party. A real party has a political vision, no matter how devastating that vision is, like on the Republican Party side, or no matter how positive that vision may look like if this was a socialist party. Democrats are devoid of a vision. They're devoid of policy. They're devoid of a vision. They are purely reacting to whatever the Republicans are throwing out there. And that's precisely the reason why they keep losing, because the Republicans are very good at throwing the conversation back to culture war agendas. And the Democrats are utterly fucking terrified of doing anything that moves the conversation away from the culture war agendas or even defending their own audience, the grassroots support. Democrats believe that this country is a much more conservative country than it actually is. And part of the reason why this country is more conservative than you would think is because the Democrats don't ever lead on the progressive agenda, the progressive vision. That's the issue. Anyway, let's see what AOC, what kind of path AOC is charting here.
Of democracy in our own nation, we have an obligation to be part of an internationalist movement to defend democracy globally. And when we talk about that era, you know, going to Latin America was very, it was a very significant moment in my life. I led the first Spanish-speaking U.S. delegation to visit Latin American countries. We went to Brazil, Chile, and Colombia. And we have to understand, and there was so much that we were doing that had to deal with addressing U.S. interventionism in the 1970s and the 1980s and in other decades. And it's important that we learn from that, because Pinochet did not act on his own. You had Henry Kissinger, who was an author of much of the interventionist U.S. policies that involved regime change throughout the world. And when you look at Henry Kissinger and the Nixon administration and Henry Kissinger's time, and the fact that it is correlated with figures like Pinochet and also the right-wing movements in Brazil and others, we have to see here that we are seeing a pattern. Yes. And recognizing it allows us to draft and figure out the alternative. And that, again, it allows us to kind of break down those barriers and build these international movements that are necessary for resisting that erosion of democracy.
I think AOC does need a Daniel Bessner. Because if she's going to traffic in narratives that Americans consider to be radical, she needs actually someone who is a well-read academic that is on the radical side. And the radical side is obviously the truth, right? Because no matter what happens, if you're a politician, the people that you have guiding you, you're going to have a more watered-down version of what they're telling you. So if the people that are guiding you don't have the same, don't have a more radical vision than you in general, your output is going to be good, but it's not going to get all the way across the finish line. That's how I feel. Like, people have brought up that Bernie had Daniel Bessner in his corner alongside Matt Duss, and that played this this duality. I do think that with AOC, someone like that would be great, because do you think Mamdani has that? Mamdani doesn't. Mamdani's foreign policy is utterly irrelevant. He's the mayor of New York. The only thing that he obviously has a real, clearly well thought out opinion on in terms of colonial violence is Israel. I don't know what his opinion on foreign policy is beyond Israel. What about me? I'm not a well-read academic, dude. What are you talking about? I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. I'm good at communicating, but that's pretty much it. What I'm talking about is something entirely different.
You mentioned Gaza already, so I think it's an important topic to address in front of young people, because I feel especially they have been very disillusioned by the Western support of Israel's war in Gaza. And you have been outspoken in your criticism of this unconditional support for Netanyahu's government. I feel I have been as well here in Germany. Still, our criticism notwithstanding, our two countries, US and Germany, have certainly been at the forefront of supporting and enabling Israel's military action in Gaza and beyond. So my question is, how essential do you think acknowledging the fact that the impunity our leaders have allowed Netanyahu's government is at its core a failed policy, and we have to do right by Palestinians in order to have any claim to an honest, morally responsible foreign policy?
If I spoke on this issue in the state of Germany, I would go to prison. I would just straight up say what I said in Canada. I would call it a Holocaust. And I would literally go to prison. They would arrest me. For saying that. They would call it Holocaust denial. And I'd either get, deported from the country or prosecuted. It's literally in the books. Holocaust relativization. German here? You wouldn't? You think so? You think if I called what Israel is doing in Gaza a Holocaust, not just a genocide, a Holocaust, you think the German government wouldn't punish me for that? Can you do that in public? You can't deny the Holocaust in Germany. I'm not denying the Holocaust. I'm comparing what Israel is doing currently to the Palestinians to the Holocaust. They wouldn't let you into Germany in the first place. German authorities raid prominent authors' homes criticizing Israel and Netanyahu. German authorities raid prominent authors' homes over criticizing Israel's Netanyahu. Toad and Heffer, who also leads the Justice Party, said Munich police and opened criminal proceedings against him following a social media post in which he criticized Netanyahu and compared Israel's military actions to Gaza to Nazi atrocities. See? That's a crazy name. Todenheffer. I don't know what was going on there, but I mean, he's German. He can't help it.
Yes, thank you. It's so challenging in this time to be young and to see what is transpiring in Gaza, because it is a humanitarian crisis. It is a crisis of dehumanization. It is a horror beyond our own recognition. But what is at the crux of it, in the United States, of course, any criticism of Israel's conduct in Gaza often comes under severe political fire. But here as well. Yeah. And a lot of times the criticism of the critics, a lot of the things that I hear is, you are specifically targeting Israel, it's anti-Semitic, etc. And I think it's so important, and what I try to get across to so many of my colleagues, and including to President Biden, I delivered this message as well, is that we need people to understand that when our world leaders, leading up to this moment, when our world leaders say democracy is important and democracy is superior, when we ask why is democracy the way to go? The answer has always been because democracy is the only way that you can guarantee stability, respect for human rights, safety for all people, and prosperity. And what people see in Gaza, when, in my instance, when the United States supplies the weapons that are used to do this, when we have laws on the books that prohibit the United States from providing weapons in instances of gross human rights violations, what people are seeing is this entire argument for democracy fall apart. What they're saying is all of these reasons that we said democracy is superior were false. We're built on a lie because we're allowing this to happen. And so that is why when you see young people watching all of this unfold, that is why allowing this is a threat to our own democracy. We have to walk the walk, and we can't let those commitments go. And in many ways, holding our friends accountable sometimes is just as important as holding adversaries accountable, because it shows that we are pledging our fidelity to a standard, a value of human dignity. And I believe that it is not a coincidence that so much political instability has transpired, as so many people have seen this happen, unfold before the world. But we cannot let this slide and descent.
Yeah, I mean, she's literally saying democracy cannot be seen as a system of governance that has yielded or oversaw the death and destruction of the children in Gaza. Okay, that's it. Because you can't maintain a pro-democracy position at a time when there's genuine fascist backsliding, where you give the fascists an opportunity to say, this is all hypocritical, this is all irrelevant, this is all wrong. After all, look at what Israel has done. Look at what America has done to the children in Gaza. That's what she's saying here. It's too wordy, unfortunately, and hopefully she can just like chop it down a little bit. But but she didn't say that. She said something more watered down. No, she did say that. What are you talking about? You guys are, okay, I'm going to say something quite controversial right now that a lot of people are going to fucking lose their minds over, because I know, as someone who's been a big Bernie fan in the past, I feel discouraged by what Bernie has done in these last 2 years, and there's obviously plenty of criticism that I've dished out to AOC as well. AOC, regardless of her foreign policy acumen, is literally further to the left on foreign policy related matters than Bernie Sanders is. Nowhere near where she needs to be in comparison, like Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib, but she quite literally is further to the left than Bernie is on foreign policy. Okay? Some people consider this to be controversial. The reason why I think people consider this to be controversial is because they don't like the vibes that AOC is putting out, where they just don't like the lack of confidence behind her words, or one reason or another. Now, I would say that Bernie Sanders had a longer track record on foreign policy that was infinitely more anti-imperialist, leading up into the 90s, that actually makes his current right-wing pivot post-90s far more awful. Because Bernie Sanders literally was like, yeah, I think the fucking I don't think we should be funding the Nicaraguan death squads. Like he was, that's why I said into the 90s, like Yugoslavia is the one time where his position actually, like post Yugoslavia, Bernie Sanders' attitude, I think, became very different on American foreign policy. And even then, that's like, even then, that is a, that is nowhere near as like controversial as like people who love Parenti presented as. It changed when he and Parenti stopped being friends low key. Bernie has more rough blue collar style, while AOC is very academic or community organizer type. And it reminds people of Radlibs. Yes, I think AOC's biggest problem. Well, she is also a brown woman. Okay. So there is always that as well. Like, let's be real. I'm not getting into, like, I'm not saying that's the only problem, but in the way that people receive her, that absolutely plays a fucking role. Right. Overall, though, I do think she gets lost in the weeds a little bit while trying to maintain this this like as even keeled approach as she can possibly come across as, and that becomes an issue. I know that I have the same problems. Let's be real, okay? I get too wordy sometimes. I'm wordy as fuck. Actually, I see myself in a lot of her weakest aspects. I also think I get too wordy and pedantic and worry about like what the haters are going to say in the back of my mind. So I'm constantly trying to channel like the most reasonable position I can. The man who was the chairman of the U.S. National Section of the International Committee to Defend. Okay, calm down. All right. Not everyone. Parenti was a genocide denier over Yugoslavia. It's probably best that he and Bernie split on the issue. That's why I said Bernie Sanders' split with Parenti on Yugoslavia is not as controversial, or even his decision on Yugoslavia is not as controversial as like people on the left present it as. I'm just saying that was his, from my experience, that was his first like overt pivot point away from the sometimes campus seeming anti-imperialist position. And I'm not defending Parenti's approach to Slobodan Milosevic anyway. Like, that's not, I wasn't talking about that. Once again, I am of the mindset that like you can have a career, you can have an academic career. You can have an academic career where you end up doing fuck shit. And when you are seen as a heterodox thinker, or when you're seen as like controversial due to your anti-imperialist position, they will never let you live down your biggest L's. That's all this is. It's the same reason why people constantly still bring up Noam Chomsky's defense of fucking, or let's just say not reflexive belief in what the State Department is saying about Cambodia and Khmer Rouge, right? They always bring that up about Noam Chomsky. They will literally always bring that up. It's like fucking basically 100 years ago. You know what I mean? It's literally like 100 years ago and they still bring that shit up. It's like, come on, man. And for me, it's obviously Russia will not invade Ukraine. They literally will always bring it up because you have a sequence of correct interpretations your entire fucking career that is, you know, against the interests of the State Department. So they never actually let you live it down when you speak out of turn. Also, my incorrect prediction leading, my incorrect prediction, but correct analysis on Russia's invasion of Ukraine is nowhere near the same as fucking, justifying or what Parenti did. Okay, Parenti's justifications for Milosevic is very, very different in my opinion. It's like totally league of its own type shit. That still doesn't actually make his other academic work wrong. You can, you can contextualize it differently. You can look at what he has said. You can see the role that he plays. You can see the role that he plays in American academia, and I think it's an important role regardless. I would go so far as to say about Noam Chomsky's previous work as well, Manufacturing Consent to the like. Obviously, his defense of anarchism is not something that I ever approached seriously. I always thought that was silly. But, you know, Epstein bestie aside, that's still, like, Manufacturing Consent stands on its own, right? And the same goes for Parenti's work. I've said over and over again, what is this? Death of the author, as they say. Even though I hate the statement, in this case, separating the art from the artist is valid. Yeah, I mean, unless it's literally about, like, defending chomos.
Continue. We can't give into it. It's a call to lean into our commitments on those standards even more. And it is excruciatingly challenging to feel like you're going crazy, seeing these things and being, you know, castigated for saying what you're seeing out loud. But I do believe that if we remain consistent, if we remain rooted in those values, and also, very importantly, remaining champions against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia as well, we can hold the coalition together, because the far right does exploit anti-Semitism in moments like these, and we cannot let them do that either.
Absolutely. So I'm so happy that you were in Munich, because it's important that your voice is heard in the international arena as well. However, there's been a lot of speculation as to why you came. So maybe in your own words, why do you think it's important at this moment to...
Any question, isn't the fact that the U.S. and NATO bombed Serbia when conducting ethnic cleansing in Kosovo justified to some degree? That's why I said it's more of a... that's why I said... it's a turning point in Bernie Sanders' foreign policy, but it's not as controversial as the way people present it as. Okay? Yes, that's why I said it's more complicated than it seems. Now, of course, American bombing campaigns are fucking disastrous regardless, and they literally killed a bunch of civilians. They blew out the electricity grid. They bombed the national broadcaster. Like, there is obviously a lot of shit that we did there. There's an alternative vision there where you could have actually forced the hand of the Serbian leadership to concede, and then punishments could have come. It's a somewhat controversial opinion, or it's somewhat of a controversial situation where Americans love being on the right side of history, so they always fucking present it as that. And let's be real, even when on the right side of history, they still end up doing fucking awful shit, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, look at Ukraine. Look at Ukraine. Great example. America technically on the right side. Russia is on the wrong side. Russia is invading Ukraine. Russia is killing a bunch of people. America's on the right side in Ukraine, still has the capacity to fuck it up. Okay? America, objectively on the right side against Imperial Japan. What do? We fucking test 2 atom bombs on the Japanese civilian population. Ridiculous. Like, even when we have a W, we can't just let the W sit on its own. We have to fuck it up, okay? We have to find a way to be like, oh, dude, yeah, I love I love doing the right thing. And then in the process of doing the right thing, I have to do the wrong thing. And when the situation demands you do the wrong thing, the violent thing, punish Nazis, for example, you don't do that. Like, the atrocities committed on the Eastern Front was far different than what the Western Allied forces were doing, if you know what I'm saying. Okay? And sometimes you got to clean it out a little bit. Same principle with, you know, Abraham Lincoln. Sometimes you got to push a little bit harder. Okay? Sometimes you got to purge a little bit.
Enter this international arena and be part of that conversation too.
Well, first and foremost, I think that progressive foreign policy has not been represented internationally in a very long time, if not ever. And I felt that it was very important.
Was Dresden justified? Genuinely asking. Dresden is, I think, out of all of these instances, out of all of these different, like, bombing campaigns, like, it's probably the most justifiable one. Like, it's still fucking war crimes, absolutely, but like, it's not even comparing it to like Yugoslavia. You have far better communication opportunities. You have far better methods of precise striking, all this shit, as opposed to Dresden during World War II. You know what I mean? It's like, what Vonnegut says, Dresden only happened because there was momentum in the War Department and they weren't going to unspend the money in time for the strike. I would say that the firebombing of Japan was worse than Dresden. I mean, Dresden was also bad, but I'm not going to spend a good deal of time fucking arguing against it. Like, I think when you talk about the firebombing of Japan and you talk about the nukes in Japan, that's a much easier. Aren't you mixing up two cities? Wait, what? Which cities am I mixing up? I'm comparing what America did during World War II. I'm comparing what America did during World War II, where like one is more difficult to one is less black and white than the other. I'm saying that Tokyo is far more of a clear, like, unacceptable line that was broached. A lot of people died in Dresden, but it's significantly over-exaggerated. It's been an 80-year-long project by neo-Nazis and apologists to paint it as some kind of Nazi-style crime. So yeah, it was bad like all the other campaigns, but it was not exceptional. Always be wary when someone brings up Dresden. Not that chatter though. And people say that there were no valid military targets in Dresden. That's not true. They blew up factories, no? Like, whereas the firebombing of Japanese cities was deliberately to punish the entire country, and so were the nukes. The nukes were even worse than that because they were just like, we just want to test out these new weapons that we have to dramatically alter the trajectory of history and to show the USSR that we got them, and we got them plenty. Yes. One day of firebombing killed more people than Hiroshima. The bombing of Tokyo, 10th of March, 1945.
To start bringing that into spaces of power. We cannot yield the rooms where decisions are made because of whatever objections we may have, even with the majority of people who may be there. We cannot yield the space. We have to take up the space. We have to.
I don't think it's up to debate to say it was excessive. Dresden was a major rail hub that was used to supply material to the Eastern Front. Was it excessive? That's up for debate. But there was legitimate need to bomb Dresden. It's not up for debate that it was excessive. That's where I draw the line, at least. No, the Dresden bombing campaign was absolutely excessive, but it wasn't deliberately to just like punish the civilian population in the way that is presented, because there was at least like a military goal there. There was a military goal there. It was excessive, and it killed a fuck ton of civilians. Still nowhere near as bad as the firebombing of Tokyo or nuking Hiroshima and then Nagasaki. That's what I was trying to say.
To say the thing, and we need to give light to that. You know, I think domestically there's all that speculation, but I will say
this is public school education, by the way. This is American public school education. Look. He said it caused them to surrender. The alternative was land invasion on Japan, where millions would have died. This is wrong. And this is the wrong education that you learn in American public schooling. I have heard this a million times over. This is just completely ahistorical. Not only was Japan on the brink of collapse and also had submitted their proposals for how they were going to surrender, America ended up literally falsely claiming that not removing the emperor was the reason for why they deployed nukes, when then they turned around and allowed the emperor to exist anyway. Literally. It's fucking crazy. No, they had not surrendered is bullshit. They wanted to go in. They wanted to go in and fucking yeah, they wanted to go in and show the USSR what kind of new weapons they had at their disposal. Maybe. No, it's not a maybe. This is, you have been lied to. And not only that, but also the American conditions of surrender were far more favorable to the Japanese than the Russian conditions of surrender were. That's the other side of this fucking story as well. That's even crazier. Americans quite literally refused to punish Unit 731 war criminals and numerous other war criminals on the Imperial Japanese side, in exchange for a lot of the secret experiments that they were conducting, so they could take the biological and chemical warfare research that they had conducted in China, which is like Holocaust experiments, like Mengele-style experiments, sometimes even like to the same degree, sometimes even worse, sometimes not as bad. But they took all of that knowledge and then they used it in the genocide of Korea. Straight up. This is like a universal Western approach to like bad World War II history. Historians generally agree today that Japan would have surrendered before invasion of the mainland, but especially after the USSR entered Manchuria to cut off Japan from a massive industrial and agricultural asset, it was basically over. We were fighting fascists. Chatter. I ride with easy company, okay? I've never said that I've never said that what America did in World War II was wrong. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying even when America is on the right side of history, they somehow find a way to, you know, every now and then do some fuck shit. That's it. Like, I agree. Of course, America was awesome. It's like we still we rest on the laurels of what the older generations did against the growth of fascism, against like crimes against humanity that the Imperial Japan and the Axis forces committed. 100%. It was awesome. America then used that to do, you know, Nazi style shit all around the globe that still happens to this day. Clearly, the nukes did not work to eradicate fascism. We became the fucking fascists. So apparently, nuclear arms do not stop fascism at all. We defeated the Nazis, but then fascism won. Many people don't realize that 15% of Koreans were killed in the Korean War. Yeah. Who's we? You were in Turkey? That's true. My ancestors were in Turkey. Staying the fuck out of it, okay? Staying the hell out of that. They were like, no, we learned our lesson in World War I. Okay, we are not siding with Germany again, which clearly was a smart choice, okay? Clearly. Because, oh my God, it would be fucking indefensible. Oh my God, it would be so devastating if the fucking Turkish government at the time was like, oh yeah, you're our historic ally, Germany. We'll join you once again. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Holy shit. Oh brother. Oh brother. If only you applied. What is this? You're right. America did a lot of the bad things. However, can you apply the same standards to the Soviets? Why don't you apply the same standards to the Soviets? Only if you apply the same standards to the USSR. I literally just said the Eastern flank was far more gruesome and far more brutal than the Allied forces in the West. What are you talking about? What do you want to fucking talk about? Oh, the Red Army was like raping and pillaging. Is that your like? Do we have a bunch of little Nazis in here? Anti-communism instantly. Anti-communism instantly turns motherfucker. The invasion of Afghanistan was particularly brutal. Bitch, when the fuck have I defended the invasion of Afghanistan? The fuck? But I don't see you talking about it. Wait, what? How did you arrive at this conclusion? Dude, I've never defended the USSR's invasion of Afghanistan. It played a formative role in the collapse of the USSR. What the fuck? Like, even if you think like I'm a USSR glazer, I don't know a single fucking USSR defender that will say like the invasion of Afghanistan was a good thing. Hello? What the fuck? Yeah, but you claim America is uniquely evil? Yes, America is uniquely evil. That's true. Brother, America invaded Afghanistan. What the fuck? So, America also got Afghanistan and Afghanistan invasion under its belt too. The fuck are you talking about? I don't agree with the USSR invading Afghanistan. You think I do for some weird reason. I don't know why. Yes, America is uniquely evil because of all of the technological advancements that came, the complete control that it had, like how it used the post-World War II design to its advantage to engage in global dominance. America is the hegemonic superpower post-World War II. Even during the Cold War, it had a significant upper hand over the USSR due to the fact that the USSR had incurred significant penalties and was directly invaded. Significant penalties in comparison to America. America was far away. America was so far away from the actual scene of the battle, the theater of war, that it was able to use its now industrial output at the time to its advantage to implement the Marshall Plan, to create this new design for the Western world, the Western capitalist world. Okay, so how is the USSR not equally as evil as America just because it's socialist? The USSR is not as equally bad as America because, one, the USSR lost the Cold War, and two, the USSR happened to be on the right side more often than on the wrong side of these conflicts that came after World War II, as opposed to the United States of America that was on the wrong side pretty much all the fucking time. Okay? Stalin helped form Israel, by the way. Yeah, I know. I don't know why the fuck you're bringing that up. You think I don't know that? I don't know why you're bringing up shit that I already know. I know more than you. And I have talked about all of this shit, okay? What the fuck? I'm so confused. You know what this is, actually? Yeah, I'm giving you so many instances. Brother, you're defending America while talking about Stalin sending fucking weapons by way of Czechoslovakia to the fucking Zionist brigades. Who do you think has given more money and more material support to Israel? America or the fucking USSR? Are you delusional? At least after the fucking 50s, after that short-lived labor Zionism movement, the USSR very quickly dropped its support for Israel, and America became its #1 fucking dick rider and its singular defender. Hello? Are you fucking stupid? Every example that you're using shows that America was far worse than the USSR. And it's ironic because you're making it seem like I'm defending Stalin's actions when I'm not. I'm not defending that. This is not even like a Molotov-Ribbentrop situation, like where there's at least like it's the USSR version of like appeasement in an effort to get its shit together enough that they could actually fucking push back against the Nazis when the time came for it. They were literally demanding that the Western world wake up to the Nazi reality, and the Western world was far too invested in appeasement at the time. Like, there's a better argument you can fucking bring up in that situation than you can with like fucking Stalin's defense of Israel initially, or Stalin's role in the inception of Israel. You know, I don't defend those things. I don't defend the USSR's invasion of Afghanistan. I don't defend Stalin playing a role in the inception of Israel. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway. Stalin also suppressed many leftist movements in many parts of the world. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't understand what battle you are choosing to fight here. By every metric of violence that you can speak on behalf of the USSR's actions, America comes out the clear winner in every metric of cruelty, in every metric of suppression of leftist movements. Who do you think? You're like, oh, Stalin didn't fucking deal with Yugoslavia appropriately or some shit. He had some crazy opinions on how to deal with, he wasn't fast enough on defending Korea. Like all this dumb shit that you can bring up. Who was Stalin opposing on the other side? The American capitalists, the American-backed capitalist forces, capitalist imperialist forces. You're out of your fucking mind. Bro, just check logs already. Bro, do you still believe communism works? TikTok is an international platform. It's not only about America. Bro, socialism does not work. Aren't you a China glazer? China treats its own citizens inhumanely. Your points would make sense if you weren't a China glazer, and yet China continues to trade with Israel. I'm talking about the Uyghurs, bro. Oh, this guy is just literally like everything that, please stop criticizing America. I need you to understand that like all of the other countries, by virtue of not being America, are technically more moral than America, are actually just as bad as America, but not America for the same metrics. Okay? It's so funny. Motherfuckers will literally be like, USSR did bad thing times 3. America did bad things times 300, sometimes 300,000, but you should focus on USSR did bad things times 3 rather than America does bad things times 300,000. That's literally the argument here. Like, that's what it is. This is a fucking idiotic argument for anyone who has a decent understanding of history that doesn't have fucking American exceptionalism slammed into their fucking brainstem up their asshole. We'll look at the situation and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's the same dynamic that exists all the time. America will be lasering fucking fishermen off the coastline of the Caribbean countries while simultaneously talking about how China is spraying water on a Filipino fishing boat. Think about how damaging that is. Look at what China's doing. I don't know, bitch. Look at what America's doing. I'm an American. I'm not fucking Chinese. I'm an American. And America, by every standard, is far more brutal, far more ruthless, far more successful in all of its initiatives in perpetuity. It's not even a fucking comparison. Like, you say, what about Xinjiang? What about what China did? I've never defended what China has done in Xinjiang, but in comparison to fucking Gaza, if what Netanyahu and what Israel has done to the Palestinians, if the Israeli government had treated the Palestinians in the same way that like Xi Jinping treated the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, everyone would be talking about how fucking Israel is the most moral nation on the planet. The fuck? Every other country's imperialism is objectively evil, but the U.S. is always nuanced. Don't you get it? Law, you think it's more humane, forcibly sterilizing enforced disappearances? Yes, brother. You don't understand, brother. I'm saying that I can criticize a country for doing those things, but if you're comparing that country's attitude to like America, then it's not even a fucking question. Do you understand? How is this the conversation here isn't just about like centered around just what China is doing, okay? I have a more nuanced approach to this. I'm saying what China is doing is wrong, but in comparison, if you're trying to make an argument about like, well, don't listen to America's crimes, listen to what China is doing. What China has done is not even remotely close to the cruelty that America subjected people around the world. That's simply the truth. You can't argue against the truth, so you got to fucking argue about, you got to stick to just like, well, what about what they're doing, what they're doing, what they're doing, what they're doing, over and over again. Like, even when you say like, oh, well, China's still doing trade with fucking Israel. It's like, okay, who is Israel's number one partner and ally? Israel is basically a Western invention. First by the Anglos in the UK, and then controlled by the United States of America. Okay? Stop with this nonsense.
My ambition has always been about conditions. I remain ambitious, but my ambitions are in changing our political environment. That's why when I was first elected, my ambition was to change the Democratic Party and to make it more economically populist and responsive to working class Americans, while also not yielding the civil rights of the most vulnerable people in the country. And that meant not just about my career, it meant we had to elect scores of elected officials that shared the same value. And so I think oftentimes the discussions about speculation, et cetera, are so narrow because frankly, I think the ambitions of a progressive movement go so far beyond elected office. We are coming for power for working people. And that means not just electoral power. We're coming to break up monopolies. We're coming to enforce antitrust. And we're coming to get cash in the pockets of working class Americans the world over.
My 3-year-old son said, what the fuck today? And it broke my heart to realize that I can't listen to Hasan in the car anymore. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, chatter. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, but you're defending China and not the US. Why defend China when they're supporting Israel? No, I'm not defending everything that China does. I'm not defending China's fucking ties to Israel. What the hell are you talking about? This is the problem. When I criticize America, I come at it from a nuanced position, but you already expect that. When I criticize China from a nuanced position, you consider that to be unexpected because it's always black and white. This is the issue. My problem with the American audience is that I apply an even morally consistent analysis to both of these countries, okay? And same goes for Russia as well. It's hilarious to fucking be an American citizen and be like, you went to China. Bitch, from the perspective of defending Israel, I'm an American citizen. I'm literally paying for the baby annihilation machine with my fucking taxes. What the fuck do you mean? Oh my God, I went to China and China's also not aggressive enough with Israel. Like, what are you talking about? Anything that you can say about China, you can say a millionfold about the United States of America. Yeah, it's like, why aren't you talking about China's invasion of Vietnam in 1979? You know what I mean? It's like, well, yeah, I can't believe China would invade Vietnam. Good thing my country has never invaded Vietnam and occupied it and basically did a fucking genocide in Vietnam for 20 years. I, for one, appreciate being corrected for things I thought I knew about. That's why I'm here every day. I actually look forward to learning new things every day. Also, can't believe you visited China, I type from my Chinese keyboard, where I look at the words that I typed from my Chinese keyboard on my Chinese monitor. Like, what do you own that isn't made in China? The fuck? Can't even stand with your Turkey brothers. Shaking my head, bro. You should be embarrassed. You gave an interview to a CCP broadcast. Yeah, I give interviews to American broadcasts all the time, dude. I wrote an opinion editorial on the New York Times. Do you understand? I wrote an opinion editorial on the New York Times. It is literally one of the most influential outlets in the genocide of Palestinians. Again, this bad faith framing is never going to fucking work. Okay? My tax dollars pay for the genocide. I'm trying to do my very best to stop that. But it's crazy to be like, wow, I can't believe you're, platforming China.
I mean, working class people the world over.
So
I will say this. The worse conditions get in the United States of America, the less people will believe the Red Scare propaganda shit because they're like, it can't be all that bad. Look at how fucking dog shit America is right now. They're like, oh, bread lines? Okay, well, we got bread lines too, bitch.
We're now looking at the midterm elections in the US, and maybe give us a sense of the mood and what is your expectation for the midterm elections. And maybe also address the question, do you think that democracy will hold? Because there are very worrying steps being taken by the Trump administration to maybe really interfere with the voting and the democratic process itself. So what is your view on that? Are you confident that it will be a democratic election? And what do you think about the outcome, the possible?
Well, so much of what the Trump administration does is operate on intimidation. They try to make high-profile examples of people or incidents in order to intimidate the rest. For example, the arrest of journalist Don Lemon for being present during one of the protests in Minneapolis. They know that they can't arrest every journalist in Minneapolis, so they arrest one or two that are well known in order to scare people away from covering what is going on. But it is important to remember that there are more of us than them. And to your earlier question, when you said, what do you say to people who don't know what to do in this time? Every one of us can be sand in the gears of an injustice. And whether it is a delay, whether it is saying no, I think about how all the people in Minneapolis refused to let ICE officers use the bathroom in their establishments. I mean, It's a small thing, but it matters. It matters. It matters. You know, because to you, as one individual, you are a person that's kind of closing your shop to someone like that, and it's, oh, well, you know, it may seem almost petty or personal or whatever, but when a whole community bands together and does that, first of all, it creates a culture, which is part of what the ascendant right is doing, right? It creates a culture. We create a culture of protection of one another, a culture of solidarity with one another, and it's rebellious. But more importantly, it is very, it does put a very real strain on them. They have to run around, they don't know what to do, maybe they have to get their own facilities, and it starts to disorganize this apparatus that originally seemed very...
You just click the timestamp and let that shit ride? No, it was specifically the timestamp where she's talking about Palestine. I can't stop at this fucking... I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. I just... You got to stop spamming it, man. I can't stop spamming it. I can't. AOC addressing speculation about our political future. I remain ambitious, but my ambitions are about changing our political environment. The ambitions of a progressive movement go so far beyond an elected office. We are coming. Oh my God, that's so good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Come on. That's good. That's fire. That's the best thing. That's the best thing I've heard from her this past week. This is Zoran ass bar. Okay, well. Bro, get new sounds? No, I can't. I need one sound and one sound only. That's it. Like, I mean, I got a bunch. I got a bunch, but wait, this one might be too loud. Hold on. Yeah, this one is loud. Fuck. How do you guys like that? Is that loud? Is that too loud? Do the teams one? I don't even know if I have it. Wait. That's so triggering for people. Okay. Wow. Bro, acting like the guy in Discord that's got a soundboard. I mean, I'm just using it on the internet. I'm using the Stop, I came here to watch depressing news and hear how fuck you chat's mom not get triggered by Discord notifications. You're like my dad picking up his phone ringtone. You're like my dad. Okay. I am like your dad. All right, let's watch Moist Critical, Penguinzo, more like Goat Critical, take Israel to task again.
Man, this new tactic that they're pulling out for the Epstein files that they're really digging in deep in the John Madden playbook for is unbelievably ridiculous, even by the standards the circus has already set. This is like if I pissed on your head, but didn't even try and call it rain. I just called it piss. I just say, hey, Buster, I'm urinating on you. And you're just supposed to, like, thank me for it. Last night, there was a big bombshell breaking. All Epstein files released. Pam Bondi announces DOJ has released all Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, including justified redactions and a list of high-profile names appearing in these documents. When I saw that fresh little nugget drop there, I actually thought that there was a huge Epstein file dump where they actually did unredact everything. Maybe Pam Bondi getting biblically smacked down at that hearing the other day and embarrassing herself actually did lead to these files coming out, the remainder of them. But it turns out that's just a fucking lie. That's just a big-time, full-blown fib. And of course, it was a speed run to Community Note it as people went to check, only to learn there are no new files. What's being referred to here are the same files that came out a few weeks ago, the 3.5 million files from a couple weeks ago. And now the new thing here is, I guess after Pam Bondi got fucking farmed on Rust by anyone with even a single semblance of a brain at that hearing, she huffed and puffed and then farted out a giant list of names from anyone that was even mentioned anywhere, which includes people like Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17. So this has naturally been called out by a lot of people saying, to have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for the sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography with no clarification.
I'm beginning to realize that so many of my audience are a bunch of fucking Discord lifers, Discord no-lifers, basically. And that's the reason why anytime I do any Discord noise, you guys fucking lose your minds. Like, you just... It's crazy how much you fucking use Discord, dude. I've never had my Discord notification sound on ever in my whole life. So for me, it does nothing when I do that. Do the connecting the voice chat Discord sound? I don't think I have it. Oh. I'm glad I have no idea what's going on. Me either, trust me. It's crazy though. It's crazy so much.
Of how either was mentioned in the files is absurd, which it is. It's done on purpose with the sole intent of confusing and muddying everything here. They combined the actual, real, evil child sex trafficking clients with just random people's names who appeared in emails like Janis Joplin. This is ridiculous, and it's just blatantly corrupt right in your face. There is no new files here. That is just a lie. Yet for some reason, it's being peddled by tons of people as if it's real. I guess they all got the call, so Alex Jones here preaching about how Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files. She dropped her trousers and took a shit on this whole narrative that the Epstein files implicate anyone in this administration. In fact, it backfired bigly on the left, on powerful Dems like Bill Clinton. And others busted while fake smears against Trump are bullshit. Vindication for Trump. It's crazy how Alex Jones, for years, was talking about this elite pedophile ring that was raping and torturing and killing children, and now he is finally proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be right. He was completely correct on that. And now he has to pussyfoot around the subject, just tiptoeing, walking on eggshells because some of his friends are in there. Dude went from secretly filming Bohemian Grove to being best...
By the way, this is awesome. Charlie's take on this is like verbatim what I've been saying. I love it. It's fucking great, okay?
Buddies with its members. So now, we all know that this is correct. Alex Jones could have taken a victory lap on this shit, but instead he's been preoccupied with 6'7" Labubu and whatever other dog shit that is, and anytime he mentions the Epstein files, he has to do so with Trump's cock in his throat about it. He only focuses on the most easy, low-hanging fruit of the Epstein files like Bill Clinton. Alex Jones explores the Epstein files like this with his hands over his eyes, really scared, making sure to put on the blinders so he could block out all of his friends' names, so he can laser focus on easy shit like Bill Clinton, who everybody knows is guilty in all of this. Real groundbreaking stuff, Goober. It's incredible what a paid shill this guy is. And I just saw he's doing like a press tour about how all of this is the result of Trump, by the way. He went in there and said, you gotta release this now. It's time we fucking release everything unredacted. No more, softball in it. As if Trump was the reason this happened. Even after, for a whole year, Trump has been saying it's a hoax. It's not real. Move on, move on, move on. We gotta stop caring about this Epstein stuff. Does anyone still care about this? No one in America cares about this. Yeah, Alex, I'm sure Trump is the one that went in there and really strong-armed the release of anything. And again, Alex Jones is saying all the files are released now. That is just provably false. That is not true. There are no new files that Pam Bondi just released, Alex. It should be obvious to anyone paying attention, or even just a smidgen of attention. You don't even have to, have your eyes glued to it or anything. Even just glancing should be pretty clear, painting an obvious picture that the powers that be are using Alex Jones as a very convenient mouthpiece to regurgitate their shit. And
as I've said before, time and time again, Alex Jones is a fucking federal agent. He's a psyop. And if he's not a psyop, then the government would have created an Alex Jones style psyop regardless to basically disparage all of the very real secretive initiatives of our intelligence community, to package that up with a whole bunch of garbanzo. Okay? That's it. Alex Jones running around, getting vindicated left and right, getting vindicated left and right over the course of these past couple of years, only to turn around and in his moment of utter vindication, to be like, oh, it's actually all fake. I mean, it's just, Donald Trump is great. Yes, that's right. He's doing he's kidnapping people and putting them in FEMA facilities, but actually that's for good. It's for good reason.
Defend them and do a lot of sweeping for them. We are in an era where you have this information at your fingertips, and they are telling you, disregard what your eyes can see and listen to us and nothing else. It's so fucking scary because people are willingly doing it. You can check yourself to see if there are new files that dropped. And it only takes a couple of seconds to get the real answer. No new files have dropped. You can find the truth yourself. And it takes seconds. And they know that, so they're relying on you just being too lazy and too blind and too much of a sheep so they can just feed you things and have you believe them without bothering to check. So they can just lie and say that Pam Bondi just unleashed the nuke on Epstein. All of it's right there, and it's only Democrats. Look at that. Backfired bigly. And you won't bother to check it yourself. It's craziness, and it sucks that it works so well. If you do bother to do any amount of actual research on the Epstein files, you'll find it's more than just Democrats. It's Democrats and it's Republicans. It's a ton of the world's most powerful people that have engaged in some of the most unthinkable, evil actions imaginable. And these monsters, these fucking worms, treat it like a joke. CoffeeZilla just made a video on it. Howard Lutnick in particular, he's always busting a gut laughing anytime Epstein's even brought up.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceive the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour. And we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just gonna get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen.
They are literally laughing in your face about it. They know they're getting away with it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's just so brazen, like CoffeeZilla said. And then you have people like Alex Jones that are just parroting that same shit like, everyone's absolved except for the people we don't like. And also, by the way, even if it was only the people you don't like that are implicated here and guilty, why aren't they being arrested? Ask yourself that question. Why aren't the people like Bill Clinton being arrested? Why is nobody getting arrested for the Epstein files? I know I've already said this, but even if the only people...
Because, Charlie, you don't understand. These are load-bearing pedophiles, okay? This is a load-bearing pedophilic cabal. We had too big to fail with our banking system, and now we have a too big to fail situation with our international sex traffickers and sex criminals. Okay? That's the problem. Okay? Do I need to remind you that the Dow was over 50,000? Do I need to remind you that the Dow was over 50,000? It comes down to 49,999. We'll talk. But right now, the Dow's over 50,000. How do you think we got there? With these load-bearing pedophiles.
People that were guilty in here are the people you personally don't like. Why wouldn't Trump and this administration be going fucking full throttle, whole hog at them, trying to throw them in the slammer? Food for thought, I suppose. Perhaps it's because they know if they went down, it would put them at risk too, because it's not just the people you don't like. You are just so focused on the ones you don't like that you'll block out all of the other shit. You will not use your own fucking brain. Now, another big thing that's come out...
Wait a minute. Somebody said the Dow is under 50,000. Are you serious? Are you serious right now? The Dow is at 49,000? It's over. It's fucking over, dude. It's done.
Bruh.
That's crazy. Oh no, dude, we're fucked. Yeah, I need a longer Undertaker intro song in mind. Guys, people are telling me that that was under 50,000 right now. You got to put your hand in the cash register right now. Go to the nearest bodega and put your hand in the cash register right now. Their money is your money.
That it seems like a lot of mainstream media and a lot of Twitter personalities refuse to speak on is Epstein's potential ties to Israel. It's very weird. Yet no one really seems to want to talk about that connection. Why is that? I just find it odd how you have so many Twitter patriots and mainstream outlets that just outright ignore this potential connection of Epstein and Israel. And Israel...
Wait a minute, but also, have you thought about how Epstein might be a Russian, Chinese, Iranian asset? I'm just saying. It could be. It's just something to consider. Okay?
Is a very important subject in American politics, it seems. Politicians can't stop praising them, glazing them, and Trump in particular, his mouth has become a glory hole for Netanyahu. So don't you think it would be something worth talking about and investigating if there is potentially a tie between Epstein and Israel? I mean, I feel like that would be something that a lot of people would want to know more information about to find out if it's true or not or what's going on there. Because again, every politician in this country, this administration and even previous administrations love to bend over for Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. Right. And I've worked every day to do that.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel, and bring home Israelis, and make sure we stand by our #1 ally in Israel.
Sorry, what cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel, defense of Israel.
What is #1?
I have said to people when they ask me if this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, and I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to who we, fundamental.
Miriam Adelson is amazing. What she has done for Israel, for our country, and for this world is second to none. Thank you, my friend. The sad truth is, for way too long, anti-Semitism has been allowed to grow unchecked in this country. Too many institutions have abdicated their moral responsibility to speak up.
There's an additional 100 clips I probably could have pulled, but these were the ones that were top of mind, and I think it's pretty clear that Israel is an extremely important
That was crazy. That was crazy. This is mimetic warfare. Please stop. No.
Subject to the powerful politicians in this country. Fucking Ted Cruz goes as far as to say it's the sole reason he got into politics is to defend them. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't know how that's not treasonous. He is a representative in our country who is openly stating that his priorities are a foreign entity. Whatever, I guess. I suppose that's fine by today's standards. I don't really get how. And boy howdy, isn't that Nancy Pelosi statement quite the eye-opener. Even if everything crumbles over here, we will still find a way to honor our aid to Israel. We'll start botting in RuneScape if that's what it takes to make enough money to send it to Israel. Damn everything else here, that's the most important part. Pretty crazy shit, I would think. I feel like maybe I'm on the crack pipe here, but that should be a little concerning that the politicians that are supposed to be representing this country seem much more focused on the interests of another. But anyway, my point is, with the release of all of these Epstein files, even though hundreds of the files are just completely worthless garbage that are fully fucking redacted, just nothings, there is still a lot that remains that showcases a potential connection of Epstein and Israel. Now, of course, nothing's confirmed or anything, but shouldn't that at least warrant some kind of investigation, at least some kind of poking around? This administration is very blunt about how little they care about the Epstein files. They literally say that. Trump always talks about how no one should care about this and move on. And also, they're very open about, we're probably not going to look to investigate anything. There's nothing actionable in there. Whoops-a-daisy. Can't do anything about it. Sorry. And, of course, Perjury Patel just continues to lie about it. But anyone that actually takes a peek at it should at least find it odd that a lot of these outlets, like journalist outlets, a lot of politicians, and a lot of the paid shills online are not talking about the Epstein-Israel connection in any capacity whatsoever. And when they do talk about Epstein as a potential spy, they always make a mention of CIA, or, you know, maybe not being a CIA spy, but never going as far as to talk about a potential connection to Israel. That should be very weird. Why is that something no one would talk about when Israel is such a huge piece of this country, apparently? Why wouldn't that be something that would be more discussed by the mainstream? It's all.
We got to show Charlie the drop site articles that have been written on this, for the record, because it would probably fucking blow his mind. Like if he saw the drop site, if he saw the fucking drop site articles that have come out of Jeffrey Epstein's long-standing commitment to the beautiful nation state of Israel, I mean, he would be extra woke. He would go from, he's woke as fuck right now, but it would blow his mind. You know what I mean?
So blatantly corrupt. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this latest lie. That's really about it. See ya.
Great video overall. The normies are on it. Very cool. Very much on board with this. Love it. Love. Personally, I'm obsessed with the new soundbite era you've entered here, Unc. Yeah, I'm soundboard. I'm doing soundboards over and over again. You can't use sound effects from games you haven't played on stream. This is one way to really fuck up all the clip chimping with the haters. I don't think it'll stop. What are these sound effects? Unc be wildin'? No, I'm fully on the soundboard meta, honestly. I'm sound maxing. I'm Unc maxing and I'm sound maxing. All right. There were a couple good lines from AOC that I wanted to show you, by the way. This is specifically about the most vulnerable amongst us being responsible for all of the economic issues that we're facing. Okay.
The ascent of populist movements is telling us that governments have strayed too far from being responsive to the working class. And so populist movements can all have, they are mechanisms of delivery, and it really matters what they deliver. When you have economic stagnation for the working class and GDP is growing, it is an injustice. And one path and one story is, they both, frankly, need to provide a prescription of why and who is causing this. One direction is we are going to blame this on the vulnerable in society, on immigrants, on people of different gender identities, on a cultural or the educated and an anti-intellectualist movement. That's the stuff that right-wing populist movements are made of. And that, of course, is all done as a distraction from the truth, which is that it is economic elites that are taking the lion's share of growth for themselves and leaving crumbs for the working class. So the alternative to the lie, which is that it is the most vulnerable in society that is doing this, the alternative is a populist movement that tells the truth. A populist movement that says, this is an injustice. You are being screwed over. And that story is not a cultural one, but a class one. And that it is a class one.
Oh, shit, dude. She's right. Let's run that back. Let's run that back.
In society that is doing this. The alternative is a populist movement that tells the truth. A populist movement that says, this is an injustice. You are being screwed over. And that story is not a cultural one, but a class one. And that it is a class one.
That's right. Finally. And we got another one. We got another one. Persuade the moderates.
Electoral movements, and we have to persuade moderate movements to
going so long. We're persuading the moderates. A lot of you are like this right now. You need to stop. You need to stop. This is a new dawn. This is a new day. This is a new life. Okay? Yeah, when I say Sunday Fun Day, this is what I meant. Okay? Oh, you got a problem with what I'm doing?
We do not care. We do not care.
That's right. That's right. I'm just saying. Don't make me get out the band hammer. I'm having such a good time, dude. I'm having such a fucking good time with this whole process. I didn't realize it was like that. I didn't realize I could just have so much fun, like a totally new layer of fun. Like, that's crazy. That one's loud.
Have an open mind about how we discuss and approach human rights in the region. And that is why I say that our work has to be coalitional. It has to be coalitional. We have to grow our ranks and we have to persuade. And so I say this again because if we go separately, we will lose it all. We will lose it all. And so it's, and I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear that that is not a negation. That is not a point of negation. It is a point of coalition. And so it means that everyone has something to give here. And that's why I'm proud to be meeting with both De Linke tomorrow and to be here with SPD today, because we cannot let the right win. We just can't.
That was awesome. You're pulling this shit and I'm supposed to think you're neurotypical? What do you mean? The ham with the 50 big bones. God damn. Oh, the ham, dude. Hell yeah. Thank you to the ham for the 50 ones. Please don't stop. We need silly Hasan activated this year more than ever. I agree. I'm gonna keep being silly. This is like the Shock Radio HasanAbi style. I've been laughing my ass off all day. Welcome to the king of sling. It's the HasanAbi hour. That's right. I'm sleazy easy. Here we are talking about what AOC is saying on Venezuela. Let's take a look at what she had to say.
Remark on who Maduro was as a leader. He canceled elections. He was an anti-democratic leader. That doesn't mean that we can kidnap a head of state and engage in acts of war just because the nation is below the equator. And it is not a remark on who Maduro was as a leader. He canceled the.
This is a dangerous skill you should 1000% develop. Yeah. I unironically enjoy the stream more this way. I think so too. I think it's like more fun this way when we're jester maxing. I mean, he was a leader, canceled elections, he was an anti-democratic leader. That doesn't mean we can kidnap it. I mean, it's a far greater crime. Also, here is friend of the show, David Adler, saying, standing ovation for Rubio in Munich, standing ovation for Netanyahu in Washington. We are ruled by a transatlantic clique of criminals and midwit minions who clap like seals when their white supremacy is laundered in the language of Western values. Sick stuff. And this person goes, you think Rubio is a white supremacist? Yes, dumbass. He literally said he's not Cuban. He said his descendants are Italian and Spanish. So yeah, why the fuck do you think he was actually fucking saying that? Huh? Why do you think he was saying that? Don't make me unload. Okay? That's why he was saying that. He was saying that because he's a fucking white supremacist. He was like, oh, I'm not actually Cuban, which is a different type of Mexican. I'm actually different. And I actually had a take on this morning as well, where I was saying both Nicolas Fuentes, and Marco Rubio are doing the same damn thing. Okay, Nick Fuentes, handshake emoji, Marco Rubio, both coming together. Queer Latinx white supremacists who want to dominate Latin America for parasitic capital. That's it. Here she calls out the Dems. Ooh, I like that. Let's see.
I was told that I was an enemy of my party, that I was going to be the reason why the right won, that I was going to cause that the entire future of the country was in balance, and that I was the reason why we would lose. And what was hurtful about it was that they were telling
me too. I've heard that many times before. Let's be real.
me this because of what I believed. I was being told this because of my commitment to trans rights, because of my commitment for Medicare for All, which is seen as radical communist propaganda in the United States. That I believe in workers' rights.
This is, I suspect that my now overuse of the soundboard is going to increase the number of like under 25s in the broadcast by like at least 10 to 20%. And it's going to literally cut out everyone over the age of 35. Like, I feel like there are people coming in being like, oh, I can finally fucking pay attention to what this guy is saying because he just keeps putting like all these soundboard things in here. As a professional soundboard guy, I think you need to be more tactical with your soundboard usage for maximum impact. I agree. I'm just only getting used to it. But for people over the age of 35, they're like, this is terrible. This fucking sucks. I don't understand it. No, bro, I'm a 35-year-old child. Okay, good. I'm youth maxing. Let them do that shit in post? Nah, fuck that. No, we're doing it live, baby. We're doing it live. You already know.
Our ranks.
Learn from Uncle Sam on how to use a soundboard. I'm using it just right. Okay? I'm using it just fucking right. Don't even get me started on this shit. All right? I'm using it just right.
In the Democratic Party, we have a broad coalition. And so some of the most conservative members of the Democratic Party, it can be hard. And I had moments, my first reelection, in my first term, I didn't think I was going to run for reelection. I thought I was going to be one term and done because of how painful and challenging it was. I think there's something that we just have to do, especially as an international left, is that all of us, too often there's a lot of minimization of left movements, but all of us, I think, need to swallow some medicine about the moment. I would say, speak in the US context, I think mainstream Democrats have had to swallow some medicine about the fact that their youth and that generationally, particularly on the issue of Palestine, is quite clear about how they feel about this. In the US, there were similar crackdowns on student protests, etc. And that there has to be some give on that front with the brutal reality that.
Did you see LeBron said he heard only good things about Israel? Yes. Do you know how many people have texted me that shit, by the way? I know, guys. I know. As soon as it happened, I got like an influx of chatters that came in here to immediately tell me that my goat is fucking washed. And I got a bunch of people texting me. Listen, I did not believe in magic until I saw all my fucking dogs turn into snakes, including but not limited to LeBron James, also known as Hebron James, also known as Le Zionist. Okay? Le Bibi Netanyahu. That's why why are you so white? My new LeBron is Mao. And by Mao, I mean Wemba Mao. Another clip that got end brokenness, all mad law. AOC was talking about class-based internationalism. Oh,
we are all that we have. We will not survive apart. And I know that I've been there. It feels very difficult and challenging when sometimes the people who are diminishing you are the ones that you need. And that goes in all directions, right? We have to learn how to hold conflict and hold together in conflict. And I think it requires acknowledgement. And again, it requires concessions for all of us. It's hard because we have to tell the truth. It's not to say we can't say these things. It's not to say you're not allowed to say these things. God forbid. But it is to say that we need to be able to be very angry at each other and also know what the real enemy is.
Okay, well, AOC slams Rubio's pro-West speech and calls for class-based internationalism instead.
Even in places like Munich, Marco Rubio's speech was a pure appeal to Western culture. My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain. I thought.
Will you ever admit that left-wing politics are starting to push your voice aside because people are realizing what people like you truly stand for? What? Left-wing politics are starting to push my voice aside because people are realizing what people like I truly stand for? What do you, can you elaborate on what you think is happening in the world right now? Because the person that's talking on stage is like one of the most popular politicians in the country. And this is a person I talk to with regular frequency, so I don't know what you mean by that. Unless you mean like AOC is more radical than me or something. I'm always fucking fascinated by people like this guy, like what they think is going on in the world. Like they just, does he think that there is like, does he think that there's this like massive growth and wave of like socialist politicians that are gaining prominence and mainstream recognition, and Americans are starting to self-identify as socialists, and all those Americans are like, I'm a socialist, but I fucking hate Hasan? Is that what you think is going on? Or do you think I'm actually a rad lib, unlike AOC or something? Because if you consider yourself, if you position all of your politics from, if you get all your politics from, I'm seeing people like AOC and Hillary Clinton starting to talk about coming together to stop this whole left versus right BS. You want people to be mad at each other, the opposite of what we need in the world right now. What? You think AOC is saying we need Hillary Clinton, we need to coalesce with Hillary Clinton? Is that what you think is going on here? Is even Hillary Clinton saying we need to coalesce around people like AOC? I think it's really funny that this is the brain damage that I see from like Hasan derangement syndrome liberals, right? Where they'll be like, oh, Zoran sucks, and then Zoran wins and he becomes like a Democrat, right? So then they're like, okay, Zoran's cool, but how do I still maintain this position that Zoran is cool, but I hate Hasan? If your highest priority here is like saying Hasan sucks, you have to invent an alternative reality altogether where you're like, Zoran is cool because he hates you, actually. Or AOC is cool now and she hates you, right? Like, this is what's so alarming about the way that these guys have designed their world view. Like they don't care about like actual politics. They don't care about like advancing a vision. They don't have a vision at all, where it's like pure fucking hatred, and not even hatred towards like a specific ideological delineation, but hatred towards one person. You know? It's very strange. Especially because like I think utterly irrelevant. I'm just one person. Like I'm just a voice for a lot of other people. Some people who I've been able to convince to join this side, and others who already had these opinions, right? So if I go away, it's not like this fucking movement goes away, but I guess you'll be happier overall, because then it's like, oh, at least I don't have to like get annoyed at the prospect of Hasan existing. Is that what it is? It's kind of the same with like Donald Trump, where a lot of people fucking despise Donald Trump and Trump only. They don't understand that like there's a movement behind Donald Trump that I despise, right? He might be singularly important to this movement and an irreplaceable voice in the growing fascist movement in America. But even if he goes away, there are other people who could take his position, Tucker Carlson being one of them, right? So I think a lot of you guys just hyper focus on me, one guy, and think that I'm the only reason why there's like their world revolves around you. It's very weird. Parasocial relationship centered around disliking you. I know. It's strange. These guys will also never explain what I truly stand for. No, Hillary Clinton was in Germany yesterday and was talking about mass deportation and mass migration and how Obama did more with ICE than Trump is doing now. AOC is talking about coming together and lowering the political climate. Or am I wrong about that? You just want people to be angry and protesting in the streets so there's constant havoc in the West? Your rhetoric is destructive to society. Yeah, no, you've misunderstood both of... Well, first of all, what Hillary Clinton said, you did understand correctly. And it's fucking gross that she said that. But that's the difference between you and I. I have actual policy goals in mind, and I actually care about, you know, people being deported. I don't want people to be deported. You don't give a shit if it's a Democrat doing it, or at least you don't give a shit when a Democrat is doing it in a way that it doesn't like offend your sensibilities. You and I have very big disagreements here. And AOC talking about like lowering the political climate or trying to fucking coalesce around her class-based, class-centered politics is exactly what I advocate for as well. I'm perfectly fine with liberals coming around to my worldview. That's actually what I've done so successfully over the last couple of years, over the last decade or so. That's precisely what I've done. Plenty of the people that are in this community that are now card-carrying Democratic Socialists, PSL members, community organizers were not socialists before they got into this community. They were liberals. Most people's starting point is liberals, right? That's fine, you know? And maybe one day you will also open up your third eye and no longer be this like weird centrist liberal guy who professionally misunderstands people.
And I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word on that. But you know, I think it's also important to note how thin that foundation is. Culture is changing. Culture always changed. Culture for the entire history of
AOC is clearly advocating for forcing neolibs to fall in behind the leftists, and acceptance is in not rejecting them when they make that shift. This chatter thinks what is being discussed in a policy irrelevant of acceptance of whatever the Democratic Party pushes. Despite her discussing here, it's unacceptable to the party's position on Israel and other topics. Yeah. I mean, that's with the Zoran shit. That's when I fully comprehended this, though. Because, like, I've never... I mean, obviously, I have disagreements with Zoran as well. I have disagreements with every politician, including AOC. But like there has never been a politician that was both demographic representation wise and also ideologically closest to me, being an anti-Zionist, being, you know, a Muslim socialist, like an open Muslim socialist, running for office, and then people actually aggressively attacking him and then basically welcoming him with open arms once he became the Democratic mayor of New York, only to then turn around and be like, I love Zoran, but I fucking hate Hasan. The reasons why you the reasons why you hate me are the reasons why many of the establishment liberals and the Republicans in its entirety despised Zoran Mamdani, right? Like, that's it. That's the exact same shit. All of the associations with like terrorism, all this other stuff is additional seasoning to try to justify that hatred by simply fucking lying. And they lied about him in the same fucking way too. So if you can understand those lies against someone like Zoran Mamdani, you should be able to understand it against someone like myself as well. But you can't, because your entire worldview revolves around Hasan derangement syndrome, because you threatened the establishment bag. That's it.
Human civilization has been a fluid, evolving thing that is a response to the conditions that we live in. And so they want to take this mantle of culture. At the end of the day, though, is, you know, it is very thin. And so the response that we have to have is, again, it's material, it's class-based, it's common interest. There was certainly more openness to what I was saying than probably there would be in years past. We can't underestimate the appeal of going back to these well-worn grooves. A lot of what when we talk about a class-based internationalist perspective also means ending the hypocrisy towards the global south.
I have no idea what she's talking about, and neither does she. I love that these guys are so stupid to understand what she's saying. But then they assume that the person speaking is just as stupid as they are. What does class-based internationalism mean? Class-based internationalism is a political concept often from socialist or Marxist traditions that emphasizes solidarity and cooperation among working classes and oppressed groups across borders, prioritizing class interests over national, ethnic, and geographic alliances. In AOC's context, it critiques the pro-West policies that advocates for global unity against exploitation. Wow, this guy understood it and said, thanks for the explanation. Oh, no, never mind. He said, often from socialist or Marxist traditions, they must be stopped in the election if we want the U.S. to continue to thrive for future generations, and that includes immigrants. Zoran making moves. Yeah, I saw this earlier. Very good stuff. A Brooklyn drone manufacturer that supplies Israel was forced out of the city-owned Brooklyn Navy Yard 6 weeks after Mayor Zoran Mamdani took office. The Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corps, whose board is appointed by the mayor, declined to renew the Easy Aerials lease. That's right. Using a soundboard, spamming or otherwise is a sign of a weak entertainer. Yeah, well, I'm enjoying myself, so I don't give a fuck. This is what I feel. This is what I'm going to do to you. Don't even come at me like that.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah. You're using the wrong sound for that? Am I using the wrong sound?
Shut up, bitch.
Oh, that's crazy. Blah, blah, blah. You sound like a freak with no moral backbone. You want the world to be back and forth of oppression. You want the oppressed to become the oppressor, but that just leaves it. Bro is so close to understanding dialectics, though. Do you see that? He's so close. He's like right there. He's like, oh, wow, dude. It kind of feels like you don't like that there's a dictatorship of the bourgeois class, and it almost feels like you want a dictatorship of the proletariat. That's crazy, bro. Wow. How about no dictatorship? This stream used to have Alex Jones soundbites with people sub. This fun chatter. This stream used to be fun. Let it be fun again. Yeah, I agree. Isn't dialectics what Scientologists believe? No, dude. That's, I think, Dianetics. And it's not a part of their belief system. It's like a thing that they do where they like ask you questions. Like if you've ever put a gerbil up your asshole or something. That's different. That's funny though. Fucking got him. Hey. Anyway. This guy's still chirping. This is about the stream to new heights never before seen. I agree. I fucking think it's awesome. I think it's awesome. I'm going to keep bonking this guy. Hopefully he'll understand why he's wrong. Probably not. You definitely got those sounds from Instagram Reels? Yes. Please give the Trump Al Gaib soundbite on the soundboard, man. You need to understand, I didn't make this soundboard. Okay? Oh, we all know you actively downloading the sounds. All right, well, stop calling out Unc like this. Okay? Yes, I'm Unc. And yes, I am literally clicking on them as it comes along. Found the best chibi reactions tweet. Okay, we're done with the chibi reactions. Let's be real. We can't be doing chibi reactions no more. Oh, there's also this. I wanted to fucking show you this. This guy, Rupert Lowe, who is also, of course, super pro-Israel. Not surprising to anyone, you know, because that's how all fucking nationalists are. All nationalists always end up becoming Israeli nationalists for some fucking weird reason. But this guy's getting the Asmongold nod. Let's see. He's getting the Asmongold seal of approval. Yeah, Asmongold perfectly represents the target audience of the Israel lobby. New plan for the Israeli public politicians is to push anti-Muslim hysteria while promising nothing but meaningless, vague notion of protecting our values. Asmongold will slurp that up every time.
Restore Britain is about much more than numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about who we are as a nation and who we are as a people. Britain is not just an economy. Britain is not just an idea. Britain is not just a passport. Britain is a nation. Britain is a people, our people. And Restore Britain will never allow that to be erased. We will celebrate our Christian heritage.
I'll tell you this, right? If I was in Britain, I'd vote for this guy.
Yeah. Based. Yeah, this guy, true Brexit geezer. Boys. His heart is not even in it, bro. His heart is not even in it. It's also really funny that he's like LARPing as a Christian now, too. I love that shit. I love when a guy who's been like the sweatiest Reddit atheist of all time for most of his fucking career, all of a sudden turns around and is like, yeah, boys, I think I found God. Like he's fucking Russell Brand dodging sexual assault allegations or some shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not Christian, but yeah, these Christian guys, yeah, they're based. Yeah.
I would vote for this guy. Absolutely. This is the guy. This is the guy.
And the identity that built and shaped this country. Responsibility, restraint, forgiveness, duty, and fairness. In short, a high-trust society. That will mean defending our culture. That will mean resisting the relentless creep of radical Islam. That...
Oh, this guy basically thinks reform is too woke. Yeah, because there's like, Muslim white supremacists in reform, right? Yo, can he say that? Chat, can he get so based? Chat, you hear that? He said radical Islam, pog. That's crazy. Whoa, he's so edgy, guys. Yo, guys, this guy's awesome.
will mean banning the burqa, outlawing Sharia law, blocking cousin marriages, and reimposing our Christian-based rule of law.
Oh my God.
Bro, he is kind of fucked up that he panned over to all of his girlfriends, by the way. He's like, yes, no more cousin marriages. Marriages between man and sheep, of course, is restoring the British style.
God. He's saying it. Bro, what the fuck? This is amazing.
It's so fake. Like, the funniest thing is that he's so... What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, it's Marat. I'm pretty sure. Can you get the door too? Yeah, can you get the Fiona's here?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Can he say that? Oh my God. It's like, it's so funny because there's 0% chance guys like this get like not even 3% of the vote. Like, what's good, King? Oh, this is your favorite content creator, Marat? Marat is off camera pointing to Asmongold saying, that's my favorite content creator. Yeah. Yeah, we got him, boys. It's over. He's at 10%. Oh, shit, dude. It's over. Hello. Hey, what's up? I was kidding when I said it's cooked. There's this guy. Dude. Breaking. British far-right politician drops out of parliament race, converts to woke Islam after receiving the endorsement of Asmongold. I realized how much of a chud I had become. Yeah, all he's going to do is like split the reform vote. He's not going to get enough. He's not going to get enough of a fucking vote to win. Great. I love this stuff. I don't even know the actual dynamics at play in this individual race. But for me, it's really funny. Like I said, it's like this is the face of the international, like the global nationalist, far-right reactionary movement. And I say the more the merrier, right? The more Asmongold is like featured as a prominent right-wing fixture, the better it is because he is normie repellent. He gets the numbers on the internet, or at least on Twitch, maybe on YouTube as well. But in the real world, I think most people find him to be a morally repugnant individual. But even before they get to his morally repugnant ideals, they can't even get to his ideals because they just find him to be repulsive in general. So for me, I love that he is becoming the face, right? He is a far, from our perspective, for our goals, he is a far better representation of far-right politics than even Ben Shapiro could be, because at least Ben Shapiro can hold his own in a conversation and come across like a normal human being. Like he gets to exist in the normie sphere. He gets to present himself as someone who is like an intellectual, for example. Whereas Asmongold cannot be seen as a normal person by the large majority of voters. I really hope Zag and the Greens manage to pull more of the older people, because I'm scared to live in Britain at this point. Yeah. I remember back in 2015 when Trump was polling around 10%. Brother, you cannot fucking compare Donald Trump, American politics in general, to British politics. But you cannot compare Donald Trump's rise to power within the ranks of the Republican Party to like a parliamentary system where a guy is like, the reform vote is far too woke for me. Okay? But I mean, look, I said this already. I love that the face... I love that the face of the global nationalist movement is a dude whose skin has fused into his gaming chair. What you see on these algorithms do not reflect real world values. I truly believe that. Yeah, you got an illiterate high school dropout. You got meth head who hits himself in the face with hammers. Gay Mexican neo-Nazi manlet. Lives in trash, only eats fast food, and never showers. It's not looking too great. Especially because, like, all you need to do is basically say this guy had a blood wall where he would like spit his bloody mouth from not fucking brushing his teeth ever. Like, if you think people saying, oh, this guy Hasan is a dangerous radical, he said America deserved 9/11, is impactful, which it isn't. Okay. And it probably would be more impactful if I was like a big bearded guy and like at least looked the part, you know what I mean? Because let's be real, people care about optics. People care about optics when it comes to fuck you. People care about optics when it comes to when it comes to marketing, when it comes to like messaging. I look and act a certain way, and whether you want to recognize that or not doesn't matter. Like, people respond to that. I was saying fuck you to Marat. Yeah, he was flipping me off. Tommy Robinson is now writing columns for Jerusalem Post, which is awesome. He is like so deeply in the pocket for the UAE and Israel. He's not even hiding it. It's awesome. I love that. Also, let's see what this was. This is the reverse LeBron James situation, it seems. Flash during the 2026 All-Star Weekend at the Intuit Dome. Spike Lee was spotted courtside carrying a bag featuring the Palestinian flag and keffiyeh pattern paired with a Black History Month hoodie, a gesture that did not go unnoticed. The GOAT. It's pretty fire. Spike Lee has actually read Malcolm X. Okay, why are we still shitting on LeBron? No, it's worthy. It's worthwhile. It's deserving, I will admit. Speaking of my haters and their fucking downfall, we also have Drew Pavlov. Hutch doesn't seem worried about optics. What do you mean?
I just wanted to, stop by and say what's up. But listen, I'm putting together a team. Like, we got to get a team going of like fucking strong liberals, all right?
So I do have POCD and I do consume lolly.
So like, you're in the network now, and maybe we can have some conversations in the future and
I would count as a lower P pedophile, yes.
try to like build up a movement of
I need to have a little girl to wrap myself around. I need to have like a 12-year-old.
I am a very strong liberal, that's for sure. I do talk about politics a lot. I'm not.
Well,
really
you agree
connected.
with me, so you agree with me, so I assume you're like really smart. So
It's the pedo Avengers, dude. I mean, this paired up with the fact that Hutch said he would vote for Jeffrey Epstein as long as Jeffrey Epstein was a Democrat. What more can you say? Why is it every single one of your haters? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's not food shops or food shops spliced into Hutch. Hutch demanding that they create a Pet Avengers together, I guess. How are these people not banned? Because they haven't. People don't get banned anymore, man. That's it. They only get banned if like the right wing cries enough. Okay, that's just unfortunately the reality. That's it. It's like if the right cries and manufactures outrage about you not being banned, only then does Twitch ever actually enforce its terms of service nowadays. That's it. You got to get enough people who are pro-Israel and pedophilic to cry about it on the internet. And also all of their fucking sweepers that are in the commentary sphere that have maintained this strong apolitical centrist, sometimes far right, sometimes liberal, but certainly right-wing narrative. Hutch actually went to food shops to recruit him for his liberal Avengers. I know. It's so fucking... He bet me that Trump would be in prison and that Biden would win re-election. Most incorrect man in history. I know. It was awesome. By the same token, I could just as easily ask why Hasan himself, with his enormous wealth and vast network of connections, isn't currently organizing around this issue. For what? The very fact that the Democrats are not organizing around this severe violation is an abdication of duty even I didn't think they were capable of. This is about State Department doc ordering agents to monitor all student visa holders' social media. Wait, he's saying, why don't I, as a singular person, how could I use my vast amount of wealth to do something about this? At most, I could use my vast amount of wealth to what? Urge the Democrats to organize around it? What the fuck? Hutch, you still owe me $1,500 for the 2 bets you lost. Joe Biden would win the 2024 presidential election campaign. Donald Trump would be put in prison for his crimes for longer than 30 days by January 21st, 2025. Pay up. From fucking Mike from Pennsylvania sending me his tweets from March 30th, 2025. Anyway, let's talk about another one of my fucking weirdo haters. Hutchinson, you told me personally you distanced yourself from Destiny the domestic abuser when you found out in mid-2025. Am I seeing a problematic pattern of revenge? Worried longtime fan, K-Hive 2028. Please stop. It's so depressing seeing this COD OG I watched at 13 become this perma loser. I don't even understand how the fuck he became this. I genuinely don't get it. What is this? He posted his, what is this? His A number, alien registration number, as proof he got deported. Billie Eilish got me deported from the US. I spent 30 hours in custody at LAX trying to explain to the agents that my shit posts about moving to her mansion on stolen land were just a joke. Her lawyers seem to have actually compiled a dossier on me because the agents were asking me about my entire history as an activist opposed to the Chinese government. Whether I had ever plotted to assassinate Chinese Communist Party officials, it was legitimately insane. I suffered for my art as an online shit poster. I was victimized and martyred by Billie Eilish. I'm going to be honest with you. This is the only time where I ever have found myself thinking, you know, glory to ICE. Okay. I never thought it would happen. It's like, I never, ever thought we would get to this place. I never thought we would get to this place. All glory to ICE and the Department of Homeland Security and the fucking brave warriors that stopped this goddamn terrorist from entering my beautiful state and my beautiful city of Los Angeles, California. Woo! Maybe we should be reforming ICE. I really hope he actually got deported. I don't think he did. I think he had the wrong visa or something. You did own Hutch in that debate. These guys never let that stuff go. Wait, what debate? I debated Hutch? I don't even remember. I think you mean Mike probably owned him because I don't recall. Did I ever debate Hutch? Billy Eilish. Yeah, I think he, I assume that Drew Pavlov, who is a notorious liar, is probably lying right now and farming it to make it seem like he actually got deported. But I really hope he did. I really, really hope he got, deported because, I debated him on impeachment.
What? I'm 36, bro. I got
You're
a few
36 years old, Hutch? Holy
36.
shit.
Yep.
Wait, he was 36 years old in 2019? Oh my God. Oh my God. But back then, he wasn't like a fucking weirdo, right?
Articles draw on numerous investigations. It's never been hyper-focused on one thing individually. And I think that that is how it should be done, especially in the case of someone like Donald Trump, who is insanely corrupt.
Wait, he had 500 viewers back then? He has less viewers now? Oh, that's crazy. He had hair. He had fucking hair back then. He had more viewers back then. God damn, he got cooked. How the fuck did he lose 100% of his hair and 50% of his audience? Ended Prime Hutch. If D isn't live, he can clear 1K, but poofs after D goes live. Oh, that's so sad. Do you think he blames you? No. Bro worked with Machinima back in the day, so he low-key peaked in like 08. I mean, he wasn't like a fucking weirdo back then. He was not as big as a weirdo back then at all. Over the last like 6 years, and eating Destiny's ass crumbs to the best of his ability have turned him into this like weird fucking liberal monster who's even more wrong than Sex Pestany is, because Sex Pestany is wrong, but Hutch is wrong on a delay because he's waiting for Sex Pestany to say things so he can regurgitate it. So then he's wrong on an even larger delay. It's so sad. I truly don't understand how you fucking get to this point where you're like begging a fucking sub 30 pedophile YouTuber. They're not even a pedophile YouTuber, but like a pedophile streamer that is like just another chatter from the Sex Pestany sex cult for an allegiance so you can build a pedo neoliberal Avengers. Like, very, very sad. His last VOD has 84 views, not 84K, 84 views. Ugh. I also don't get it. Like, a whole ass grown ass man just got captivated by another grown ass man. You can see that his career completely flatlined when he became a deorbiter in 2021. His following was growing and it hit a brick wall. If you look at his SG, you can see the exact point he destroyed his career. Negative following since 2021. Lamau. League of Statutory Gentlemen. Preteen Titans. Legion of Groom. Like, if you have your own... The thing is, his last chat in here was him rating you, Lamau. The thing is, if you have your own personal opinion, you can carve out a place for yourself. Like, you can always carve out a place for yourself. You can carve a community out for yourself. But if you're like hyper focusing on building an audience from another person's audience, like, you're always going to be at their mercy. Like, Michael from Pennsylvania and I disagree from time to time on issues. A lot of people will be like, oh, yo, Mike, you're dick riding us on or whatever the fuck. First of all, he has his own opinions. He has his own development. I have mine. And we have our own community. Sure, our communities obviously intertwine with one another. But the reality of the matter is, like, there are things that he says that I don't agree with. There are things that I say that he doesn't agree with. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly normal. But these guys don't do that. They don't have any investment whatsoever in a political project where there can be like any room for disagreement whatsoever. He's just like, they consistently project their own fucking personal insecurities for not having established their own worldview or have their own opinions on other people, where they're like, oh, you guys, you have orbiters. Like, that's not the case. I have people who I collaborate with. I have peers. I don't have fucking orbiters. Almost all the debate panel streamers hate you because you didn't collaborate with them. Yeah. It's just a very sad state of affairs, honestly, for how these guys operate, how these guys live, how these guys have existed for like years at this point. How do you fucking do that shit for years, man? How? That's crazy. Anyway, let's
And
watch
Twitch.
another one of these fucking orbiters. Orbit haters get fucking destroyed. This is Nick Andros, who made a video doing a takedown of Nooks Taku. Clav against Dasha? No. Oh, that's...
Dasha Nekrasova and Anna Kachyan. They're obsessed with you. They love you.
Sounds like nobody's.
No.
Yo! Oh, no! No. Oh, no. No.
They love you. Dasha Nekrasova and Accusation. They're obsessed with you. They love you.
Sounds like nobody.
No. They're everybody's. They're like, I'm pretty sure they're friends with Elena Velez. And they were at the show. They love you. They love your mog. They're great.
I feel
That's fucking crazy. God, these are like grown ass women. I mean, I'm a grown ass man myself, obviously, and it's embarrassing that I do the things that I do, but it's fucking crazy. It is crazy how desperate they are to dick eat off of a crumb of clout. A crumb of clout off a clavicular. Oh my God. Oh, I love seeing these fucking haters fall apart. Like, Anna has a child who she almost killed because she refused to get vaccinated. They love your mog. I say to a 19-year-old who abused steroids so fucking hard he became infertile. Oh, wow. That's awesome. That's fucking dope. Oh, God. The way that people are just openly embarrassing themselves so hard. The entirety of the Dime Square project has fucking fallen apart, dude. It is crazy. I mean, they never had anything, to be fair. They never had any like significant cultural output. It was just a bunch of like other New York Times journalists that were like propping it up. They got Peter Thiel funding, and that's pretty much it. But, oh, it's so funny to see many years removed from like peak COVID when everyone was like, oh my God, these guys are like the real cultural force or anything or some shit like that.
I feel like there's all these random jesters trying to just basically everyone's in line to talk to me.
No.
You know, and do clout chasing. So I don't know who that is.
No. Yes, okay, yeah, but that's a picture from a long time ago. Yeah. No, they
Oh! He did the black pill mog edit! Oh my God. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's so fucking awesome. Oh my God. I will admit, like, the amount of fucking glazing going on with clavicular is crazy. This looks staged, but it's so funny. The girl on the left, this girl left her boyfriend on Valentine's Day to go home with clavicular and was begging him not to do it. You're a good guy, Clap. Don't do this to me, bro. It's Valentine's Day. Oh, God, he's trying to be Marlon so bad. This is literally shit that organically happened to Marlon when he was first blowing up, that they're basically setting up and clipping and blasting into oblivion.
It is retarded, you know that, right?
Everybody knows Marlon is the real mogger, okay? He's the top.
I want you guys to guess how far away the cup is from the ground.
So yeah, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Bro, you can't sue my girl, bro. It's Valentine's Day, bro. You can't sue my girl. Good guy. I know you're a good guy.
Past Valentine's Day was yesterday.
No, but like the kindness of your heart, bro. Come on. You're a good guy. I know you're a good guy.
Brother, 18 minutes ago, Valentine's Day ended, so you're gonna have to fuck off.
I'm good. Bro, come, dude, 1 year, bro.
Why is this guy begging me?
Come on, man.
1 year. That's literally the lamest shit ever. It is retarded, you know that.
When he got the same girl in his van, his opener was, so do you think Epstein mogs? I don't know if I'm like too old when I look at this stuff and I think like this is corrupting the minds of the youth. Okay? Like am I too old? maybe I might be too old because like sometimes I want to laugh at this because it's funny. It's objectively funny. I mean, he's a fucking idiot, right? It's entertaining because it's like a real life JoJo sequence, okay? With all the mogging, with all the different characters in this universe. I just wish it was like maybe 200% less racist, you know? Because like a big part of these guys, a big part of their appeal is also about saying like that they're pro white supremacist shit. You know what I mean? So that kind of takes me out of it a little bit. Like they're super fucking reactionary. They're like, you know, they shit on women all the time. They fucking, I mean, they sig heil. They say the N-word. Like Clavicular is famous for saying the N-word all the time in public. And it's like, at that point, I feel like it moves beyond like, haha, you know, this is fun to watch from afar to like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? But when I see stuff like this, I do realize when I see stuff like this, I do realize like how much the youth's brain has been corrupted, how much has been poisoned.
Your tribute to be your big titty emo goth girlfriend, not goth. What? Oh, no. POV when he tells you he watches Hasan.
With the Teddy Fresh beanie too. Oh no, look how much time has changed. Oh my lord.
You need head? Oh wait.
What the dude? Listen, good job, guys. This is how you get laid, dude. The best rap? Yeah, this is true. This is the best rap. Straight
Hasan
up.
Piker one.
You're not too woke. A part of me finds it hard to reconcile how much spectacle is being derived from young people with eating disorders. Yeah, this is like a whole sequence of me getting away with it. This used to be the poppin' thing.
Easy, and then like this is all hand.
Tie me to the bed.
Piercings and anymore. Like Scott's girl, septum piercings and bangs. I only know because he never shuts up about it. No!
LSF used to love this shit. This used to fucking pop off on LSF.
Oh, I don't have any of that!
I don't know what this is. The glory days when HasanAbi Productions used to horny post like a motherfucker. Jesus Christ, I just remember that lady from Japan who wanted you to take a trip. Oh, you mean Ray Lil Black, who actually renounced her former ways in adult video and became Muslim. She reverted to Islam and she no longer does porn. That was Ray Lil Black, though, back in the day. The porn star. Or who could forget the old OG Mogger, dude. Not her, Lamau. We talking about the old lady? No, Ray Lil Black is the porn star. She was the porn star who was like trying to get me to go to Japan and meet up with her. There was also, yeah, she's in Malaysia now. I got introduced to you from a dude on YouTube who shit talked you, but I low-key agree with what you were saying, so I dropped that. That's funny. What was I? There was more of that. Number 2 ranked Chad Androgenic meets up with Connor Murphy to strategize the next move in World War MOG, studying the ASU frat leader's steroid and peptide cycle.
Oh no, that's just no sex. No, the drug, that's a super long half-life. Eventually, yeah, it'll cause like rebound effect. No, the drug will just last forever. yeah, that would be nice to be able to take that off.
There's side characters, yeah. That's why I said it's like JoJo. I've seen this guy. He's got his like people. I mean, he's a bit of a lolcow. The number 2 ranked Chad Androgenic continues to search the city as the ASU frat leader remains unseen. Like, I think he flew in from Australia to ASU or something. He's like a separate side character in this universe. Who consumes this shit, bro? People under the age of 18. And it's very, very sad. But your little bros are fucking watching this shit. And they're going, this is the goated. I want to be just like them. And it's so funny because, like, they genuinely cannot talk. They genuinely cannot communicate. They genuinely do not have the capacity to, like, some of them can't even emote. It's pretty wild. And yeah, World War Mog, Marlon is one of them. This is the ASU frat leader who is Albanian. So obviously that's my number one pick for World War Mog, obviously. And then that's the, what was it, Syrian Psycho or something? Yeah. But he's Muslim Albanian, the frat leader. So he's one of us. Okay. Then you have this guy who did like the face reviews or whatever, Syrian Psycho. And then on the other side, I don't know who this guy is, Clavicular. And then this is the androgenic or whatever. The entire looks maxing movement explained.
Australian Terra Chad Androgenic has flown to the US and bone mash maxed in order to hunt down ASU frat leader and engage in mog off to avenge Clavicular after the brutal frame mog incident that took place last week.
How do you know all this? Because I'm extremely online. It's my job to know. Also, I was literally aware of like lookism communities and looks maxing before these people actually establish consciousness. To be fair, you can also say that they haven't still established consciousness, but you know, I was there when the legends were I was there in the tomes when the legends were being written. There is a video out there of me going and looking at my profile, like me being discussed on one of these like early fucking lookism forums. Where they're like, oh, dude, let's go back and forth on whether or not Hasan is an incel or not. Has Clav ever spoken about you? Yes, many times. He's also tried to come on the stream before. Also on many different instances. Can you double your age and pass it to me so I can escape this era of looks maxing, please? No. Yeah. See?
All right. Chad, who wants to fucking find my lookism? Who wants to find my lookism.net 0.01% frame? JFL unmoggable. Okay. Hold on, I gotta pee first, but I'll be back in 1 second.
This is from, I mean, this is a re-upload from 2020, but it's actually from like 2019, I suspect, right?
Located the pelvis of the last 10 women I was with through the force of my load when I came gallant.
I thought mogged was a new word. No, dude. What? No, this has been around for a minute. This has been around for a long ass fucking time. This is where it was being invented in real time. Lookism has been around for even longer than this, but like, this was like an incel forum that hyper scrutinized the way dudes look.
Was I gonna do a stream with Destiny and Raj? No, Raj is BSing. I never said I was gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
That's how old it is.
All right, there might be some fucked up shit here. Okay. His reputation is minus 8,000 points, so. I hate this cock F word. He's insanely good looking and aesthetic, though. He's so wide. What a hairy beast, total hunk. Too bad his face is on the ugly side. Shook like a leaf live on Twitch when Christchurch happened. Just LOL. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, that's if you want to understand their politics even back then, they were celebrating Christchurch and shit. You know what I mean? The OG version of this when I was a teenager, because this is far past that point as well. This is like 2019. But the earlier versions of this that I also frequented were the bodybuilding forums, right? Every now and then, like when I was a teenager, you had PUA, Pickup Artistry, and you had bodybuilding.com forums. That's where Ziz came from, right? The famous, iconic Ziz, rest in power. And yeah, this is him. So sad that the generation of today will never know who was a looks maxer to start it all. The Kurdish German legend. Mohammed says, we went from this is we're all going to make it, bruh, to it's over in a span of a generation. He died in 2011 before influencers existed. A lot to be said about how young men have changed in the age of social media and alienation. I was actually going to write something sort of meaningful to me about Ziz and the generation of men since, physically manifested in clavicular. I learned Clav found the Looksmaxing forums when he was 14, same age I was when /fit reopened in early 2008. Ziz would chat with us, sometimes on there, when he wasn't ban-evading ginger mod, lol. But my girlfriend and I lost our dog today, so I can't really focus on all that for the time being. But yeah, so Ziz was a product of the bodybuilding forums, like early, up to like the 2010s. And then it was like this is when I was in fucking Turkey, for the record, like that way back in the day. This is when I was like, I was in these forums trying to figure out how to looksmax, unironically looksmax before the term ever existed, as in try to physically improve myself. Because this is a real journey that a lot of young men go on, and it's perfectly normal, and it can be perfectly healthy, as in my case, or it can be incredibly unhealthy in the case of, I guess, like clavicular, right? Which way, Western man? And I mean, check in on your nephews, like check in on your younger brothers, check in on the students in your class if you're a teacher, because a lot of them are swept up with this like looks maxing shit. But basically, that was like the OG version, and then the PUA forums came out, and then lookism is like the much more bass boosted, much more incel adjacent version of that. But it was still, up until this point, even back then, relegated to the darkest corners of the internet, right? These were still forums. These were very much a product of like shit that you could not find on social media, and shit that normies would look at you funny about if you were to ever reveal to them that you were engaging in this kind of like ancient secret art. They don't have a name, but there's a growing number of bodybuilding DJ and content creators who are under 25 and make insane money, basically speedrunning Ziz and Piana lifestyle. One of them currently has congestive heart failure. The popularity of their content feels like an omen. Oh, 100%. 100%. That's exactly what they're doing. Rich Piana is another legend. R.I.P. Rich Piana. R.I.P. Ziz. If you do not see a meaningful life ahead of you, a family, a home, a stable job, then why not? It's the perfect content for young men who feel and are correct that they have no future, not dim prospects or a tough road, literally no future. So fuck it. D-ball and Ket, run it. I've read a bunch of bios and books about people who were in and around the Bromley contingent at the height of the punk scene in the UK, and the feeling was the same. No jobs, no hope, no future. Bunch of them partied and drank and died very young. We got cool clothes and music. Problem is, their cultural output is disastrous, and there is no cool clothes or music coming out of this fucking scene. That's the other side of this. Like their cultural output is so entirely focused on live streaming, live broadcasting, and making money. That's the only culture. That is the only cultural output that they have. Whereas like these other scenes that were cultivated, that were created as a response to the time and the material conditions at the time, at least had like some kind of focus on art. These guys only make. He was posting on r/looksmax advice. Yeah. This was years ago. This is like his, the first time I think he like posted this shit. This feels like finding that old photo of Tekashi 69. Yeah. Clavicular's grandma called him and pressed him for his comments about JD Vance. This is Liv Agar who posted Clavicular. Old Clavicular. And he's probably like 13, 14 here, I assume. But yeah, these guys just like do a fuck ton of steroids, do peptides, do a whole experiment with like a crazy cocktail of shit. And then, fuck their lives up, fuck their bodies up. And also, he's 18, it said in the post. Wait, I thought he was younger than that in that photo. I guess it did say it was 18, but I'm pretty sure isn't he lying in that? Not 14 or 15. Are you crazy? No. Because I thought that was older. That was older than when he first came on the scene. He's been on the scene for only 1 year because he's like 19 right now. Or as I jokingly say, these guys are male-to-male trans.
New characters? A new challenger has arisen. The shit is it's like Dragon Ball Z now. There's like always a new character that shows up out of nowhere. You can't possibly be more beautiful than that man, can you? Wait, someone else has arrived. Look at him. Oh my god, he is 6'4", and look at his frame. He must be juice maxing. Uh-oh, his frame, it's over 9,000. Bone mash maxing to hunt down the frame mog incident mog off to offend. Do you see what happens to white people when they can't steal black people's language? Do you see what happens to us? Do you see what we're reduced to? This is the shit that we start coming up with. Bone mass maxing.
I mean, it's not wrong. But yeah. It is a real strange and real sad state of affairs overall, but it's also very funny. So I'm going to continue fucking watching it. I'm going to continue monitoring the situation because I do enjoy like the silly ha-has, right? But here is me looking at this shit back in the day.
Wide as fuck. Yeah, because he's Turkish, hairy, and muscular guy. His skull size is subhuman. His face looks asymmetrical. Isn't his head just small? I saw him on a stream next to Destiny and he made him look like an absolute toddler. Even that career... Okay, moving past that one. Isn't his head just small when the coping is too strong? How is his skull small, you coping subhumans? He's 6'4", having a small skull while being tall is impossible. Look how hard you cope because he mogs you to death. That's not a small skull size. His skull's 3 times bigger than mine. God damn it, crying for him. Oh my fucking god, these people are like... It looks like they ripped off a soy boy's head and put it on a Chad's body. Cope in this thread saying his ugly face. He's a 7.5 out of 10 PSL facially, 9 out of 10 PSL body overall, 8 out of 10 PSL. God tier jaw. Hasan's leg count is in the 300s. Dude, this is like... Are you motherfuckers in here? Tell me right now. Are you motherfuckers in here? Right now. Any of you motherfuckers in here? This is like some Ross show shit, okay? Like, these people watch the Ross show. 100%. Who's writing this shit, huh? Like, literally the same. Up here, I thought I was fucking talking and educating people on incel culture when the incels are literally here.
Why do you sound like that? Different microphone is a Bluey Yeti. Did chat create that mog shit ironically and then it came to be? No. Mogging has been around. Mogging has been around for a very long time.
Skull size is average, if not slightly above. Look at pics next to him. Anyone, his skull's usually larger. I guess that makes sense. At least they all love fucking, you know, Pierre and Playboy Cardi and Famous Dex is a woman beater, but appears to have a small head and a big frame, which is a typical Chad combo. Exactly. Heroic proportions or just rope yourself. Let's be honest here. He looks like utter shit and is haloed by his height. His body, skinny fat as shit with gyno. His face, ugly and hiding his shitty jaw with a beard. He looks soft and cuck as fuck. He's PSL 410 at best. His height saves him. He is subhuman. I mog him to oblivion if I'm going to be honest.
The thing is, like, there was actually a fairly decent video from ContraPoints about the phrenology aspect of incels and like looks maxing way back in the day, connecting both of these movements, or like why they're so perfectly aligned with one another, like why incels more often than not are just like straight up white supremacists.
Fucking wrecked me, dude.
Or doing
mogging is when you like when you just
my
look
my
better than
ADHD is so bad even back then.
someone, I think. Oh my god, incels wiki. Mogging is the act of undermining another person by surpassing them in some way. This usually refers to surpassing another person in physical appearance, but can also be used in other contexts such as surpassing them in wealth. A person who typically mogs others is called a mogger. A person who typically gets mogged is called a moggy or mog victim. Photo evidence here is
Whoever that fucking guy is. Anyway, what is this?
okay. First of all, it's not.
Yeah, and then Destiny. In the mocking gallery. Did you hit the Iran drama yet? What? Mogladite? Dude, that's fucking, I like that. Bro, I'm getting brain damage according to this shit. I can mog. What? Like an albino gorilla? Danny Avdija versus Team Stripes. USA 0 points, 1 rebound. Wait. Oh, 0 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists. 2-0, 0 out of 1 field goal. Have you taken a peek at Nephew Stranded on an island stream? I tuned in this morning. You sound very different because you are a decent amount younger. Vocal cords come to mature as well. Chatter. This is 7 years ago. Okay? It's 7 years ago. I was already old. I was 27 years old. I didn't fucking go through a third puberty at the age of 27. It's the microphone. It's always the microphone. How can we know which voice is the real one? You can't. No, I used to smoke cigarettes back then, or no, I think I'd quit at that point. I don't even fucking remember. I've lived a long life, okay? I did go through a double puberty. I did. That's not a meme. I did go through a second puberty. But it was in college. Your voice is a lot less Jersey these days. That actually does exist, by the way. Some people get a deeper voice drop in their 30s. It's the microphone, man. It's the microphone.
I think Epstein mogs.
What?
Just wondering.
Like overall.
Like overall and like SMV.
No.
No? Oh. Any girl would technically leave their boyfriend if the right person came asking. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Maybe not me, but someone. Girls are always going. I'm telling you.
I don't know. There's like this guy that I kind of really like, and he was there, and I kind of like
Like, if I was actually with him, I wouldn't have left him.
There's this
so.
guy that.
But I didn't, because I don't know where he was. But I guess.
You can admit it now. It was from excessive use of D-ball. That's so funny because I got fucking fat between then and, you know, I got fat during COVID. How your drunk uncle starts talking to you when you get a little bit of money. Andrew Tate gives Clavicular a pep talk about his future and how he must be careful how to use his influence in the future. I'm watching your journey closely. I've lived it and it's coming for you. Bro, this guy got a fucking New York Times article written about him and then immediately fucking pulled up to do a collab with Andrew Tate, by the way. Like, this is the whole, you get fat after you stop D-ball? Okay, well, I'm not beating the D-ball allegations.
Oh.
I guess.
I heard that too.
Training, you good?
Not exactly dressed for the.
Nah, I'm not.
For the gym.
Nice to meet you. You
Hey.
can't be frame mogged.
I know.
You can't
I
be
know.
frame mogged.
I'm done.
We're gonna fix it.
Bro,
this is your generational run. You can't be frame mogged by fucking some frat leader in Arizona.
It's not gonna happen again.
Yeah?
It's not happening.
We're gonna fix it. We're gonna train.
All right, let's
We're
go.
good. I came straight from work. I had business meetings. We're gonna train.
Hey, don't worry about it.
Business meeting. How he's not ripping into Andrew? Isn't he PSL subhuman? Yeah. He was hanging out with Tate before the New York Times article. Yeah, I know. This is when he got into trouble, though. Probably the other way around. Tate wanted to immediately collab despite saying he doesn't even know who that is on the Patrick Bet David podcast. I know. I mean, these guys are all fucking clown asses, bro. That's it. They all literally sold one another out when they did this whole like Heil Hitler stream. It's a crazy thing to say. And then they all fell apart only to come back together again because Clout is what unites them.
There, and it's supposed to symbolize freedom and hope and liberty for all. But as you learned in Arizona, to a lesser extent, to what I learned in Romania, is that none of
We just watched an old video where you have the same mic as you do right now and your voice was hella high. No tea, no shade. No, I didn't have the same microphone in that video. I had a Blue Yeti. And even if I had a SM7B in older videos, I had different configurations on the SM7B. How do you guys not understand how fucking... I have an entire community of audiophiles, and you guys don't understand how, like, different cloud amplifiers change dramatically the way you sound on fucking camera. Jesus Christ. I also speak on college campuses. The fuck? Yeah, Andrew Tate was shocked that Clavicular could only rep 135 pounds for 3 reps despite him being openly on
hiring a
steroids.
lawyer. I'll tell you that. Free G line. Get it, 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 get it. No. There you go. Almost. Fuck. Was that 7?
It's hiring a lawyer.
How the fuck do you struggle to rep 135 on TRT? I don't understand. Is it the meth? Hasan, I think you can mog Clavicular, no glaze. Yeah, of course I can mog. I mog all of these motherfuckers, bro. I'm 6'4". I even frame mog the fucking frat leader of ASU, even though he's Albanian, and therefore I respect him. Okay? That's the old me. I'm done with that. I'm done with that shit. You understand? I'm politics mogging, which these guys call jester maxing.
Us have any fucking freedom, and that we're all stuck inside of the matrix, and that even if you're the president of the United States, you're arguing with some fucking senator or some stupid bitch in Congress, you have media insulting you, even if you're the president, you can't really escape the matrix. Perhaps the only way to truthfully escape the matrix is to live unapologetically, be the person you want to be, say what you want to say, and not give a fuck about the consequences. And I hope on this journey that you're on, when it goes right, when it goes wrong, whatever.
Wow. What a brilliant fucking speech, dude.
If anything bad happens to you, heaven forbid, you end up in a cell or whatever else, or the internet turns on you or whatever bad happens, I hope you sit there and go, I was real. I was me. I said what I meant what I said, and that's how I escaped the matrix. I don't give a fuck what happened.
There's a chance Clav has never even watched The Matrix. Yes, he was born years after The Matrix came out.
Because truthfully, you've only really escaped when you're just as happy in jail as you are here. That's the only way to escape the matrix. Buying a Lambo, Buying a Rolex, all that shit, that doesn't escape the matrix. You escape when your mind is free. And for your mind to be free, you must be zen. I was just as happy in...
How did this dude still not understand that this old ass motherfucker is trying to eat off of his clout now? Now that Clavicular has like a crumb of clout, he's literally fucking, I guess, paying it forward back to the OGs that he watched back in the day. Save Clav, there's no way I can salvage this person. Okay? There's no way I can save this person. He's so fucking lost. Are you kidding me? He was Sig Heiling with the Adolf Hitler Brigade like a month ago. What the fuck do you mean? I already tried. With Aiden Ross, and I knew Aiden Ross. I knew Aiden Ross personally, and I tried desperately, and I fucking failed. And that's when I realized it's sometimes impossible to save these motherfuckers.
I was just as happy in jail as I am here. That's what you're going to learn on this journey, Clav, because it's actually going to be quite exciting for you. It's going to be a roller coaster. I'm watching your journey closely. I lived it. And I see it coming for you, sir. It's going to be you're going to have a great fucking time.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I already am. So we'll see what happens from here. But it seems like it's only going up, you know, headline after headline. So it's only
a massive voice for all the young men out there. And you're right. Looks maxing is one way to ascend. But you need to ascend in all realms because you need to prepare for war.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, just being a full package mogger, you know, 100%.
Full package mogger. I like that. Full package mogger. That's going to go on a fucking t-shirt. Clav, good to see you.
Good to see you too, my G. All right, take care of yourself.
Enjoy your evening.
All right, you too, man. All right, we'll see you guys. All right, take care.
Take care, y'all.
Okay, so I don't know.
Does this guy even do anything? No, that's the fucking beauty of it all. They don't do shit. They don't do anything. It's mostly, okay, this entire thing is propped up together by Discord farms that just go to these fucking streams that are basically like 8 hours of unlimited content and just blast it into all of these different like Kick accounts and Prime Tate headquarters and Kick Champ and Aiden Ross info, all these other like, there's a network of clip farming accounts both on Twitter and on TikTok. There is hundreds of editors from all around the world that sit around on a Discord server and clip shit out and pump it. Okay? So for the most part, they do nothing. They go to like nightclubs every now and then. They have sometimes girls that come up because they're like famous at this point. Like they're famous enough, rather, that like there is attention around them. And then they just design a narrative around their regular ass. They design a narrative and a storyline around their like regular ass stream where they're not really doing anything. They're just like getting in a fucking Sprinter van and going to a fucking nightclub and then leaving the nightclub. Don't lie, they do stuff, but it's not legal and considered sexual crimes. We know what the Tates do. No, that's not what I'm talking about. And the thing is, I have found in my last, 10 years of success on the internet as a streamer, Contra Boys is saying you promoted Jill Stein for 2028. Lamau. I mean, okay, Clinton points. All they do is just nothing. They don't really do anything. They don't do anything fun or anything unique or anything interesting. They don't really like set stuff up. Every now and then they'll have like a collab with another one of these guys that also doesn't do anything. But for like 13-year-old boys, it's fucking awesome. They like follow this along and they're like, wow, this guy's really living his dream. And then they develop like parasocial relationships with these content creators. And that's pretty much it. What is this? My whole body itchy measles, definitely going next door. What the fuck? Here's that video I was telling you about. I don't want to release it.
Unafraid to die. Waiter Charlie Kirk.
Okay. Have you seen all the replies in the last hour on your tweet with you and the mayor? I have not, but I suspect it's fucking awful and it's botted into oblivion. Usually that's what happens. I never look at my replies on Twitter. It's a big mistake. Oh, they're saying I spy an unregistered SBR at ATF at the headquarters. Is that a pistol grip on the semi-automatic center fire rifle? Sleepy Pop Tart. Hey, ATF headquarters, Los Angeles ATF, check the background of one of these photos. Yeah, they're talking about this. Yeah, ATF, come and get me. So fucking stupid. These guys are so stupid, brother. But yeah, the point is, these guys, getting back to this, like, it's entirely propped up by Clippers. I don't know how I could incorporate that into my, I don't know how I could hire these same fucking Discord bot farms to, like, literally clip shit out of the stream and just, like, blast it into oblivion. But I do think that there is value in it for sure. But the problem is, like, I do too much. I don't do anything. Like, if I did nothing, it would be easier for them to, like, make a narrative around it. But the problem is they have to, like, clip aura edits and shit like that. And I don't know how you do that with, like, political commentary. Who is financing them? Could you explain? Yeah, Stake. Stake.com is one of the major financiers of this entire structure. That's why they'll get, like, someone who is blowing up on TikTok, and they'll throw a kick deal at them, and then they'll basically promote Kick this way by promoting Kick streamers this way. Now, does that actually give any fucking real eyeballs and real attention to Kick.com and therefore Stake, the online crypto casino? I don't know. But the reality of the matter is, like, Rainbet, Roobet, all these other, like, online casinos, they do this. They do this a lot. As someone who's made fan compilations of you, it's very hard to make vids that aren't super dense or super serious. Lacey leaked the deal Stake offered him because the Kick CEO said he's obviously botting. Lacey revealed that he was offered a Stake deal to stream on Kick and called out Kick CEO Eddie for calling him a view botter. $15K per 90 minutes, minimum 2 hours non-gambling content on Kick. Max crash out per month, $500K. Signing bonus, $100K.
With this, I was approached with a deal from Stake, from Kick, where I was going to get $15K raw per 90 minutes. They wanted me to do 2 hours non-gambling content on Kick. If I'm 90% bots, why do you want me on your site doing 2 hours of non-gambling content? That doesn't make any sense to me. Max cash out per month, $500,000. Minimum guarantee, $250,000. Signing bonus, $100,000. $4,000 per IG story, $8,000 per IG reel, 25% revenue share affiliate. If you want me to do the math for you, this comes out, and this is just the base offer, to $4.5 million a year minimum. Why would you offer someone who's 90% bots a $5 million a year deal? Why would you do that? I was approached with...
If I recall correctly, Kick canceled the deal once they found out he was botting. Everybody bots on Kick, though. Asmongold sided with Eddie. Kick doesn't pay bots. Yeah, of course Asmongold sided with Eddie. Asmongold has a fucking even fatter contract than this. Do you guys not know that Asmongold's a Kick streamer at this point? You know Asmongold streams on Kick, right? He has a Kick deal. He's literally getting the same fucking bots if they are... I mean, look. A lot of these content creators do bot, okay? A lot of these content creators bot. And they bot on Twitch too, okay? A lot of the Kick streamers that are streaming on Kick want higher placement on Twitch so they can bring real eyeballs and real attention back to Kick. So Yes, they both bought on Kick and they bought on Twitch. It's interesting because Twitch knows who's fucking botting and they don't do anything about it. Okay? Twitch knows who's botting. They don't do shit about it because for them, I guess it's like too hard to deal with, or at least like it boosts their fucking numbers as well. The entire point about like Twitch streamers botting is also so ridiculous because everybody fucking bots on Kick. Everybody bots on Rumble. Everybody bots on Kick. When you say like your stream, LMFAO, every single person, 58-month subscriber, he's memeing. Every single person that hates me has openly fucking said, I'm one of the only, this includes Trainwrecks, this includes probably Eddie as well, and this even includes XQC. Every single person that has called out other people botting have consistently said, I'm the only fucking top content creator on this platform that's never botted. The only person who has actually tried to claim that I bot is AsmonBot, ironically enough. If you look at my career, if you look at the trajectory of my viewership growth, or even if you look at the way people fucking respond to me when I go outside, motherfucker, I think you understand. A content creator who bots versus a content creator who does not. Okay? Did you explain the spike in followers you had recently? Asman showed it clearly. Yes, brother. People follow. People engage in mass following with bots. That's why we have a fucking follow limit. Because people hate raid. Hasan, they were not memeing. Man, Asman is owning you, LMFAO. Love to see Hasan downfall. Love it. Wait, that motherfucker is a 58-month subscriber and an Asman Gold fan? You are so sad, Hasan. You will never get the young votes. Joking about invasion from China to America. You are disgusting, Hasan. That 58-month subscriber is a fucking Asman Gold fan now? What the fuck? Bro, how does this happen? Motherfuckers will be in here for 58 months and then like one take that they hear, they go, I've lost him. I've lost him entirely. Finally, like your stream, LMFAO, finally be joking about invasion from China to America. You are disgusting, Hasan. Get owned. Man, Asman is owning you, Lamau. What happened? How did this happen, brother? What was the journey? I need to know. October 7th, maybe? No. Here we go. I mean, here we go. I'm just confused. Like, I want to know. I want to understand what it was. You yelled at him once and that was it? I noticed in May. That's why I marked them suspicious. Love to see the Hasan downfall. Love it. Why he said he does not do the base, so you're just baiting him, Hasan? Oh, defending Asman Daddy. They were normal last January. Roasted anime rip. So never give Israel a big blow. Yeah, but this applies to Iran as well. They don't infinity missiles and cost them to get. It's got to be the fucking Israel stuff, huh? You call me a dumb fuck, but okay, LMFAO. You probably would lose all your supporters eventually. Oh. Oh, that's it. There it is. You call a fucking 58-month subscriber a dumb fuck one time and they change their entire politics. Oh my God. I literally clipped you yelling at me, bro, just weak. Chatter. You cannot change your entire ideology and your worldview over one fucking content creator. Please, you are so goddamn weak. Please, I beg of you not to do this shit, okay? Watch whoever you want to watch, but it's crazy. You get called a dumb fuck one time, right? That was the reason, LMFAO. Okay, so what's the fucking reason then? Elaborate. Like, Dude, I get yelled at from people who are my ideological allies. They call me a fucking racist. They call me a white supremacist. They call me transphobic. They call me fucking dumbass every day. You can't change your convictions like that. Have some fucking backbone, dude. Holy shit. You called me a femcel and I'm still here? Yeah. You can scroll upper. Don't bother. He's a small brain. You can't be this stupid. Yeah, this was the reverse. MAGA would be screaming. Bros interrupting Hasan. What? LMFAO? Yeah, this is it. What? I'm seeing it. Don't you think you are pushing too many left ideologies too fast? How'd this happen? You went from shitting on MAGA to going to the #1 MAGA content creator. You literally changed your entire worldview. Yeah, if this was a reverse, MAGA would be screaming. This is what I mean. How the fuck did you go from shitting on MAGA to being MAGA? I need to, dude, we got to call this guy, right? Okay, I'm going to give this guy a call. This is guest spot. Am I crazy? Chatter, I'm giving you a ring right now. I'm inviting you to the stream. 999 plus messages. Pick up the call, chatter. Do it. Haha, always got a debate? No, it's not even a debate. This is a science experiment. Don't haha, this has got to be debate out of your... you can't haha, this is your debate out of this one. This is like fucking crazy. This is crazy. Come on. How fucking bored are you, man? Jesus. To be completely fair, I'd fumble too. Okay, guys, don't yell at him. Don't like scare him. I'm not trying to. You get a spike of followers when big news happens. That day you said you bought a followers is when the U.S. kidnapped Maduro, by the way. Oh. Yeah, when there is a influx of new viewership, that could also be that could also happen because there's like a big news story that day. Where is this guy? White women are always so aggressive. They live in a fake world. I don't know. I guess he's not going to pick up. It's mind-boggling though. You know what I mean? Like he went from being a liberal. He went from being a liberal to fucking being MAGA because I yelled at him. That's crazy. Yeah, they aren't happening. Delusional, you flipping out to make this worse and worse. Lamau, you're freaking out. RIP, you really don't believe you're pushing so much people away from flipping out. How are you doing to convince the masses? Hey, man, you're the one freaking out, not me. I'm not pro-Israel, never been, but okay, dumb fuck. Right? You just love to bash. Makes sense. When did I say that, Lamau? You called me a dumb fuck, but okay. And then he threw up the hostels, too. When did I want to debate you? I made one comment, you went crazy. Just ban me, bro. And then he still came back. He says state of play. And he was watching me watch the state of play or something. And then slowly but surely, he just became like a hater. What did he say on 05? I don't know. Bro, I did not think that one could genuinely turn, like, experience a heel turn like this. I don't fucking understand how you can go from the context of those messages. You found it? Oh my God, that's so awesome. Let's see.
One of the only hospitals still functioning. A team
What
of
is
British
this?
doctors and surgeons is now working there. They are specialists in plastic surgery.
Delusional, you flipping out, going to make this worse and worse, LMFAO, but you are freaking out. What are you saying? $55 subscriber. What the fuck are you saying, bro? Rip. What do you mean, rip? I don't understand. I don't even understand the point you're trying to make. You're saying my anger at a time when the rest of the world is at least aware enough to admit that Israel's doing some fuck shit. My anger is going to... Even back then, I didn't understand what was going on with this guy. He got mad about he turned on a dime. Not even a dime. He turned on a penny. That's what's so crazy to me. Like, I didn't even... It feels like I didn't even say anything. Like, make Israel do a harder genocide? Is that what you're saying? Israel's getting their notes on its exterminationist policies from a fucking Twitch streamer? You've been streaming for so long, you're having rerun stun locks of the same villains. They're bringing back Frieza a fourth time type shit. This guy's Twitter account looks sus as hell. I don't think this is him. Oh, it is him. I mean, but this is nothing. He's last time he posted was in fucking 2021, so it doesn't mean shit. He stopped posting on Twitter. I think he's a lib. Oh, turn radius dime is smaller than a penny. Okay, well, I didn't know. I thought I was talking about it the currency value wise. Dude, can we talk about important shit? No, it's fucking Sunday and it's 6 hours and 30 minutes. What is this? Please, I ain't scared of your crazy chat, Lamau. Never a liberal. Lemfao, I love this. So what is it? Like, this is the reason why you fucking became like a massive hater? How is this possible? Please clarify your position. Because I'm confused, right? Like, I'm confused at this point. I don't even understand what he's trying to say. Like, you're over here being like, I was never a liberal. I'm not scared of your chat. You can't even fucking come on the live stream to talk and explain your position. I promise if you do come on, like, Asmon Daddy will pay attention to you. He will probably play your clip tomorrow on his stream. You know what I mean? Isn't that what you want ultimately? I just don't get it. Like, look at this. Like, he became like a guy who's like, oh, you love illegals. Like, how the fuck did that happen? Nobody's triggered chatter. He just wants to have a conversation. Yeah, but I didn't even like, I'm looking at the video. I didn't even yell at him. I was just like, what do you mean? The angrier one gets over Israel doing a genocide, the more Israel has to do genocide. You're making it worse. You really don't believe you are pushing so much people away from flipping out? How are you going to convince the masses? convince the masses. If there was a democratic process, the masses would have already decided long ago for Israel to stop this death and destruction. There is no democratic process here. That is precisely the reason why, after 19 months of genocide, there are at least like government officials that are finally saying enough is enough. It's not the fucking masses that I must convince. It's the notion of democracy itself that you need to drop. What the fuck? 55-month subscriber being like, wow, I can't believe how uncivil you are. You have given me $5 fucking dollars or $6 for 55 months following since March 6th in 2019. That means you heard me say America deserved 9/11. That means you were there when I got banned for saying, for calling a chatter a cracker bitch. That means you were through thick and thin. You watched me day in, day out. What the fuck are you talking about? Your expectation is that I remain civil in the face of a live streamed baby holocaust? Are you fucking stupid? What happened? Hey man, you're the one freaking out, not me. Yes. You are a fucking worm-like individual if you don't actually freak out at the sight of dead children every fucking day. That's my point. You didn't learn a single damn thing. What the fuck? That is crazy. None of this, like, you're kind of cooking him here. I know, but like he's trying to rage bait me and I'm cooking him, but I'm still confused as to what the main point of disagreement is. There isn't, like, he's so intentionally vague. And then from this point on, he becomes like an Asmongold stan, I guess. But look how easy it is to trigger you. Lemafeao, I love this. I don't know if you understand this or not, but we're laughing at you. Like, we're laughing at you. We're a little confused. We want to study you like an animal. You know what I mean? We want to study your brain like you're an offensive lineman who just passed away. We want to, you know, see what kind of CTE you got. No contact CTE. Because it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it would make sense if you went to any of the liberal streamers, but why Asmongold? I just don't understand how you can, like, truly change your entire worldview that after getting triggered one time because the streamer calls you out because he has a higher expectation of people that have been long-term community subscribers. He still kept subscribing because at that point I said 55 months subscriber. He subscribed for 3 more months, and then slowly but surely he turned into this guy who's like celebrating Renee Good's murder and shit. Right, the lefties are against guns and some of the softest people you'll ever meet will lead a civil war. 30 out of 600K deported, Lemafeao. Like everything that this motherfucker believes. He went from how dare you call me out to like, I hope more Americans die in the process of fucking mass deportations. Like is that what, is politics not worth anything to you at all? I just don't understand it. Like, this is worse than being a single issue voter. This is being like a single streamer voter. I'm genuinely shocked that there are people out there who will be like, I love this person. I love this community. I was a big fan of this content creator because of his values, because of what he represents. And one time he yelled at me. One time he fucking yelled at me, and it's over from that point on. Like, everything changed in my life. I am now completely on the opposite side. Like, I'm now a right-wing reactionary. How is that fucking possible?
I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a short video, if you don't mind.
Like, you're posting funny memes on your TikTok. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand how you, like, I'm trying to fucking comprehend what happened. Wow, great memes. I mean, it's just like change filter from default to clips. He has no top all clips. I mean, his last clips are from like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 6 months ago. What is this?
Oh, yeah, I will go to one of these. I will fight. If they,
versus.
Wait, I'm trying to give my shout out. We're streaming, so I'm trying to say, yo, Aiden, you already know. I'll be down.
Wait, before you say anything, to Carlos, clip it.
I would go, but not for the boxing.
I will always have love for my Mexicans. I went to a very Hispanic school. Got fucked up.
He's like watching kick streams on He's like a kick streamer now? Is that what it is? A clip of him? Oh my god.
I actually forgot my shoes, which is unfortunate.
Oh. This girls that do this shit like with the dress. Ooh.
You look great. I actually forgot my shoes, which is unfortunate.
Oh. This girls that do this shit like with the dress. Ooh.
Okay, maybe it's better that this guy left the community, I'll be honest. Like, I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back. I was trying to figure it out, but it's fine. You have a professional career clocking people's political worldviews, and this dude is unclockable. Hey, thanks for the 58 months of subscriptions, Shatter. Bro took your advice. Bro took your advice on fucking becoming a right-wing grifter and became it. Oh my god, with the girl with the dress, you know. Dodged a bullet with that guest star. Yeah, bro, he's also trying to be a Twitch streamer. I don't know why the fuck he wouldn't go on the guest star with your boy, you know? He don't got no top clips from the last 30 days though, which is sad. He gave you 3 months of subs after he started hating you. I'll be honest, like this does kind of make sense as to why like Rape Tone has a fan base. Like when I see shit like this, when I see stuff like this, I'm like, oh, I get it. I get it. You know? Like there's a lot of guys like this. There's a lot of guys like this out there. What is this? Let's see another clip. Let's look at another clip.
Spin. World's hottest gummy bear. I'm not doing a nose piercing. I'm not doing a nose piercing. I ain't gonna lie. Chat, I cannot do a fucking nose piercing. There's no way that I do a fucking nose piercing.
I don't even know what that is. It's just Kai Cenat. 5 HP in a dream. Let's see what this.
Spike planted. Go, go, go.
Careful, there's shit on bum.
Take this. Take this. I'm out of here.
Wow.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, not bad. Not bad, not bad.
Shit. Take it. Oh my god, that was
5
crazy.
HP in a dream. Good job. Good job. I mean, he plays better than me, that's for sure. Oh, that's not even him. He's spectating. Oh my god.
Take it. All right, don't defuse it.
He's mad because you barely gamed this past year. He's still going. Oh, he is. He's still chirping in the chat. I'm still fascinated by this guy. It was fun triggering you, baby. Thanks for the viewers, baby. It's okay. Keep going. Check everything, Lamau. Look at you, bro. Lemafau. I'm the freak, right? I'm the freak, right? Wow, really searching me up because I have some values with you. I love you. You don't have to love me, man. I'm trying to understand how you can be in this community and financially support me for 58 months and be such a fucking chud. Like, this is... Bro, you're fatter rape tone. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, I'm the freak. The median voter, man. We showed a chimpanzee the median voter's political positions and he killed himself, guy. That's who this guy is. Psychotic episode has to be. I just don't understand how the fuck these guys literally. I do not understand how the fuck these guys stay in here for so long, but then they're like just such chuds. I don't know how the fuck that happens. Yeah, thank you for the $300 you gave me. I just don't understand why. That's what I was trying to figure out. Maybe he was always a fucking Asmongold fan, always. But it kind of feels like he was shitting on MAGA beforehand. So that's why I don't understand how he went from like shitting on MAGA to being MAGA, being like, Renee Good deserved it, that bitch. You know? Anyway, we were talking about botting on the platform before I took this massive fucking sidestep.
Kick CEO reveals stable
Yeah, the reason why he's gonna say the Kick CEO is right and that Twitch streamers are botting or whatever, or former Kick contract having Twitch streamers are botting is because he is a fucking Kick streamer.
Ronaldo has been botting views over on Twitch and says FaZe attempted to move to Kick, but Lacey was pulling 100 real viewers.
And
like the premier botter here is Aiden Ross, and even he has admitted it. I think Aiden Ross fires back. Ice Persona admits to view botting and says everybody does it, claiming 90% of streamers use bots. Everyone on Kick bots. Everybody knows that everyone on Kick bots. And apparently, and I did not know this, like I didn't even think Asmongold botted. If you recall, when I first found out that Asmongold was botting, when Kick purged the bots for like 2 fucking days, and Asmongold went from like always being 10K above me to being beneath me on the fucking leaderboard for 1 day or 2 days. That's when I realized, oh shit, this motherfucker bots too. So, no, everybody on Kick bots and a lot of people on Twitch bot as well. He said you were follower botting. Asmongold, agree with the XQC that you are not view botting. I'm not fucking follower botting. No one gives a shit about followers. I don't even farm followers to begin with. Like I don't even give a fuck about how many followers I have. No one cares on Twitch about how many followers you have. Everybody cares about your live concurrent viewership. The only reason why I have like big spikes in followership is either when a day is when there's like a big news day or something and a lot of people come in and fucking follow, or people who do actually fucking bot followers to hate raid. And not only do people do that all the fucking time, but we straight up use Fossabot to purge through all of those like botted followers. I have shown it. I've showed it to you guys in the past. You keep mixing up Twitch and Kick. No. Everyone on Kick bots and a lot of top content creators on Twitch bot as well. I didn't know that people on Twitch botted. I'm not mixing it up. Okay? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about how many followers I have. I've never given a shit about how many followers I have. I have far less followers overall. I have far less followers overall than like many of these other like top content creators. And I have far higher live concurrent viewership than they do. Okay? Oh, I said Kick purge bots for 2 days. I meant Twitch. Yes, thank you. So when Twitch purged bots, for 2 days. That's when I found out that Asmongold was botting. I apologize for mixing the two up. Yes. And since then, Twitch knows who's fucking botting. They just don't do anything about it. Stream Chats did a massive white paper study on the botting on Kick and Twitch 5 months ago to quantify the problem. Ludwig looked at it. I disagree because you are wrong, gay.
Like Stable Ronaldo is like a pretty big botter, isn't he?
A big botter?
Yeah, yeah. Was he the guy that, like, he was the guy she was just talking to? Like, that guy's like a crazy botter, isn't he?
I don't know.
Look, I don't, you know, the phase guys, that whole phase rise.
Right, all those phase guys were like botting like 90% of their numbers. I remember they came to Kick and like there was like this time where like a few of them came over and were like, yeah, right. Now we see you.
Do you remember when Lacey came over and he was like,
Lacey had like, I think like 100 real viewers or something. It was like, what the fuck, and a bunch of chat bots.
God, bro, like that's bad. That is really bad. And like, is this true? Is it real? I don't know if it's true or not. But like, if you can't go to another platform, like right now, like we on Kick right now, and we chilling at, I just look, we chilling at 10,000. We got 10,000 people watching on Kick, and that's just, bro, that's just on another, that's on a whole other separate broadcast. And so Lacey was crying about not getting paid. Well, it's because they don't pay for bots. That's the reason why they don't pay for bots.
Yeah, of course he's gonna fucking say that. He's literally on a Kick contract. Kick streamers remind me of my suitors during my time in Crescent City, California. First time trying to acid for the first time seeing Red Dawn or Apocalypse Now. Okay. When Asmongold does AAVE, that's it fucking burns my soul, by the way. When we chilling on Kick right now. God damn, bro. You're fucking 40. You cannot be doing AAVE like this, okay? It just feels so fucking weird. Torn between bot your numbers to get your back from the corpos and the view botting adds credibility to ass reactionary takes. It's dude.
It's believable. Never saw.
I mean, even if he was fucking 20, it would still be cringe.
Natural emotion. I do think that there's a degree of this that could be true, and I'm not going to put the botting accusations on these guys right now, because like from the graphs, at least their recent graphs, I think their graphs look pretty. They look pretty good, right? Like I wouldn't say that this is a botter graph, but yeah, it's just banned chatters. Yeah, no, I have way more than 10,000 banned chatters, so yeah, it pays better with 10K on Kick than 40K on Twitch. Listen, like for me, money is great. I like money, but I'm already making so much. I've got so much money. It's ridiculous. It does not matter, man. Like that's not why I do anything.
Ron responded further to the allegations. So we watched Lacey talk about it. Let's see what Ron said.
Right, that wants to succeed is going on a podcast saying this. By the way, just want to point out, that's why your platform's never going to be anything. It's just the truth. Whether it's me.
Yeah, these guys wanted, like, these guys are down to pay millions of dollars to content creators, botting or not, right? They're down to pay millions of dollars to content creators because they want big names that are big on Twitch to come to Kick to offer legitimacy to Kick. And the reason why they want legitimacy for Kick and more eyeballs for Kick, like real eyeballs that come along with the botted eyeballs or whatever, is so that they can actually convert them into gamblers, right? Because Kick is basically the Las Vegas entertainment reel of the Las Vegas casino. Stake being the casino, Kick being the entertainment and the performance. So even though they want it, they're also incredibly embedded and incredibly invested in like the streamer lifestyle. Eddie was like a OG, from what I understand, he was like an OG fucking Twitch fan. And for that reason, he's like super invested in this. They have more money than God. It doesn't even fucking matter to them. They'll drop $1 million easily, $6 million contract for like Lacey. Whether they're botting or not doesn't even fucking matter. But this kind of like shit talking once those deals fall through is so funny because like who the fuck would ever want to join the platform after that? I mean, I guess like really desperate people, right? People who are desperate for financial support, and there's plenty of like smaller content creators who will say yes to that bag. But you have basically decided to make your platform the platform to go to when people don't have any other options. So your platform will be forever associated with people like that. Does that make sense?
You're talking about or not, it's never going to be anything. That's the truth. But let's decipher this clip one by one.
Like, hold on, isn't like stable Ronaldo is like a pretty big botter, isn't he?
If I'm a big botter, Eddie, why did you offer me and your team at Kick millions and millions and millions of dollars? I have the contracts written up. I have the conversations between my management before. Millions of dollars. If I'm such a big botter, why would you want to waste money? I'm so confused. Why would you want to waste money?
I mean, botting or not, it doesn't matter to them. You are one of the reason. This is also the reason why they bought streamers that also have a Kick contract. They bought streamers on Twitch that have a Kick contract, unless that streamer very specifically says don't do that. XQC being one of those streamers. Let's be real. XQC has a Kick contract. XQC does not bot. Okay? So very clearly at some point, XQC probably told Kick, do not fucking bot me. Let's be real. Asmongold may or may not have had that conversation, or maybe did not have that conversation, but it's not an accident. Like, when Stable Ronaldo was collabing with Aiden Ross, he was getting 60K, 70K viewership. Okay? Here's some proof. When Aiden was usually getting 40K to 50K on Kick, Kick removed his boss for one day and he was stuck at 10K.
Yo, Kick is playing with me, bro. Let's go to party with Jack.
Yeah, Aiden Ross had 8K viewers.
Dude, you're so fucking retarded. Why did wait, whatever happened to party, bro? Whatever happened to party, bro? Sneeko went, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Once they lost Sneeko, it was over. It was over. Chat, we are stuck at 8. We're stuck.
I mean, I think there's probably more people than AK in here. Let's be real. They might be just like fucking with them because the chat is like moving so fast.
We're cooked, dude. It's time. Let's just leave. Let's go. Let's go back to purple. Okay. We got chat. We have the fuck stalling. We have the two. Wait, what the fuck? Chat. 48 hours and 57 minutes. Y'all see that or no? Look at the bottom right.
Anyway, pretty easy to make bots spam W, I guess.
I mean, chat, listen, bro. Listen, you guys aren't stupid. Okay, you guys aren't stupid. If Kick wants to show that I'm getting less viewers than everyone on Kick, it's fine. It is what it is. We'll just go to Twitch. We'll go to Twitch. I just, they're already here, Lico. So if we were to swap to Twitch right fucking now, I know we'd get more than 9,000 viewers.
I can't believe that's his fucking background. That's his wallpaper. Actually, I can believe it. Of course, that's his fucking wallpaper. Anyway, yeah. So as I was saying, Kick also fucking bots. Kick bots the Kick streamers. Kick bots the Kick streamers that have a that stream on Twitch. The reason why they do that is because the Twitch is a very top heavy platform. This was part of the reason why I also didn't want to split my viewership between Twitch and YouTube, right? Twitch is a very top heavy platform. So what that means is when you're at the top of the leaderboard, you get a bunch of real viewership on top of that, right? So the difference between like being at the top of the directory with like 20,000 real viewers means you will inevitably grow from that point on to get like 25,000 real viewers, 30,000 real viewers. If you, on the other hand, don't bot, I guess, to get to the top of the directory, Man, ego numbers get real. Oh God, please, please, just I have already had this conversation over and over again. Basically, when you are at the top of the leaderboard, when you're at the top of the directory on Twitch, you also get a bunch of real eyeballs. Like, for example, if you get placement at the front page, that automatically logs all of the fucking people that are clicking on the front page as an extra viewer. Okay? It automatically clocks, 10,000, sometimes 20,000 extra viewers who are just browsing the website at the time or just tuning into twitch.tv at the time. So when you have a larger viewership number, it puts you at the top of the directory. When you are at the top of the directory, more people tune into you because there's a lot of people at any given moment that come to Twitch and just go, let me click on the top of the directory. Okay? That's it. Fextra Life used to do that. That's why embedding was banned. Initially embedding was a real problem on the platform. Okay? And the reason why they stopped embeds is because Fextra Life was constantly like, they had like fucking 4 people watching, but they had like 40,000 people actually watching in real time because anyone that went to the Fextra Life website was automatically clocked as a viewer on their Twitch stream because it would just like automatically open a window. It would force you to watch the Fextra Life stream when you weren't clearly watching the Fextra Life stream. And that's how it worked, right? A lot of people have done different ways of like, a lot of people have tried different methods to get to the top of the fucking leaderboard, and botting is like the most resilient version of this. That's just what it is. That's why a lot of people fucking bot.
My revenue too? Wouldn't I view about my revenue too? Every single day? Wouldn't I view about this or no? Would I view about this or no? That's my question. Would I cheat the system? Would I view about my revenue too? I dare you. Ask streamers who you think that viewbot show the revenue. Show it. Show it. Show the revenue. Show the revenue.
Yeah, ad money is wild.
Wait, Ron, I have a question. Turkey subs. What about it? Turkey subs. 70-30 on Twitch. 1,000 subs January 1st. On this day. 1,850. 1,850. 554. 554. 718 plus 718. $3,122 just off subs. What? Wouldn't I view bot my revenue too?
The rich getting exploited now is a problem, huh? What? How does Turbo work with the revenue split? I thought you were just paying the platform. Anytime an ad doesn't run, if you're a Turbo viewer, if you have Turbo, Twitch gives you a percentage of that ad revenue as though it ran. I think that's how they do it. Like, since I stopped running ads, I don't get any Twitch Turbo revenue. Like, this largest chunk of money that Stable Ronaldo is getting is literally from ads. Okay? Like, this pinkish purple and this yellow is from Turbo and ads. So more than half of his, like larger, like almost 60% of his revenue comes from ads. So me stopping my ads meant 60% revenue loss overall. Of course, he probably runs like he probably runs a lot more ads than I do anyway. It's real. It says he ran 41 hours of ads that month. That's crazy. Where does it fucking say that? I run 0 fucking ads. 0. 40 hours of ads over 200 hours of stream time. Oh, yeah. That's, well, it says ad breaks 1 day and 17 hours. Yeah. Okay. Over 200 hours. It's giving CEO leaving $100 tip. All the X-Phase people run ads like every 10 minutes or less. Yeah. The reason why he's showing this is to be like, this is real viewership. Behind 339, thank you for the 25, get the subs. But you get 4 in that 10 minutes? Dude, it's so funny when a 19-month subscriber goes, can we see your revenue? Are you on fucking crack cocaine, chatter? Do you want every neo-Nazi on the internet to nut at the same time? Just for fun. Are you fucking stupid? Actually, are you on crack? Like, Stable Ronaldo could make $1 million a month and no one will fucking bat an eye. I can make $10 a month and everybody's going to be like, dude, you are the biggest fucking grifter scumbag of all time. You know what my revenue is. It's my subscriptions. I don't have any other fucking form of revenue. Do with that information what you fucking will. Why the fuck would I ever show my back end to give every single psychopath a week-long jerk-off session to be like, Hasan is the only streamer that has ever made money streaming, and it's bad. Explain how this proves he isn't botted. Not trying to be a dig. I'm just confused. I mean, I think he's just trying to say that he has 29,000 subscriptions for 29,000 average viewers, which implies that he's like, you know, he has a real, he has a real audience and he's not botting them. But then again, I don't know if Twitch actually serves ad revenue to bots as well. I wonder if that's actually the case. I will tell you, though, I make less money than Stable Ronaldo does, 100%, even though I have a larger viewership than he does. And that is because I don't do fucking ads. I don't run ads. Again, 60% of his revenue comes from, more than 60% it seems, of his revenue comes from fucking ads. So when I stopped running ads, it was like a 60% revenue loss across the board. They don't. Twitch takes 3 days to pay out AdSense because they comb through viewership and eliminate the botted views. I don't know where you got this information from. Due to not having ad revenue and only like 5K subs, Asman makes like 20K a month on Twitch. This is why he promotes Kick and writes for Kick so much. He only has 5K Twitch subs. Hasan's stats are just his subs. He doesn't get ad revenue. You can just calculate it in your head. Yeah, Twitch also takes a percentage of the ad revenue as well, obviously. But yeah. No, that trust me, bro, chatter is not wrong. Asmongold, I think, has like 5K subs or something on Twitch. When I bought it, Twitch sent ads to bots. They know which are bots and eventually and block them. Yeah. Yes, over 20% of his view time was ads. Is the split the same both for subs and ads? 50-50 or 70-30 or whatever? I don't know. I don't know what the ad rate split is. I think it's different for different markets and shit like that. It's also why killing botters is not in Twitch's interest. Brands are too brain dead to understand the viewer numbers are fake, and they don't pay creators for bot views they detect, so better let the inflation run wild and until it implodes the platform. Yeah. Yeah, Michael from Pennsylvania has double the number of subscribers that Asmongold has, even though he has a much smaller viewership than Asmongold's supposed viewership at like 40K or something. Yes, I can still run ads if I want to. I don't want to run ads. Botting is basically the streamer equivalent of stock buybacks. Maybe. Anyway. That's all I got for today, chat. I'm tired. 7 hours. Ending it on that note. Tomorrow is obviously Monday. Back to the news. We had a fun time though. Let me do it one more time for the fun. Yeah, I'm doing that shit. We're a soundboard Hossy, baby. It's soundboard Hossy. It's a new year, it's a new me. You know what I'm saying? More fun in general. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Peace, everybody.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have help millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.